Hello YouTube, this is Sam Gerrans from Qur'anite.com. Today is Tuesday the 22nd of December 2020. Now this is going to be a much longer video than even the long videos that I make, and this video is designed for a very particular kind of subscriber. This is the sort of person who's read my work and understood it and has an active and intelligent engagement with the Qur'an. Now there is this, as I say, this is going to be a long video. This isn't just sort of like an easy listen kind of thing. So I'm going to give you a bit of background to what it is I'm aiming to do in this presentation, and then get on with that actual presentation. And as you can see, I'm a bit more relaxed than usual because we're going to be here for a long time. So I've got a cup of tea. The desk is covered with pieces of paper. If you want, you know, just a presentation on the meaning of particular verses and or some of the other topics that I normally talk about, then this isn't going to be for you. And I'm quite happy with there being a very limited audience for this. What I'm going to be doing, what I'm going to be presenting, is a lot of work that I've done on the what's called al-huruf al-muqatta'at, the broken letters, or the mysterious letters as we call them in English. These are the letters in the Qur'an, the first of which begin alif, lam, mim, and so on. If you've read the Qur'an, even if you don't speak Arabic or read Arabic or whatever, you're probably aware of these letters. You'll see them in translation and so on. And I made a presentation a good 3 or 4 years ago on my understanding of this phenomenon at that time, and quite a lot of that has stayed, but there are some significant developments which I've come to. And the reason why I'm presenting this is that this has been one of my ongoing projects, and what I'm going to do is to read pretty much the whole of this presentation in its current form. It's pretty close to finished. Certainly the thinking in it is as good as I can get it. It hasn't been proofread and stuff like that, so there will be typos, etc. But the reason why I'm presenting it is that I've already shown it to two people whose intelligence I respect, and who I know can think. Excuse me, I'm just doing something on this. 1, 2, yeah, it's still working. Hold on just a second. That's the button I wanted to press. I'm surrounded by new technology, not all of which I understand yet. So I've two people whose minds I respect have been through this in different ways. One of them is a computer science major, and the other one is a maths major. And I've had their feedback. I'm very happy with it, but before publishing it, I'd like to release it. Firstly, I want to get a timestamp on this, so that's part of why I'm doing it. But also, I know that there are highly intelligent and engaged people on my channel, and I think that what I'd like to do is to release this as a sort of, this is a lecture or sort of presentation for those people, the people who will go through this and follow it, and be able to provide, I hope, some meaningful feedback. Probably isn't going to be huge. This is going to be several hours long, so you know, we'll have lost most people by this point. And you know, I'm going to get all the standard stuff. I'll just explain it to me in like 5 seconds, bro, and all of that. No, this is for people who actually care. I actually care. But before I take this live or to the next stage, what I want to do is to give the engaged and intelligent people who follow my stuff the opportunity to go through this. And I'd like to ask those people to see whether, you know, you agree, whether this is done. Perhaps you can see some way of explaining some parts of it more simply. I've certainly spent as much time learning how to explain this as I spent learning what it actually is. I won't go through all of that right now, but there may be things that you can see that I can't see. As you'll see when I go through this presentation, even if you just listen to the introduction, you'll know exactly what I'm doing and certainly if you listen to the conclusion as well, in this entire project, when I say this project, I mean, what my life has been about over the last 6-7 years, and what I'm doing out here, this white dude in cyberspace talking about the Qur'an. There's a reason, there's a project, and in the next few months, I hope, God willing, to be pulling together the last strands of this project. And even if you just listen to the introduction, you'll understand what this project has been and what it is. This work, I would have been quite happy to go ahead without an answer to the mysterious letters. But if you got one and it fits, then I see that as significant, as I'll get into in the conclusion, which is going to be several hours away, I should imagine. Now, apart from just getting a timestamp on this, I am interested in feedback, but I have to add some caveats to this. In my line, as it were, you get a load of advice, in inverted commas. I don't need homework. Homework I have, things to do I have, hey bro, would you just explain, some 14-month, thing that's going to take you, it's just, I will be able to tell very quickly if you write to me kind of, whether you've understood this, because I know this, what I'm about to present to you, I know inside out, all right? I know every single aspect of it to the point of bashing my head against a wall, all right? So if when you come to me, it's just like, it's very vague what you're saying, I'm just going to kind of swipe right, swipe left, I'm not sure which it is, but it's going to be filed in the appropriate place. I'm looking for people with a technical or just an intelligent background who can follow this. You don't need to prove to me that you followed it, but I will know if you haven't. But if you can add something, if I've missed something, or you can say, you made a mistake here, or that would be useful at this stage, because this is going to form part of my broader part of this execution of the God protocol as I see it. So if I've missed anything, which is quite possible, quite probable even, and you spot it, let me know. Let me know in the next, where are we now, 22nd of December, let me know in the next 60 days. Because there's a time limit on this. Although I'm presenting it now, I'm already thinking like 3 and 5 and 8 steps ahead of to what I want to be doing as regards this entire project. So I would imagine, I could be wrong, but I imagine that I'm going to be addressing a very small audience, especially as this this video progresses. What I will do, just a bit of housekeeping, what I will do is I will put time codes underneath for each of the parts of this, so that it's easier to get to, especially if you watch a part of it and follow it with a piece of paper and a pencil, which is really the only way to do that, and take a break, which probably you're going to need to. You can then pick up quite easily. So that's the plan. I'm going to be reading this. I don't think I'm going to be getting into long, huge asides, but knowing me, that plan may go out of the window. Excuse me a second, I have a mute button here somewhere. Let's press that one. Right. As I say, this is a bit more informal. It's been a long day already, but I want to get this out there. Now, I've also got some new technology bits I've got cameras and stuff. I've got a document reader. I've got this thing on the screen. I've got several button machines in front of me. I learn by doing. So if I press the wrong buttons a few times, please just bear with me. As anybody who's followed my channel will already know, it's not about whiz bangs and all of that. It's about the information. So let me just close that down. So what I'm going to do is just show you I haven't got my keyboard so much because I've got so much stuff on my desk. Never mind. I'm just going to start reading, and yeah, let's see how it goes. It's going to take ages. Right, buttons. Let's try that one. Hey, there we are. That one worked. Did it work? Yes, it did work. Good. Now, the best thing I can do is just read. So let's go. So briefly, if you know my work well, you know that I presented a solution, or as I saw the solution to the muqatta'at a few years ago. And if you know my work, you know that I produced the Qur'an, a complete revelation, and that has been really a work in progress, which is now coming to kind of fruition now. And I have this other, if you want to call it, project that I call the God Protocol. And that's the three things that I'm kind of about. So if you've just come to this channel because somebody's recommended this, now you know. The second thing that what I'm not about is I'm not about brand Islam, and I'm not about saving brand Islam. I'm not even particularly interested in it. I am interested in the Qur'an as a complete revelation and as a book of guidance to, especially at this time, to deal with tyranny, because we have been here before. But that's not what this video is about. If you're interested in all that, you just watch more of my stuff and then you'll know. So now I'm going to read through. I will, as we progress through this, I will be switching to this other thing that I bought recently, which is a document reader, and I'll be using some of that to show you tables, because a visual overview will help. So anyway, where are we at now? Okay, 10 minutes of preamble. Let's just, get into it and see how we go. But again, if you're expecting a lot of excitement here, this isn't going to be the video for you. So probably better to find something else. Okay, background to the solution to begin. Introduction. 29 chapters of the Qur'an begin with certain letters, the meanings of which have eluded Muslims for over 1,400 years. They are referred to in Arabic by the term al-huruf al-muqatta'at, the broken letters, and tend to be referred to as the mysterious letters in English. I use the terms al-huruf al-muqatta'at and the mysterious letters interchangeably in this presentation. I offer in the solution which follows a cogent, consistent, and compelling explanation both of the meaning of these letters and of their function in the Qur'an. Before we go further, I should say something about the word solution. This presentation comprises the application of an organic pantextual hermeneutic, one which first identifies and then leverages the incidence of textual phenomena in order to demonstrate the architecture of the mysterious letters beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I will go and just unpick some of this. When I say an organic pantextual hermeneutic, what I mean is going to the text as an entire thing, treating it as an entire thing, and then when I talk about incidence, I'm talking about the amount of times things occur within the text, textual phenomena. That is not what one means by a solution to a mathematical problem, of course, where one applies agreed patterns and principles in order to produce an answer which can then be assessed on the basis of established conventions. So while solution may be an imperfect term in the present context, I use it as shorthand for what I mean by it. To grasp this analysis requires concentration, it is true, but it is not dependent upon specialist knowledge. It is within the capabilities of an intelligent person who is prepared to apply himself. A full treatment of this subject requires inclusion of an overview of the theories on al-huruf al-muqatta'at which pre-existed the present solution. Such is provided in the reference section to this presentation. So if you go to the back of this presentation, you'll find a list of what Muslims historically have thought about this phenomenon. However, the short version is, as alluded to above, that the traditionalist Muslim does not know what the mysterious letters mean. In general, his dogma is that God alone knows what they mean, and any attempt to understand them is impossible or presumptuous, or both. I am temperamentally disinclined to believe that a message from God, one which itself challenges the reader to reason, would frustrate all attempts to understand certain portions of itself, which is why I have presumed to attempt to understand al-huruf al-muqatta'at. Now, if you know me and my channel, you're probably going to skip through this, but I'm thinking in terms of people coming to my work who don't know me or my channel. So now I'm going to give a bit of a background, basically to me, for the person who's coming to me through this work and for the first time. A summary of my works. This solution is in support of two related publications. These works, when taken together with this solution, provide the basis for my principal project. I supply a summary below for those encountering my output for the first time. The first is the Qur'an, a complete revelation. This is a full translation of the Qur'an, one which operates without reliance upon extraneous sources and subsequent culture called Islamic. While not its principal goal, one result of that work is to illustrate where and how the religion which claims the Qur'an as its foundational scripture is at unambiguous odds with that scripture. This work comprises both a full translation of the Arabic into English and a large body of supporting analysis. Quotes from the Qur'an in translation below are from the Qur'an, a complete revelation. But the solution to al-huruf al-muqatta'at is in no way dependent upon that translation. The second is the God protocol. The thesis and purpose outlined in that work is the sole object to which all other ends have been bent in my efforts, including the Qur'an, a complete revelation. The purpose of the God protocol is the identification of that legal protocol the Qur'an contains, whose function is to hold a miscreant, evil ruling elite to account before God by means of delivering a warning of the type the Qur'an contains, and, in the likely event of rejection of that message of warning, for the punishments of God to become binding from that point onwards. Execution of this protocol is my principal project. A short history to this project. Again, you must understand that there will be people who come to this because I'm as a separate publication who don't know me, know nothing about me or my background. The reader may benefit by understanding something of my history. I entered university only after having spent 7 years after leaving school in a smorgasbord of manual and service jobs. My academic background includes a degree in Russian language and literature. My professional life began in language teaching, but I quickly moved into translation, technical and financial marketing, copywriting, media training, and then into print and radio journalism. At the peak of this trajectory, I was a director in the largest Russian strategic communications company and personally responsible for the international public relations for the president of a Russian company which at that time employed over 1 million people. I managed 7-figure annual dollar budgets, and I traveled internationally several times a month as a function of that role, only ever flying first class and staying in the best hotels. But I felt that there was something else I was meant to do, and I took the decision to detach myself from the career I had created, at least for a few years, and focus instead on the project which is summarized above. I had seen enough of universities to know that they are not today what they once were, and certainly they are not the place now to undertake a paradigm shifting or the paradigm shifting iconoclastic research of the type I envisaged, so I chose another route. I spent 3 years on a punishing schedule to produce the first draft of my work, the Qur'an, a complete revelation, funded entirely out of personal savings, and with only modest additional income originating in a role as an occasional freelance op-ed writer for Russia Today. The conditions under which my family found itself were harsh for a number of reasons I won't go into here. In addition, I had become cognizant that publication, when it came, would be career suicide. That is, there would be no way back to the comfy leather seats of expenses-paid business class flights and the smiles of well-groomed air hostesses for me. All companies which intend to invest in a key hire routinely conduct background checks. And if you have published a work which challenges the world's 1.6 billion Muslims' understanding of the book they claim as their foundational scripture, human resources will find out early on in the interview process. Corporations care about their image and tend to view candidates with a zero chance of attracting death threats or mysterious packages to their offices more favourably than the alternative. The first release was an e-book edition of the Qur'an, A Complete Revelation, in early 2016. While I intended to produce physical books, I was primarily interested in making my work as widely available as possible. And early on, I decided that all my publications connected with this project would be made available in an electronic format of some kind and at no charge, a policy which holds to this day. I had been working to that point in a bubble, albeit one of my own choosing. The object now was to, quote, soft release my work, to use an IT term, to use it to poke the world, as Steve Jobs once put it, and thereby provoke responses that would challenge, test, and refine my thinking, since I had no other crucible. In that edition, I stated frankly that I did not know what the mysterious letters mean. Having tried and failed to decipher them on more than one occasion, I had made peace with the fact that I would have to publish without an answer to this age-old question. Certainly, publication drew some attention of the undesirable type I had anticipated, but it also attracted some genuine support, including financial. This came in the form of donations from private individuals, and these grew over time to pick up the slack of my own savings, which by that time were gone. As I was approaching the end of the process of correcting the text prior to the rough hard copy release of the Qur'an, A Complete Revelation, in mid-2016, I was privileged to gain the beginnings of a cohesive understanding of the meaning of the mysterious letters in response to prayer. I published my first iteration of a solution to al-huruf al-muqatta'at at that time. Over the last couple of years, I have, again, thanks in large part to those individuals who have backed me on the basis of the early releases of the Qur'an, A Complete Revelation, been enabled to complete the equally mammoth task of finalizing that work in order to bring it to its present form as of late 2020, of which this present solution is a part. Now, while this solution is being made available as a standalone publication, its principal application is to replace the previous article included in the reference edition of the Qur'an, A Complete Revelation. While my original analysis of al-huruf al-muqatta'at is confirmed here to be correct in several key parts, it was wrong in others, and it entirely missed more than one crucial dimension which is uncovered here. It is possible that those with a historical interest in my process will compare that version to this to see where I was wrong there and what breakthroughs in thought followed. In summary, my overarching purpose since I embarked on this journey has been to identify and summarize the means the Qur'an contains by which tyranny is overthrown, to the end of applying them in the present context. That method is outlined in the God Protocol. Completion of the God Protocol was necessarily dependent upon the production of a final edition of the Qur'an, A Complete Revelation, which work will include the present analysis of the mysterious letters. I regard this solution as an authentication of the premises of both works, as well as a confirmation of the primary project of warning the ruling elite of today and holding them to account as per the Quranic model, as the ultimate mechanism of leverage. Publication of the final edition of the Qur'an, A Complete Revelation, and of the God Protocol is due in early 2021, God willing. I apologize for the lag with this. It's just nothing I can do about it with with the page going up and down. This solution to the mysterious letters. The solution which follows is cohesive, consistent, and intellectually compelling, but it is not something one can summarize in a few words. Attainment of a satisfactory explanation of the mysterious letters defeated the best minds the Islamic world has produced over 1400 years. They also didn't have the problems we have with laggy screens. It is hoped that one will allow that it might require intelligence and concentration to follow its explanation. However, these factors being present, a full understanding of the mysterious letters may be gained in a few hours by the diligent student, and once gained, that student's engagement with and appreciation of the Qur'an will be greatly enhanced. It is entirely possible that what follows can be explained using a system of terminology and logical progression simpler and superior to what I have used, and I can only say that I have tried several, and this is the least complicated of the options I was able to devise. I do not imagine that this solution cannot be expanded upon and improved. However, I believe that the core pieces are in place, the framework, as it were, upon which new layers of detail and nuance may be added. Personal annotations. What progress I have been privileged to make has been by the grace of God, and for those who seem to think that such output presupposes particular qualities, I can only say that the quality of my work has been tediously geared to the amounts of time and effort put in. Perhaps if I were brighter, it would not all have taken so long. I can claim nothing for myself beyond that I am a man who was determined to do his own due diligence on the Qur'an, a man who can read a book for himself and with his brain fully engaged, and who has been endowed with a capacity for persistence. God has blessed my affair, and I have been enabled to complete my work, and for that I am deeply grateful. I have been blessed also in the person of my wife, Karina, who has been steadfast in her commitment to this project, to this work throughout, and I would like to thank those who have supported me since I first went public with my work. Your contributions made what I have done since possible. I would also like to thank Said Mirza and Sam Gerrans for reading the torturous first draft of this solution, and for their patience and feedback as I refined it. Notes on process. The Qur'an, a complete revelation, is largely the function of a hermeneutic system which regards the text of the Qur'an as complete and disregards the traditionalists' voluminous, and disregards the traditionalists' voluminous literature entirely. This undertaking engendered an iterative process of textual engagement, and that habit has become ingrained to the point of reflex. By iterative process of textual engagement, I mean that when investigating any topic, be it the meaning of a particular word or of particular usage, I am accustomed to make a number of passes through the entire text, checking every instance of a word, expression or root to draw in data and to build up a picture on that basis. My process may be likened to that of a deep-sea trawler and compared to that of a man with a spear trying to cast it into an individual fish from the shore of the sea. The spear fisher has one spear and may bag one fish at a time, and if he hits something and it sticks to his spear, he's made a catch. My hermeneutic process is fundamentally different. My nets suck into them and retain everything in their path greater than the gauge of the nets I have cast. And when I have hauled the nets onto the deck of my vessel, I sort through the result according to set criteria. And it is only when that process is to some degree complete that I can think in terms of a catch. At the same time, I have become accustomed to working with detail. So having amassed my source material, I then become highly analytical. I have performed this process countless thousands of times, probably hundreds of thousands of times, researching and developing the contents which underpin the Qur'an, the complete revelation, and the God protocol. I call this process pan-textual analysis. The reader will appreciate that it was natural for me to employ something of the same process in my engagement with the mysterious letters, since habits acquired over countless repetitions in one context seek to express themselves in others. Notes on logic. Most of us are not professional logicians, but we all use logic of different types to some degree. We could not operate otherwise. I too am not a professional logician, but my work with the mysterious letters has required me to think a little more deeply about what we mean by the word logic than would otherwise have been the case. By briefly stating some of the basic concepts I myself have had to learn, I hope better to prepare the reader to encounter the presentation of the meaning of the mysterious letters which follows. As I said above, we all use logic, but what we mean by the term depends largely on who we are and what our background is. A mathematician working from first principles to final conclusions will have one type of highly specialized understanding of the term logic. A computer programmer working with nested loops in a stream of code will have another. And a psychologist picking apart the emotions of a disaffected teenager will have yet another. In each case, logic is utilized in order to build processes and to assess the correctness or otherwise of conclusions. But the nature of that logic will not be the same in all cases. Typically, when a logician is talking about or speaks about logic, he is talking about a very particular strain of logic known as deductive reasoning. This type of logic consists in an argument comprising a premise or premises and a conclusion. Now, the classical example of an argument using deductive reasoning which leads to a correct conclusion is all men are mortal. That's the first premise. Socrates is a man. That's the second premise. Therefore, Socrates is mortal, which is the conclusion. The first premise states that all objects classified as men have the attribute mortal. The second premise states that Socrates is classified as a man, a member of the set men, and the conclusion then states that Socrates must be mortal because he inherits this attribute from his classification as a man. An example of an argument using deductive reasoning leading to an erroneous or incorrect conclusion would be nothing is better than love. That's the first premise. A bowl of pea soup is better than nothing. That's the second premise. Therefore, pea soup is better than love. That's the conclusion. Deductive arguments are evaluated in terms of their validity and soundness. There's a note here. I think we're just going to skip this and go on to the next one. However, there is a second type, a general type of reasoning. This can, broadly speaking, be termed inductive reasoning. Again, without entering the details of this type of reasoning, we can characterize inductive reasoning superficially as a method of reasoning in which we work backwards from the evidence to make suppositions with varying degrees of confidence about what is happening, has happened, or will happen. Now, the type of structured inference, this type, is the general ballpark of reason to which I appeal in this presentation. It is true that this type of reasoning is not as logically satisfying as the deductive method touched on above. However, it is the type we all use far more often in real life. We use it when learning languages. We use it when assessing evidence, when on jury service. We use it when making a judgment on whether the sun will come up in the morning. Further introduction to my process. Solving the problem of the mysterious letters is somewhat akin to understanding that a seemingly random set of black and white strips made up of squares forms a three-dimensional crossword puzzle, and then assembling that puzzle to the point where one has a perfect cube comprising black and white crossword patterns on all 6 sides, then both to deduce the questions for that crossword and provide the answers to that crossword, and then when that is done, to demonstrate convincingly that what one has produced is correct. I appreciate that some highly analytical people will not find what I am about to say satisfactory to them, but the fact is that I cannot describe a step-by-step process by which I came to the conclusions which comprise this solution, for a step-by-step process was not my experience. In my first pass at presenting this solution on paper to very left-brained people, I attempted a linear presentation of my process, and it all got very messy. The fact is that I simply spent days on end considering these symbols in their contexts and across the text as a whole, until the pieces of the solution which follows formed bit by bit within the tangle of my mind. I spent entire weeks thinking about little else, and progress was not linear. Though underpinned by a combination of data collation and analysis, it was driven by what I call my dream state. And this dream state in me is like a sailing dinghy, catching the winds of intuition across the sea of what facts are known to reach the next port of call. I do not understand how it works, but if you've ever seen an image in a magic eye picture reveal itself to you, then you can understand how certain shifts in perspective make all the difference. In any case, what I have described is what I am referring to when I say that I am thinking deeply about something. I know that it works, this state, but why and how it works is not something I have looked into deeply, and nor do I want to. Since I arrived at this solution largely by a mechanism I myself do not understand, I hope the reader will excuse the fact I cannot walk him through my process in a series of plot points on a map of terrain I have traversed. What I do here is present my findings, the output of my process, and describe the patterns I have observed that the mysterious letters conform to within the context of the Qur'an itself, and show how they fit together in a cogent and compelling whole. Implications of the solution. All any of us has to guide him one way or another when considering the solution that follows is to ask whether it fits and is consistent and has a very high likelihood of being correct. If that likelihood of being correct is of a sufficiently high order, this solution, no matter how imperfectly I describe it, must be regarded as effectively correct. And if it is correct, this solution supports the order of the Quranic text as both intended and correct, and provides a bulwark against the tendencies of the traditionalist to divide Quranic chapters according to his understanding of the locations in which they were revealed. It also implies support for the Qur'an as a complete revelation, not one in need of a supporting or actually supplanting literature. As I said, there are some typos in this. I haven't done what I'm doing now before now, so I'm going to kind of catch those as we go through. Okay, to continue. Falsifiability. Ah, yes. It is common among academics and others who pride themselves on intellectual achievements, real or imagined, to belittle the work of those they fear may have surpassed them, either by damning them with faint praise or by dismissing their work as unfalsifiable. One can do little about the tactic of faint praise other than to ask oneself if those who thus damn one are essentially right in their lack of enthusiasm for one's results, and if they are, either to improve the quality of one's work or to modify or abandon one's claim, and if they're wrong, to put their response down to the usual human factors. The accusation of unfalsifiability is different. This is essentially the idea that what is asserted is not valid because there is no way to prove it wrong. It is something like an accusation of circular reasoning or assumed conclusions. All one has done, it is claimed, is to create a theory which is right because it's right. If there exists no circumstance in which it could be shown to be wrong, then it cannot be claimed to be right. Now, while also used as a stock put down by uncreative and little minds, the principle itself is a useful guard against wrong thinking and against dogma designed as, or disguised as right thinking. So here I make the following claims. 1. That this solution is consistent with the broader text. And by this I mean that the phenomena I identify in the text and which provide the tools by which this solution discerns and explains the operation of the mysterious letters occur in the text only in those places which are listed in this solution. 2. That this solution is consistent with the local text. There is no adjustment either to what we are calling the opening contexts cited, and by opening context I mean the what immediately follows instances of the muqatta'at. Again, I apologize for the lag here. Or to the components of the mysterious letters as found on the page, e.g. by reading noon, not just as the letter noon, but as a word, noon, wow, noon, it's which certain people do, and other such distortions. 3. This solution is comprehensive. On the basis of the incidents, on the times these things occur, of the phenomena we identify, this solution demonstrates an integrated, interlocking structure whose significance extends across the entire text of the Qur'an. And 4. This solution meets the test of reasonable proof. Remember, we talked about logic earlier. In a court of law, a jury must decide whether the evidence presented to it reasonably bears the interpretation put upon that evidence. Given the incidence of the textual phenomena presented as evidence here, I believe the interpretation put upon that evidence, i.e. that the mysterious letters represent an interlocking mechanism intentionally embedded in the text, is the only reasonable one. I will regard this solution as surpassed or discredited if 1. A materially different solution is presented which both meets the criteria found at points 1 through 4 above and is more reasonable, see point 4 above, than what is found here. Or if 2. The incidence of the phenomena we identify in this solution is shown to have been misused, i.e. if our results are shown to depend upon a lack of transparency in either the incidence or type of textual phenomena which this solution leverages. I will not regard this solution as surpassed or discredited on the basis of subjective opinions or personal judgments upon it which do not meet either point 1 or point 2 above. Nor do I consider that unsolicited addenda to this solution by others imply a refutation of any sort, because all they've done really is just taken your work and added something to it and say it's ours, but like what Monsanto does, just sort of modifies something and says it owns it. Every effort has been made to present this solution in as simple a form as the material allows. However, the fact is that it requires both attention to follow and, should one choose to, effort and skill to confirm. At the very least, the ability to run a considerable number of text string searches on the Qur'an in the Arabic language. If a solution to the mysterious letters were susceptible to the type of Legoland presentation people feel entitled to today, the question would have been solved long ago. But it isn't. It is difficult. It has eluded men for so long precisely because it is difficult. And while I will consider any completed examples submitted to me of how this solution may be explained more simply, what follows is the best I am capable of at this time. And the refusal or failure to make the effort required to understand it does not imply a refutation of any sort. When I say here, just a brief aside, especially in this context, completed examples submitted to me of how this solution may be explained more simply, what I mean is I don't need advice. Advice I have, and I don't need, tips. If somebody can say, page 14, this block, because as we go through, you'll see that the sections of this are numbered. Say section whatever it is, segment 32. If you'd explained it in this way and give me an actual example of how I could have done it more simply, that's useful. But saying, "Oh well, bro, I don't get it," it's just going in the bin, and I'll be blocking you. I don't have time. So if you can find a better and simpler way to explain this, I'm all ears. If you can show me how, and not just give me more work to do, more work I have. I accept that what has been done here may be added to, developed and systematized further by others. But again, such work does not imply a refutation of any sort. Certainly, I think this work would benefit from analysis by a talented statistician to provide objective mathematical data on the probability of what is presented here being the result of chance. That type of data would, I think, give those whose stock response is to dismiss what they claim is not falsifiable some interesting numbers to work with. Additionally, the reader may care to compare what is presented here with the summary of those attempts produced by Muslims over the last 1400 years to solve this problem. See the reference section. And I'm not going to go over the reference section here, but if you go to the present PDF of the Qur'an, a complete revelation, and go to chapter, I think it's 20, you've got the first iteration of this. If you want to look at the reference section at the end of that article 20, it'll list all of the attempts that Muslims have made over the years. I mean, people have got entire doctorates, literally doctorates, on not properly, or not in any case, understanding the instance in Sod. Judge it for yourself. In any event, I am confident that an intelligent reader will be able to assess the results here for himself. And having addressed the background to this solution, we turn now to the substance. Now, what I'm going to do, I've been reading for 48 minutes. I'm going to pause. I'm going to go and have a cup of tea, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to get into the next bit. But in YouTube time, that's going to be instantaneous. Right, that was quick. Now we're back, and we're going to get into the next part of this. I've made a few adjustments with the screen, with the amount of text on the screen, so I don't have to keep moving text around and stuff like that. As you probably know, or if you know my channel, you know that I'm just getting my head around all this new stuff. So we'll see how we go. Now we're heading into the overview of the solution, and I'll just carry on reading. The mysterious letters as symbols. There are 14 Arabic letters which participate in the mysterious letters. In my initial process of investigation, I thought it might be possible, having noted the correspondences between Arabic and Hebrew letters, to discern meaningful relationships between the Arabic letters found in the mysterious letters and certain esoteric traditions with no Quranic association. Ultimately, this line of inquiry proved fruitless. But it yielded one interesting outcome. It led me to consider the mysterious letters not as letters per se, but as symbols, i.e. as visual entities representative of some other data. A requisite characteristic of a symbol is that it must be recognizable, and for a symbol to be recognizable as such, it must be visually distinct, i.e. distinguishable from any other symbol. If one sets out the constituent letters of the Arabic alphabet in the order favoured today, one with even one with no knowledge of Arabic will see that certain shapes reoccur, and to some degree at least have been grouped together. So I can't actually show you with the cursor on this, but if you look here between the lines, you've got Elif and all the way through to Ya, and you can see that there are shapes, and these shapes reoccur. Now, while a full list of Arabic letters in all forms with English transliteration is found in the reference section, no knowledge of Arabic letters is needed to follow this presentation. As we go through this presentation, you'll see that I kind of embed notes which are worth reading but are not, the central point that I'm making. Something like footnotes, but it works better on the page in this way. If we set out the same alphabet in the following way, a person with no understanding of the Arabic alphabet will instantly appreciate that letters have been grouped according to visually similar characteristics where such occur, and left singly where they do not. Now, so far so good. I invite the reader to consider the letters below. This list comprises precisely the 14 letters which feature in al-huruf al-muqatta'at. Now, there is a point to be made to do with qaf and lam. This is the explanation of this has been moved to the reference section. So if you understand, if you do read Arabic and you understand that the qaf and lam do seem similar, even though they've been listed separately here, I just felt that the explanation for this was a little bit too turgid to put right at the beginning, and so it's in the reference section where you'll find where you find the alphabet. So you can read it there. But I am aware of that, and I have addressed it. I just don't think it's something that people need right at the beginning of this, because it's not the crucial point. The crucial point is that these things are symbols, and in fact this was a crucial point to my own thinking process. In no case is any letter which contributes to the mysterious letters found more than once in any single visually connected group. Moreover, a single representative from each visually distinct group is present. This observation implied to me that visual distinction is central to the purpose of the mysterious letters, from which fact it follows that the mysterious letters must, as we have touched on above, be symbols. That is, they must indicate values beyond those which attach to them as letters. So what is a symbol? A symbol is something that represents or stands for something else. And as we shall see, this is precisely what the mysterious letters do. Note, what we have just seen is an example of the inductive reasoning which typifies this solution. It is true that I cannot point to a Quranic syllogism which neatly encompasses what I assert here, nor to first principles which inexorably lead to the same. What we have done is to absorb what facts are known and extracted on that basis a principle, the significance of the correctness of which will increase if the said principle remains constant through each part of the solution which follows. A second point I've already touched on. The arrangements of letters above can be confirmed by reviewing the summary of Arabic letters in the reference section. I don't think there's any need to go over that again. Okay. Core concepts. Now, this presentation aims to use terminology consistently. All significant terminology is in either bold or italics, and I use these conventions from this point forward, or at least try to on a consistent basis. Now, we have already considered the letters which comprise al-huruf al-muqatta'at as symbols, that is, as representative of some other value or values. The next key point to grasp is that al-huruf al-muqatta'at comprise a single interlocking structure, and that this construct overlays the Qur'an from beginning to end. Now, I'm just going to say as an aside here, in some of my previous attempts to explain this to people that I already know, I attempted to kind of go through a process at the end of which, you understand how this all fits together. I could do this because I already understand how they fit together, but it was impossible to hold people in this way. So what I'm doing now is I'm just going to explain to you how it works. I'm going to give you the overview. This is how it is, and then I'm going to just keep telling you how it works and showing you each bit of it. So my process is not sort of reveal at the end, putting all the clues together, keeping them in your mind. It's not, if you're playing Cluedo, it's not that we go through this whole process, and at the end you discover that it was Professor Plum, killed whoever it was with a candlestick in the library. No, I'm going to tell you it was Professor Plum with a candlestick in the library, and what I'm going to do in this presentation is explain exactly how and why that happened. Okay, so that's the way round this is going to work. The architecture of this structure comprises 3 sets of instances of the mysterious letters, and I have termed these sets the writ set, the remembrance set, and the Qur'an set. All of the terminologies I sort of said earlier on, this is just terminology that I've invented to describe the phenomenon that I've discovered. The writ set and the remembrance set comprise different values and types of values and operate according to separate principles. The Qur'an set, in the Qur'an set, the values of the writ set and those of the remembrance set merge into a single value. Now what I'm going to do, in fact I'm just going to stop here and switch on a new piece of tech. Let's see if I can do this. I can do this, yes. I have tables. And what I'm going to do, we're going to cover some of this as well, but just while we're here, let's do it. And what I'm going to do, if I remember, is I will take some shots of these tables and just put them somewhere at the end of the presentation, or I'll include them in the what are they called? The time number times in the, I can't remember what they're called, you know what I mean, time codes, so that people who are interested can get to these tables quickly, because these tables provide an overview. So very briefly, we're looking at table 1. These are all of the instances, alif lam mim, alif lam mim, alif lam mim sad, alif lam ra, etc., alif lam mim ra, kaf ha ya ain sad, ta ha, etc., all the way down to the end, down to qaf, and then over there to nun. Now these are all in the order that they come in the Quran. So this is, I've listed all of the surahs, and these are the surahs that these instances occur in. Now, when I'm talking about the writ set, we'll understand what that means in more detail as we go along. But just looking at this, you can the way I've done it is that these double lines indicate the writ set. Okay, the sort of hash lines across here, this is the remembrance set, and then these diamonds, these vertical diamonds, are the Quran set. And where you see here at Surah 42, you've got Ha Mim Ain Sin Qaf. You have both. You have we'll get to it in time, but this is the only surah in the Quran which has 2 instances of the mysterious letters, and it actually has both. So we will be referring to these tables. Now, going back to where we were, because I want you to get the overview before we start, because this is the only way to make this thing work, I think. So where are we? I'm back here, and where's the other thing gone? Yes. What I'm going to do now is just show you what happens in this. So I've shown you the list of all the instances as they occur, and you've seen. Let's just go back to this. You've seen that these double lines are the writ set. I'll get rid of me. That one, yeah. These double lines are the writ set. These lines are the remembrance set, and these lines are the Quran set. Okay, so if you've got that, you understand that this is the basic division into these 3 sets. Now, if we go back to here, yes, the writ set and the remembrance set comprise different values and types of values, we'll get into that in a bit, and operate according to separate principles. In the Quran set, the values of the writ set and those of the remembrance set merge into a single value, qaf. Okay, now we're going to have a look at the writ set. The writ set is constructed independently of the order in which the individual instances which comprise it occur in the text. Let's go back to where we were. Yeah, if you can see this, so these where the double lines are, this is the writ set. This set is totally independent of where these instances occur. The value of each instance in the writ set is both fixed and uniform. It is the same for every instance in the writ set and occurs without variation or modification throughout the set. Every instance of the writ set possesses a value of al-Fatiha. That's Surah 1. So, every single, go back to this, every single one that you can see here, where there are the two vertical lines, Alif Lam Mim, Alif Lam Mim, Alif Lam Mim Sad, all the Alif Lam Mims, and then all of the Ha Mims, these are all members of the same set, and they all have precisely the same value, and that value is just one value, and that value is al-Fatiha. All values in the writ set are composite symbols, i.e. their value pertains to the symbol as a whole, not to the aggregate of the letters which comprise it. Now, what I mean by that is Alif Lam Mim, it is Alif Lam Mim as a whole thing which holds the value. It's not that Alif has a bit of the value, Lam has a bit of the value, and Mim has a bit of the value. It's that Alif Lam Mim together, or Ha Mim together, or Alif Lam Mim Sad together, or Alif Lam Ra together, or Alif Lam Mim Ra together, holds the value of al-Fatiha. Now, to continue, while this point will become more nuanced as we proceed, it is important to think past the idea that each letter in an instance of the writ set, now you have to get these parts, writ set, remembrance sets, these two things. And basically, if you remember Alif Lam and Ha Mim, anything which starts with Alif Lam and Ha Mim is the writ set. Okay, that's how it works. It is important to think past the idea that each letter in an instance of the writ set corresponds individually with a discrete value. Thinking in terms of the whole symbol will provide a better start. Now, this will become more nuanced as we go, but hang on to this as we begin, and you'll find the rest of it easy to follow. To repeat, in all cases, the value of these composite symbols in the writ set is equal to al-Fatiha, or Surah 1. Okay, so I'm going to just, excuse me if I belabor the point, but just going back to our thing here. Everything with these double lines is the writ set. Everything with these double lines, Ha Mim, Alif Lam, the writ set, and it all has the same value. It doesn't matter where it comes in this set. It is al-Fatiha. Okay, we've done that. We've got that. Now we're going to move to the remembrance set. And again, I'm just going here. A remembrance set begins at Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, Sad, and are the ones with these sort of horizontal hashes. This is what I call the remembrance set. Okay, the remembrance set. The nature of the remembrance set is fundamentally different to that of the writ set. Here, the natural direction of the text, i.e. beginning in, you start a book at the beginning, go through to the end, is centrally important. Unlike the letters which comprise the writ set, each letter in the remembrance set has a discrete value. Okay, I'm just going to pause here. This is important. Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, Sad. Each of these letters has a value. Kaf has a value, Ha has a value, Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, Sad. They each have a value. Each of those letters has a value. Okay? Unlike Alif Lam Mim, Alif Lam Mim Ra, Alif Lam Mim Ra, Alif Lam Mim Ra, Alif Lam Mim Sad, Ha Mim, where it's a symbol. So just hold that distinction in your mind. There's a reason why people didn't get this for a long time, all right? But once if you're sort of prepared, you can go into it and understand it. But this is how it works. But beyond being discrete, i.e. each of these letters having its own value, the letters are also variable, okay? I'm talking here only about, let's go back to it, only about this set, what I call the remembrance set. Okay, that's what we're talking about with these lines. Okay, so this is kaf ha ya ain sad, ta ha, ta sin mim, ta sin mim, ya sin sad, ain sin kaf. That's the remembrance set. Okay, so unlike the letters which comprise the writ set, each letter in the remembrance set has a discrete value. But beyond being discrete, these letters are also variable and pass their values downwards according to strict principles which include what is called here the line of position. Now, I'm going to just show you this. So, get rid of that, get rid of that. Now, what we're looking at, again, we're using the same principle, it's just a different way of presenting this. But where these lines are, okay, these are the instances which comprise the remembrance set. And as I said, each of these letters has got a value, its own value. And these letters are also variables. And what that means is one letter can do different things. Now, there are two different types of variable. Let's just go back to this. Line of position. All right, let's go back to line of position. So when I'm talking about line of position, I mean that kaf is passing down to ta, 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 which is passing down to ya, which is passing down to sad, which is passing down to ain. Line of position, okay? It's the first item in the instance. So the first item in the instance of the remembrance set is passing down to its to whatever is beneath that. Again, the same for ha, passing down to sin, etc. Wherever the next one is in the same set is passing down to it. Okay, this is what I mean when I'm talking about line of position. Okay, when I say that these things are variable, it means that the value is passed down to it. It receives the value from above, and if it has no value itself, or if that value that's coming down to it is new to it, it accepts it. And if it hasn't already got it, it adopts it and builds up a composite. We're going to get into this in more detail, but this is how it works. So the line of position is the principle that letters, primarily within the remembrance set, form columns in which the first letter of one instance is directly above the first letter of the following instance of the same set, and so on. See table 3 for a visual representation. Well, that's what we've been looking at. The values of the remembrance set are established at Maryam, which is Surah 19, and comprise the stories of 5 prophets listed there. I'll get into those details and all of that as we go forward. The Qur'an set. The two sets summarized above operate entirely independently of each other within the architecture of the mysterious letters, until they come together in a dramatic climax in the letter Qaf at Surah 50. This single letter contains the sum total of both sets. Let me see if I've got this. I mean, what we have on here is primarily the remembrance set, but the remembrance sets will pass down to here, and we'll get into how it happens. But at Qaf, you have all of the remembrance set and all of the writ set form this new entity, which is the whole of the writ set and the whole of the remembrance set in one thing. Okay, this is what's happening, and then that itself passes down to Noon, and then quite a lot of interesting stuff happens after that. This is the overview. So, as I said when I was first sort of starting this, or a little bit back, I'm not expecting you to piece this all together in your mind, work out, sort of I give you a clue here and a clue there, as if we're playing Cluedo. No, this is me telling you who did it, where they did it, what they did it with, and now I'm going to explain why what I've said is the case. So this is the way we're doing it. And I think that this is a much more realistic expectation. I mean, I've spent months on this and I know it inside out, but But you haven't, and that's fine. And the onus is on me to find a way to explain it rather than any other way of doing it. So let's continue. This single letter, qaf, contains the sum total of both sets, and that composite, the total value, having been instituted at Surah 50, then extends across the remainder of the Qur'an, being replicated by Noon at Surah 68, for reasons we will learn in due course. So this, in summary, is the meta-story of the mysterious letters. Again, no knowledge of Arabic letters is required to understand what follows, and it is expected that the reader will make use of the tables to follow the analysis. And we will be referring to them. I've even bought this document reader especially just to show you, so we can hopefully cut quite quickly between the tables and what we're doing here. Now, visual landscape. Now, we sort of started with some of this. I'll put some of this back. It is as well to get a mental overview of the mysterious letters before we begin our journey in earnest, for which see Table 1. And here we are. Hold on, wrong button. That button. This was Table 1. We already had a sort of sneak peek at it. So again, these are all of the instances of the muqatta'at in the order they come. In the left-hand column, you've got the numbers of the surahs, 1, 2, 3, going down to what you can see in the screen, I think sort of 84, whatever it is, 102. And those places where instances of the muqatta'at occur are listed. As I said, you've got the writ set identified by the parallel lines. You have the remembrance set identified by these sort of hash lines. And then we have the what I call the Qur'an set. I'm sorry about the going in and out focus thing, identified by these sort of vertical diamonds, and then going over to Noon at 68. This is the entirety of the thing, so you've got a mental picture of how the whole thing fits together. See, normally when you read the Qur'an, is open, you get to the end of Al-Fatiha, and then you turn over, and it's Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Alif Lam Mim, and then it just goes. And people don't really think of these things as one thing. But, if you go back to how I've been working with the text for a number of years, I've worked with the text as a complete revelation, not as something, extraneously connected to this other, operating system. No, this is a complete unit, or at least it claims to be. So I've been working on that premise and discovered that it is correct. That's precisely what it is. So let's get back to this. So it has instances which comprise the writ set are marked by double vertical lines, horizontal hash lines, and sequential vertical diamonds. So we've done all that. Now, we're going to get into tools. These are what we will be using to establish our case. It is important to understand at the outset that this solution is founded upon the incidence, i.e. the limited occurrence, and to some extent the position of the textual phenomena it comprises. By this I mean that the textual phenomena, which we are calling here tools, are both the principal means and the principal evidence for this solution. So I'm going to be appealing to this thing only happens here, and it only happens once. This has got this kind of characteristic. This only happens 4 times in the Qur'an. And guess what? Each of these times are bang, 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 right in these very particular positions. This phrase only happens here, here, and here. And in each time, guess what? It's an oath by the Qur'an. And each time, the other things that it's doing are this, this, and this. And on the basis of this inductive reasoning, you can put together something which passes the test of reasonable evidence, certainly to my mind. Unless you can spot something that I've missed, or that I've misused something, or I've missed something, tell me. But I've been through this very, very carefully. And I'm just going to present it, and I'll let you make up your own mind. We appeal both to the locations and limited incidence of these textual phenomena as the evidence that the mechanism we describe meets the standards of reasonable proof. Now, there are 4 tools by which we demonstrate the case for this solution. And in all cases, these tools are either found directly in the opening context, i.e. in that segment of text which directly follows the instance of the mysterious letters, or in the case of the statements of the remembrance set, refer to the segments of text which directly follows the instance of the mysterious letters. That's a bit complex, given your level of knowledge of what I'm talking about right now. Don't worry about it, but on a second reading you'll understand exactly what I mean. Our principal tools are the statement and the formula. Now, I mean something very specific. When I say statement in bold, I mean something extremely specific. And the formula, and I'll just tell you what these are. There is a total of 10 statements, 5 in the writ set and 5 in the remembrance set. The first statement is also an axiom. An axiom is something which is taken to be true, for which see below. We're going to get to that soon. And a statement establishes a value. So the statement is the thing that establishes that the thing we've just looked at means this. Okay? Now, again, as I said in the introduction, there may be a better way, a simpler way to describe the mechanism that I'm describing this way. I don't deny that that's possible, but this is the best that I can do. So if you can do better, great. There is a total of 10 formulas, 7 in the writ set and 3 in the remembrance set. I'll be getting into what statements and formulas are in a minute, but these are our tools. These are what we're going to be using to prove our case. A formula provides leverage for logical conclusions. The supporting tools are the signpost and the oath. These provide additional information for and confirmation of what is established by means of the 10 statements, and serve to assist us in understanding the merging of the two sets into each other, as well as what happens after. There are 4 signposts, all of them in the writ set, and 6 oaths, 2 in the writ set, 2 in the remembrance set, and 2 in the Qur'an set. Now, before we proceed any further, let me just show you. These are the tables. So, in table 2, so this has got an emphasis on the writ set. We've got all of the writ set instances here on the left. Here on the right, I apologize for the going in and out of focus thing. The statements, the formulas are all listed with their exact values. So, if you're prepared to go through it, you just have to, you have this as a reference. And the same with the remembrance set. Again, over here, you have the formulas, you have the signpost, the oaths, and so on. And all of these are built upon very particular criteria. They're not plucked out of the sky. I don't think, we need we need this, or do we need that? They're based on very exact criteria, painstakingly exact, in fact, to the point of wanting to smash your head against a wall. They are really exact. And it was quite awesome to find these things there, and they're just brutally consistent. So, I'm going to tell you what I mean by these. So yes, interestingly, the total number of tools employed in this analysis is equal to the number of instances in the mysterious letters. It just happens to be 30. I don't ascribe huge, significance to this, but I just thought it was symmetrical. Okay, note, not all instances, when I say instance, I mean an instance of the mysterious letters, alif, lam, mim, ha, mim, or whatever it is, ain, sin, qaf, sad, yasin, whatever it is, anything which is one of these mysterious letters, that's an instance, okay? Not all instances are followed by an opening context of the kind listed here, but enough do to enable us to complete our analysis across all instances. And those which don't are elided from this analysis. So what I'm saying is there are a small number of instances of the muqatta'at which do not provide a statement, they don't provide a formula, they don't have an oath, they don't have a signpost, they don't have any of the tools that we use. They just go into, talking about the Romans or whatever it is. They are elided from our from our analysis, because actually they're not necessary. Those that provide the 30 formulas and signposts that we find, because some opening contexts actually provide both, is sufficient to understand everything. I hope I've made that clearly, that point. So now we're going to talk about what we actually mean by a statement, okay? And then the other tools. A statement establishes a value. A statement in the writ set establishes a value by means of writ, Arabic kitab. In the nominative case, in the opening context, immediately following an instance of the mysterious letters. Now, if you just know just the basics of any grammar, it doesn't have to be Arabic, if it's just English grammar, the nominative case is a cup is on the table. So a cup is in the nominative case. It's just an indication of a thing. It's the subject of a sentence. It's not I saw the cup. In this case, I'm the subject of the sentence, and the cup is the object of the sentence. It's the object of a verb, in this case the verb to see. Now, what I've just said about the statement here is, I'll just go over it again because this is important. A statement, i.e. where you derive a value in the writ set, happens by means of the word writ, kitab, kitabun, if it's in the what's the word? If it's indefinite. In the nominative case, okay? In Arabic, it's very clear what case you're in. Same in Russian. In English, we just feel it. We know it to be correct or not. In the nominative case, in the opening context, immediately following an instance of the muqatta'at. So, there's an instance of the muqatta'at. In what immediately follows that, we have the word kitab in the nominative case. That indicates that we have that this is a statement, okay? There are precisely 5 cases in the Qur'an which meet these criteria for a statement, and all of them are in the writ set. Okay, these are our criteria, these are our tools. We've got very clear definitions. We're not just reaching around and plucking things out of the ether. No, this is what we're talking about. So if you want to prove this wrong, you have to find something which meets exactly this criteria in this context and say, look, you missed one. Okay, well, that changes things. But I don't feel like, what you've done, I don't feel like I want to agree with it. That isn't proof, okay? It's just a feeling. In one case, the noun is definite, the writ, el-kitabu. In the remaining 4, the noun is indefinite, i.e. a writ, Arabic kitabun. The single case in which this precise phenomenon occurs in a definite noun, i.e. the writ, Arabic el-kitabu, is the first statement in which we meet our solution, and this statement represents the solution's sole axiom, the book, in the nominative, as opposed to, or the writ, as opposed to a writ, okay? An axiom means an accepted proposition or principle, something taken as objectively true. There is within our analysis only one statement which is an axiom or proposition which is taken as objectively true, and this axiom establishes the premise upon which what follows builds. This statement stroke axiom is signalled by the phrase, "That is the writ about which there is no doubt," which makes sense, and it establishes the symbol to which it is attached to have a value, and that value is al-Fatiha. We will get to this in a minute. I'm just giving you an overview of these tools because this is what we're going to be using to prove our case. In the remaining 4 cases, this precise phenomenon occurs with an indefinite noun, i.e. a writ, Arabic kitabun. In each of these 4 cases, it signals that the symbol in that instance has a value equal to that of the value to which the axiom, itself a statement, is attached. So, we have the first thing. It says, this is definitely the case. ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ. This, ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ. It's saying, that is the writ about which there is no doubt. That's the axiom, okay? And then there are other things, and this axiom gives this thing a value of al-Fatiha, and we'll see why in a minute. In the other 4 cases where it's not el kitabu, it's kitabun, it says that thing has the same value as the first one, as the first instance. So the first instance is equal to banana. The other 4 are equal to the thing which is equal to banana. Therefore, they're all equal to banana. Okay. It will make sense. It requires a little bit of work, but if you're still with me, that's great. And we'll see how we progress. In the remembrance set, now remember the remembrance set starts at Surah 19, Kaf Ha Ya Ain Sad. The statement is provided by means of the expression, and remember thou in the writ. Okay, one set expression. This convention occurs 5 times in Surah 19, and in each case introduces a discrete narrative treating of one of 5 prophets. The statement in each case establishes the value for one of the 5 letters in that instance of the mysterious letters as equal to one of the discrete narratives treating of one of the 5 prophets found in that surah. Each of these statements is provably connected with the opening context, which follows the instance of the muqatta'at letters at Surah 19. The expression, and remember thou in the writ, occurs nowhere else in the Qur'an. You will hear me say this a lot in this presentation. This occurs nowhere else in the Qur'an. Or, we're talking about incidents. We're talking about the number of times a certain phenomenon occurs, and then piecing these things together. Remember when I was talking about the black and white strips that go together to comprise a 6-sided crossword puzzle? This is what we're doing, okay? So we've dealt with statements. There are 2 types of statements. There's a statement which is for the writ set, and the value that it attaches to that instance is always the same. It's always going to be al-Fatiha, and we'll find out why in a little while. There's the second statement is the expression, and remember thou in the writ, which occurs 5 times in Maryam in Surah 19, and in each case introduces a discrete piece of text. Excuse me for a second, I've been talking for a long time. Hold on. And in both cases, these very specific types of expression are found in the case of, and remember thou in the writ, that occurs nowhere else in the Quran. And in the case of the statements which we're talking about to do with the writ set, there are no other statements which meet these criteria outside of the ones which we've listed, i.e. of being the writ in the nominative following in the opening context following an instance of the muqatta'at. We're solid on that. Those are the fixed, stable criteria, and those criteria allow us to arrogate to ourselves certain principles, certain tools. We're applying these tools in a methodical way to build, to deduce, to infer the structure that these tools, if you approach them with a methodology, allow you to discern. And the reason why you can discern them is because they're consistent, and they get a lot more consistent, believe me, as we go forward. All right, I'm just showing you how the framework of this has been pieced together. All right, so those are statements. I hope that's clear. Formula. It's really hard explaining something that you know really, really well, but it's really complicated. Again, if you've stuck with this far, if you can find a way that I could have made something simpler, but still not vaguer, just simpler, then I'm all ears. But it has to be something that's really a solution, not just an extra job for me to do. I have jobs. A formula. This is the second of our principal tools. A formula is an expression in the opening context. Remember, an opening context is what immediately follows an instance of the muqatta'at. following an instance of the mysterious letters which provides either confirmation in the form of additional nuance or leverage for logical conclusions. That isn't going to mean a lot right now, but it will as we go forward. In all cases, formulas refer to the proofs in connection with writ in an oblique case, i.e. not in the nominative case. Just imagine how many times you had to go through all the text to work out that that's what's going on. It's just, it's a paradigm shift in thought. And just, just if I could just allow myself a bit of an aside here, as I'll get to in this, in a way, this is really a demonstration of a science, rather as much as my son said it. He said, what you've done is developed a new science. And in a way, that's correct. I don't want to leave traditionalist Muslims with nothing. Just saying, the hadith nonsense is nonsense. I mean, it is nonsense, but the Qur'an has within it so much. Why are you digging over there when you could be digging here? There's so much to do here, and unfortunately, so little has been done, and it seems a shame. So what I'm trying to do, apart from anything else, apart from my bigger project of warning the elite, is also to provide a demonstration of the application of the hermeneutic that I myself have been using. Not because I think I'm so brilliant or amazing or intelligent, it's because what I think is going to happen is more brilliant, more amazing, more intelligent people than myself will come after me and improve what I've done. It can be, I'm sure there's a ton of work to be done here, but just turning around and saying to the traditionalists, you're a moron, that isn't really going to help anybody. I mean, again, I'm not here to save Islam. It really isn't my primary principal project, but it is for some people. And for those people, I think they can use some of this and apply it, because there is a methodology. There just seems to be like there was an erroneous fork about the time where everybody sort of switched over into hadith. And I'm sure that there were people who were doing this kind of work, maybe not exactly this, but work, of a hermeneutic not dissimilar to this or better than this or whatever, a long time ago. But those people were kind of, erased out of history. There's a lot to do. Anyway, let's get back to briefly going back to the subject. We're talking about formulas. So in all cases, formulas refer to the proofs in connection with writ, Arabic kitab, in an oblique case, in a non-nominative case. There is a total of 10 expressions which meet our criteria for a formula in the Qur'an, 7 in the writ set and 3 in the remembrance set. Remember, our criteria are very exact. In the opening context, immediately following an instance of the mysterious letters, there are 10 of those in which there's writ, the proofs with writ in an oblique case. Okay, and you can check this. 8 of these expressions open with "those are the proofs," and the remaining 2 expressions are cases where an instance of the mysterious letters is both a statement and a formula. And here the reference is to a writ in the nominative case, remember what we said about statements, followed by the proofs whereof. Now, again, I'm not expecting you to remember all of this. Let's punch a button and see how I feel. There you are. So here we are. If we're going to, this is table 2, and you can see these are statements. So starting up here, that is the writ about which there is no doubt. That's a statement. The next statement, a writ sent down to thee. This is all the writs set. A formula. Those are the proofs of the wise writ. This is a statement and a formula. A writ, nominative case, the proofs whereof are fortified, then set out and detailed. Formula, those are the proofs of the clear writ. Formula, those are the proofs of the writ. Statement, a writ, nominative, we have sent down to thee, and so on. Okay? Note, the expression, those are the proofs, occurs nowhere in the Qur'an in connection with writ in any context outside the formulas which feature in this analysis. And then I list the instances. Additionally, the expression the proofs whereof occurs nowhere in the Qur'an with writ as the nominative complement in any context outside the formulas which feature in this analysis. See, these, I'm not just saying, oh, look, it's got these interesting things to say. I'm talking about incidents, the amount of time something happens in particular contexts, and leveraging that to derive principles which we can then operate upon. See, really, my work, if I was to describe it, is like being it's like being an archaeologist. It's quite close to that. You're uncovering layers of. I mean, I don't interest myself in the hadith aspect of it, but really, it's a kind of methodology of looking at things and finding shapes that repeat, and or maybe that's not like being an archaeologist, but kind of going through layer by layer and very carefully. I've never been an archaeologist, but I can imagine archaeologists don't just sort of go in with a JCB and start digging stuff up. I should imagine what they do is they cut they divide the area they're going to excavate into squares, I should imagine, and then go through them very methodically. And I should imagine there's a method to the madness. Well, there's a method to this madness, and that it's the method that allows you to have results that you can have some kind of confidence in. See, rather than just saying, there's a hadith that's this means that, especially when you have this, this treasure trove. It just seems, well, it seems criminal. It is criminal to what they've wasted it on. But anyway, okay. Formulas can be unique or exist in multiple cases. They are found also in significant variations, i.e. as a pair in which the existence of a significant variation itself has logical significance. Now, that's a bit of a torturous sentence, isn't it? I might have to rewrite that one. I'll just show you what I mean. So here you've got formulas. Let's say, for example, a writ, the proofs whereof are fortified, then set out and detailed. This is at instance 5. And you have here at instance 22, a writ, the proofs whereof are set out and detailed. Now we can see that there is a clear connection between these two. There's a clear connection between these two formulas, and what I discovered was that there is these what I would call significant differences, or which actually provide extra leverage for logic, and that's where I realized that formulas provide additional nuance or logic. Anyway, let's push on with this. Signposts. By signpost, we mean an opening context immediately following an instance of the mysterious letters in the expression, the revelation of the writ. Okay? There are 4 places which meet these criteria, all in the writ set. The expression, the revelation of the writ, occurs once also outside the mysterious letters, which case we consider in due course. The word in this expression, translated revelation, is in Arabic tanzil, and the underlying sense of tanzil in the Arabic is of something sent down, and the principal purpose of the 4 tanzil signposts is to emphasize the value of al-Fatiha as something sent down through the writ set in order to signal its union with the remembrance set at instance 29. Now, I'm really just telling you the whole story ahead of time because it's just easier this way. So what we've got here, if you look, hold on, again, I'm just giving you an overview. No, not that one, that one. So here we have all of this is the writ set coming down here. Here we've got the remembrance set. Remember we said that these things were discrete. The writ set is not, it's the symbol that carries the value. Unlike the remembrance set where it's the individual letters which carry the value. I apologize for the going in and out of focus. These are discrete and they are variables, and we'll get into what kind of variables, because there are two different kinds of variables. There's an ordinary variable. An ordinary variable just receives whatever value is passed down to it, and there are special variables. These are special variables. These are the ones which occur in the original kaf ha ya ain sad. These bring their original values with them when they rejoin the down below, crossing what I call the line, this line. Okay, if they cross one of these lines, they can do that, and they bring their own value with them and then accept whatever is passed down to them. These other ones, which do not participate in Surah 19, these are what I call ordinary variables, and we'll get into what they are later. The whole drama, though, is being driven down. Excuse me, I should probably put my pencil this way. The whole drama the whole thing is being driven down this way. We've got the writ set here going down, 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 down. You've got the remembrance set all being passed down, values being passed down. Something happens here, which we will get into very specifically, and then the whole thing going through the Hamim block goes right into here, which is Qaf, where all of this comes together. The value of the writ set, the value of the remembrance set, goes into Qaf, which is this brand new special variable which comprises both sets, and then that is passed down to Nun, and we'll get into how we can prove that later on in the presentation. How much have we done now? An hour and 44 minutes. This is going to take hours, isn't it? This is going to be about a 6-hour presentation, I should think, at least. Well, at least that'll cut out the people who really shouldn't be watching it. So, where are we now? Here. Yes. So this word is, in this expression translated revelation, is in the Arabic tanzil, and so it goes down to instance 29, which is the crescendo of the drama of the mysterious letters. Oaths. Now this is the last of our tools, of our toolkit, but we have to cover this. And so let's do that now. An oath. An oath, as we are using the term here, is the assertion of the veracity of something on the basis of an appeal to some other thing. For example, in English one might say, he swore by all that is holy that he returned the money. The Qur'an contains a considerable number of oaths, the format of which typically is by such and such, or I swear by such and such. These conventions are universally acknowledged as a feature of the Qur'an, and oaths in classical Arabic are supported and expressed by means of grammatical and other objective textual conventions. And the reason why I'm saying this is not just Sam Gerrans says this is an oath, right? These are objectively oaths, and you can verify this by going to any translation you like. The identification of the oaths discussed in this analysis is dependent neither upon my translation nor upon my hermeneutic process, and the interested reader may confirm this fact in other translations. In fact, if you're interested, you should confirm this fact in other translations. And you'll find that all other translations, there are just things which, the grammar of the sentence means that it is an oath, okay? In summary, oaths are an objectively identifiable phenomenon in the Qur'an. And for the purposes of our analysis, we are interested in oaths found immediately following an instance of the mysterious letters. Okay, this is the only oath we're interested in. We're not interested. I don't know how many oaths are in the Quran, but a lot. Okay, we're only interested in these oaths, those oaths which comprise the opening context. You see, this is our tool, the opening context, because analysis of the opening context of all of the instances of the muqatta'at revealed that there are these oft-repeating phenomena which conform to very, very specific criteria, and we can leverage those criteria to form patterns and principles which are provable on the basis of the Quranic text as a closed environment, as a complete revelation. All right. Of the very considerable number of oaths in the Quran, 6 immediately follow an instance of the mysterious letters. 2 are found in the writ set, 2 in the remembrance set, and 2 in the Qur'an set. A further key distinction among the 6 oaths, these 6 oaths, is that 3, both those in the remembrance set and the first of the 2 in the Qur'an set, are oaths by the Qur'an itself. Importantly, these 3 oaths comprise all those the Qur'an contains which appeal to the Qur'an itself. I'll just say this again. The Qur'an has 3 oaths in its entirety, okay, which are oaths by the Qur'an itself. There are no more. And all of these 3 are found as a part in the opening context of the mysterious letters. There are 3 of them, and that's going to be important to what we do later on. Thus, the 6 oaths are distributed as 3 batches of 2, but they also divide into 2 again along a different line, those which appeal to the Qur'an itself and those which do not. Conceptually, within our analysis, oaths are connected with the notion of twos, either of pair of things or of the dual, and the merging of values. While we are jumping ahead of ourselves, I include the following here for ease of reference. As mentioned, 3 of the 6 oaths in the mysterious letters are oaths by the Qur'an itself, and the only ones in the Qur'an to have this feature. These oaths indicate 3 things. 1. That a special variable, i.e. a variable which brings its original value with it, has rejoined the sequence by crossing the line of position. 2. That the same special variable has received values passed down to it along the line of position from above and merged those values with the values it brought with it. And 3. That the special variable which has received the values passed down to it along the line of position from above is fully formed, i.e. it has received a complete value. Now that isn't going to mean an awful lot right now, but I put it here for those people who, when this comes out in a paper format, will want to refer back to these tools to understand as a bit of a sort of crib sheet, so that's why it's there. In the remembrance set, the 2 oaths combine the concept of merging of values with that of crossing the line of position. Both oaths are by the Qur'an itself. In the writ set, the 2 oaths emphasize the remaining distinction between 2 things at that point, the values of the writ set and those of the remembrance set, as separate entities. Again, this isn't going to mean a whole lot right now. In fact, it won't mean anything right now, but people who are going to understand this are going to read it more than once. And when you have read this once and you come back to this, you'll go, okay, right now I see. Okay, I've got that. Okay, so as I say, this is jumping ahead of ourselves somewhat, but this is designed for people who are going to do the spade work required to understand this. Following this, the values of the writ set and those of the remembrance set merge together into Qaf at instance 29. Now I have already I've showed you this a couple of times. So all of the writ set and the remembrance set coming down together into Qaf at instance 29 as a single entity comprising both sets. This surah, where we find instance 29 in Qaf, which is surah 50, opens with the last of the 3 oaths in the Qur'an by the Qur'an itself, this very place where the writ set and the remembrance set merge together into this one single letter, Qaf, is where we find the final oath in the Qur'an by the Qur'an itself. And here the concepts of doubling, the merging of values, and the phenomenon of a letter crossing the line of position are all found. Now I'm just going to move this very slightly. I hope that you'll bear with me, because as we do this, I really don't want to have to read this all out loud again. And if I just spot a couple of typos, I just want to sort of hammer them as we go. This is just for me. So. Note. To continue. The final oath is at noon, at instance 30. I'll just quickly punch you into there. Here you are. Here it is. This is the final instance of the mysterious letters. This is the second of the 2 oaths in the Qur'an set. The oath itself comprises 2 components, and the symbol Nun receives the 2 merged values from Qaf above. Again, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to demonstrate a way of approaching the Qur'an on the basis of its own intrinsic principles and components. This is an amazing, I mean, just if you don't know my work, I mean, I've been, it reminds me of there's a guitarist called George Benson. I think I need a bit of downtime from this for a while. There's a guitarist called George Benson, and I read an interview with this chap many years ago, and he said, I don't know how George Benson talks, but he said, yeah, man, you know, he said, all I've done for the last 10 years is play jazz. Now, this is about 30 years ago. I looked him up recently, and he spent the last, he had another 30 years to this, because I read this when I was 20. So he's been, yeah, man, all I've been doing for the last 40 years is playing jazz. Well, all I've been doing for the last 7 years is the Qur'an. This is all I've been doing. I've just been doing this. I mean, apart from, you know, moving countries and, you know, trying to survive and looking after my family and everything, this is what I've been doing. So I'm really close to this, and it's very difficult for me on occasion to appreciate that not everybody can get what I've been doing, because it is, you know, I've been spending a lot of time with it. But what I can say is that I understand the Qur'an has these mechanisms. If you just stop trying to overlay this extraneous literature onto it and just let it be what it is, and approach it in a methodical way, it's. If I could have left this book, I would have done by now. I've reached points with it where if I found something better than the Qur'an, I would have followed it. But I can't find anything to beat it. I'm scared to leave this book. That's all I can say about it. I'm not talking about the religion or any of that nonsense. This book is it is from God, and it is preserved. But is there any who will remember? It does require work. The verse in the Qur'an says they've rejected this when they haven't even understood one tenth of it, and this is true. And anyway, I believe that it's worth the effort. It's certainly like George Benson. You know, I've just been doing just this, and for me, this is time been. You know, I couldn't have spent it any better way. Anyway, I'm going to continue to the end of this section, and then I think I'm going to take another break because I've been reading now for almost 2 hours. So, further points, because what I've really been doing here is just kind of giving you an overview of the kind of tools we're going to use, an overview of what this all does. And as I said in one of my asides, I'm not expecting you to hold this whole thing in your mind and then be amazed at the end. Rather, I'm telling you now, you know, as to take a metaphor from Cluedo or simile from Cluedo, it's like I'm saying to you, you know, Professor Plum murdered the secretary with the candlestick in the library. You know, that's the answer to the thing. And now I'm going to explain to you precisely how, when, why that must be the case. That's the way I'm doing this. All right. And it took me a while to learn that this was the better way to demonstrate this. So, further points. I need to make 3 further related points. Above, I describe solving the problem of the mysterious letters to an unconnected, undefined 3-dimensional crossword puzzle. Quote, being akin to understanding that there is a seemingly random set of black and white strips made up of square forms. Excuse me. Of square forms. Made up of squares, I see, forms a 3-dimensional crossword puzzle, and then assembling that puzzle to the point where one has a perfect cube comprising black and white crossword patterns on all 6 sides, then both to deduce the questions, then provide the answers for that crossword, and then when that is done, to demonstrate convincingly that what one has produced is correct. So I've already made that point above, and I just felt it's worth saying again because we need to kind of bear that in mind. But I also think that the challenge of describing the solution to the mysterious letters is like attempting to explain the interlocking parts of a three-dimensional Chinese puzzle. Both similes suit different aspects of what follows. The problem being what it is, portions of the analysis defy two-dimensional sequential description. And I've done my best to help the reader trace the interlocking parts by frequently supplying references to other segments in the presentation where related portions of the puzzle are laid out. Now, this is really anticipating a time when this will be printed and people will go through it at their leisure, reading it from the page. So what I'm really saying is, as I go through this, I'm going to be pointing to other parts of the presentation because this thing locks together. So even though we may have gone through the bit where the knee bone is connected to the thigh bone, when you're at the ankle or the elbow, I may point back to the knee bone and the thigh bone because it has a bearing on what we're doing here. That's really what I'm trying to say. Secondly, yes. So I've done my best to help the reader trace the interlocking parts by frequently supplying references to other segments in the presentation where related portions of the puzzle are laid out. Secondly, I summarize some points more than once in the course of this analysis. While I recognize that some will instantly pick up and remember each concept as we proceed, and that those may find my reinforcing of concepts redundant, I believe such people will form a minority. I have attempted to make these findings accessible to as broad a swathe of readers as possible. You may not believe that, but, but believe me, this is true, even at the risk of irritating a few. And lastly, while my I don't know what I did there. It's just a typo, a bit of text got lost. And lastly, while my engagement in the process of understanding and then learning to explain to others what follows has been emotional as well as intellectual, I must present my findings in as structured, factual and methodical manner as possible. Amen. This is the solution to the 1,400-year-old enigma embedded within the sacred scripture given by God to the Prophet Muhammad as a message for all mankind. Though my enthusiasm for what I have uncovered is deeply felt, it has no place in this context. I can serve best by presenting my work without whatever stylistic flourishes I might be capable of, and by allowing the results to speak for themselves. So, if my memory serves me correctly, yes, we're now getting into the tables which we've already looked at, and which I will be referring to as we go forward with this. I'm going to take another magic YouTube break and come back to this a little bit refreshed, and we'll just get into the writ set. Okay, so we're continuing with this. This is now actually the next day after the marathon of yesterday. I've just decided to take a bit of a rest. I've also changed some of the setup, some of the way I'm going to present this on the screen. I'm on a bit of a learning curve with the new technical setup and so on, but you'll get the hang of what's going on. So we've been through, just to recap, we've been through the background to this project. We've covered the tools of this project, how this works, what these tools are, really to do with the incidence of very particular textual phenomena. And we've established that there are two different main sets which we will look at, which operate according to different types of mechanics, and that the crescendo, the point and purpose of the story, if you want to put it that way, or the narrative of the mysterious letters comes together in the letter Qaf at Surah 50. And obviously there is some, as it were, postscript to that afterwards, which we'll get to in due course. I think we have enough to go to the writ set, which is the first set that we encounter, and I will just be following through with the text. Unfortunately, it's not possible technically, given the setup that I have, to use a cursor on the screen. It's a shame, because it would have been handy, but it isn't possible. So I'm just going to do the best that I can and sort of go in and out to the text to make points that I want to make. I've also rethought the process of having the tables set out actually on paper, and I'm going to do that slightly differently this time. But you know, we'll just sort of struggle along best we can. I don't suppose many people will have watched this to this stage anyway, so it doesn't hugely matter in terms of sort of mass publication. And for those people who will go through this and are prepared to follow it, you know, they'll make allowances for the reality on the ground, as it were. So let's go to this introduction to the writ set, and excuse me, let me just look at this. Yeah, so I have that in and out. Okay, so I'm just going to continue, and see how we go. I'll be using that one, I think, for now. So we start with the writ set. This is the first of the two main sets. Of course, there are three sets: the writ set, the remembrance set, and the Qur'an set. We're starting with the main set, and we're just going to go through seeing in play some of the tools that we've seen, and we will refer to the table as we go, so we can keep the big picture. We start with the writ set. Yeah, let's go with that one for now. The reader will benefit from referring to Table 2. Now, hopefully I should be able to pull up Table 2. Yes, I can. Now, Table 2. This sets out the writ set. You will need a proper screen to see this. If you're looking at this on a phone, you're not going to get it. And this table contains all of the elements which pertain to the writ set, and we will be jumping backwards and forwards. Now we're starting, if you look at the columns where you've got the #1, #2 all the way down, those are the instances of the mysterious letters in the order they occur in the Qur'an. If you look at the next column, you have double lines, and then horizontal hashes, double lines, horizontal lines, vertical lines rather, and then horizontal dashes. And then at the bottom you've got the sort of diamond shapes. Well, the vertical double lines are the writ set, the horizontal hash lines are the remembrance set, and then the last two at the end, at instances 29 and 30, are the Qur'an set. We're dealing here only with those portions of this which pertain to the vertical lines. And as I said before, when we're talking about the writ set, we are talking about, excuse me, those instances of the mysterious letters which begin with Alif Lam or with Ha Mim, and we shall see why as we proceed. On the third column, starting from the left, the numbers in brackets are the numbers of the surahs in which these occur. So the first instance of the mysterious letters occurs in the second surah. The second instance of the mysterious letters occurs in the third surah, and so on right the way down the line. The next column is the instance of the mysterious letters in the Arabic. Excuse me. The next column gives you the English transliteration of the Arabic, with some details which shall start to make sense as we go forward. Moving to what is page 13, the first column is self-evident. Now the next column gives you the type of tool we're talking about. So I covered briefly statements, and as pertain to the writ set, it's what it is the word writ in the nominative, in the opening context of what follows an instance of the muqatta'at. We have formulas. Formulas provide logic that you can leverage and additional nuance. We have signposts, and there are 4 signposts, and they're all within the writ set, and they all open with the formula or with the expression. Let's use that to keep it clear. the revelation of the writ, and we have oaths, which I have covered in some detail before. So that's the layout. We will be jumping back to this as we go forward, because this is really the bird's eye view of what we're talking about. So let's continue. All instances in the writ set are whole symbols. That is, their value pertains to the symbol as a whole, not to the individual letters which comprise it. Now, as ever, I'm actually using the reading of this to you as a means of proofreading my own text, so because I'm not going to be going through this again too much. So if you see typos, I know, because I'm picking them up as we go along. So while our understanding of this point will be refined downstream, thinking in terms of the whole symbol will provide the best start. As in language, here it is the totality of the letters as a word symbol which contains meaning, not the individual letters per se. So it is the word fish which puts one in mind of a fish, not that each of the letters of the word fish individually puts one in mind of some fraction of a fish. To take the analogy a little further, the fact that some letters in English are silent does not detract from the point above. So I'm just moving this here. Just because some letters in the word though are silent does not reduce or impact the meaning of the way though in any way. Really, just, you don't need to sort of hold this philosophy. I'm just trying to give you a kind of a basic image that will help understand the concepts that I'm really trying to convey. Again, this point will become more nuanced as we proceed, but it is important. Excuse me. But it is important to think past the idea that each value in the writ set corresponds individually to a discrete letter. I fell at this fence in my initial analysis of a few years ago, and it was correction of this error which precipitated much of the advance which has been made since. So I think that's clear, right? I mean, there's a chap who comments on some of my YouTube stuff who is Chinese, and this is much easier for him to grasp, the idea of something being a symbol, because of, in Chinese, not that I know Chinese of any kind, but they have the concept of the pictograph, of the image, of the symbol representing something, whereas coming from the West, where we have words written in alphabets, this is a little, not more difficult, but we have to make some sort of jump to that. Now, the value in all cases of the writ set is that of Al-Fatiha, i.e. Surah 1, and no instance in the writ set has any other value. So that's straightforward, and we shall see why this is the case as we process through this through this section of the work. The value is established for an instance of the writ set initially by the first of 5 statements in the writ set. And remember, I said what statements are. Statements are, if you can't remember, it's worth going back to where I described the tools. I will put tools and all these different things. I will put the time codes in. There's a lot to learn here. I know that there is, but you may want to go back and just review that. This statement, or the first statement, found at 2.2, provides the sole axiom in our analysis. And we'll get to what an axiom is in a minute. Our principal means of discerning values across this set is to understand that the word writ, as the grammatical subject of the sentence directly following an instance of the mysterious letters, has logistical significance. Now, I've really kind of rehashed the original definition. Such cases are categorized as statements. See Table 2 for a summary. So here we are. Here is Table 2, and we have all of the statements. If you look at the second column on the on page 13, it will list them. But we're going to go through them one by one and understand how they operate. By subject of the sentence, I mean that the word writ, Arabic kitab, is in the nominative indefinite, Arabic kitabun, or in the case of the statement or axiom, in the nominative definite, Arabic al-kitabu, and not in an oblique case as the subject of a verb or part of a genitive or idafa construction. It might be a little bit technical, but I will try to make it a bit more accessible for non-linguists or non-specialists. By directly following an instance of the mysterious letters, I mean that the word writ with these specific features either follows the instance of the mysterious letters in the opening clause, or if in the second clause, may be considered a nominative complement to the instance itself, i.e. such that it could be sensibly connected with the instance of the mysterious letters in English by means of is. I will explain these as we go through them. You don't need to be a linguist to get this. Even if you've never studied a foreign language or even studied English to any depth, or whatever your native language is, you do know that obviously you feel that there are differences between I and me. I say, he said to me. So in that case, it happens to be sort of a dative thing. Or he saw me. This is an accusative idea. Well, I'm sort of transposing from the grammars that I know better onto English, but it isn't the object. So not only do words have meaning in and of themselves, but they actually perform different functions in the sentence, and it's these functions in the sentence that I'm really talking about here. And these are known by grammarians. You can categorize. In fact, to give the traditionalist Muslim there that his due, there are whole books, tomes of them. I have several of which just categorize the grammatical characteristics of every single word in the Qur'an. And so this isn't something I've dreamt up. This is anybody with any understanding of grammar will see that these things are correct. Okay, to continue. By logistical significance, I mean that the word writ, as described above, signals two things. One, that the symbol to which it is attached pertains to the writ set, and two, that the symbol to which it is attached has a value, equal to that of instance 1, i.e. al-Fatiha. Okay, let's see if we can. It is important to emphasize that these statements, I apologize for the lag here, it's really just beyond my control. It is important to emphasize that these statements are not arbitrarily chosen or cherry-picked from a broader set. Those presented here comprise the only 5 cases where the word writ meets the criteria above which exist in the Qur'an. Now, to verify this, you're going to have a certain skill set. One is you have to be able to read the Arabic to some extent, and 2, you have to be able to use or have access to a database where you can search for these relatively quickly. I created my own, and that's what I've been using to facilitate much of my work. And if you want to prove it, then the way you do it, or disprove it, the way you do it is to have access to or create your own similar kind of database, and then to run searches on it and get really good at that, and then you'll be able to do this. This is why, one of the reasons why I've included the Arabic in all cases. I'm not going to translate or read it in the Arabic, but you can just you can see what specifically I'm talking about. So if you wish to check it, you can use that. Beyond statements, we look to the wording of what we call here formulas. Now, I have mentioned formulas above, and again, I do sometimes sort of double or repeat things I've already said, because I do understand that it It is quite complicated. Formulas provide either confirmation in the form of additional nuance. Excuse me. As I said, this hasn't been proofread. Formulas provide either confirmation in the form of additional nuance or leverage for logical conclusions, and we'll see these used. Like statements, they are nowhere arbitrarily chosen, and as with statements, details as to their frequency, or what I call incidence, in the Qur'an as a whole are supplied in every case. Now, while some of this may sound intimidating, I will do my best to walk the reader through each case using accessible language. Let's move that across here. Table 2, which is this one. Table 2 provides systematized tabulated data pertaining to the writ set, which will help the reader integrate the points which follow within a broader perspective. Or at least that's my hope. In summary, there are two principal means by which values across this set are established. The statement, of which there are 5 within this set, and which establish the value of the symbols to which they are attached to be equal to the value of the sole axiom, and we'll get into what I mean by an axiom, namely Al-Fatiha, and the formula. Need to make that bold. And the formula which which provides the tools, or which provide the tools to draw logical conclusions. The statement attached to the first instance in our study is also the sole axiom in the analysis, and it is to this instance which we now turn. So we're now beginning the study. Okay, instance 1. So when I say instance 1, I'm talking about, if you look here, I apologize that I don't have a cursor and I'm not able to show you, but if you look at #1, that's instance 1. If you follow the line across, it has all, and across both pages, you have all the information that you need there. So Alif Lam Mim, it's a statement stroke axiom, so it is a statement, the first statement, and it's also the sole axiom of our presentation, i.e. something which is true, taken to be true. And we have the opening context, which provides the proof, given our criteria, that this is in fact a statement in the writ set. So the instance of the al-huruf al-muqatta'at here is Alif Lam Mim. So we're looking here at instance 1. Also, as you'll see as we go through, this also applies to all the others in Alif Lam Mim, which is instance 2, instance 15, instance 16, instance 17, and instance 18. Because Alif Lam Mim as a symbol means a certain thing, it means that all other identical symbols mean the same thing. Okay? So, here we are, instance 1 at 2:1. The opening context reads, Alif Lam Mim. That is the writ about which there is no doubt. Note, the Arabic dhalika is equivalent to the English demonstrative pronoun that, and in Quranic usage refers always backwards to that which precedes or comes before the point in question. I have reviewed every instance of dhalika in the Qur'an, and this principle holds true in every case and is applied in this sense in every case in my translation from the Arabic in my work, The Qur'an, A Complete Revelation. The Arabist and non-sectarian translator from classical Arabic to English, A.J. Arbery, renders dhalika at 2:2 likewise. That's the first point to bear in mind. The second point is, it is widely agreed that the Bismillahs, and the Bismillahs is the opening honorific, the Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, which precedes all but one of the surahs in the Qur'an. It is widely agreed that the Bismillahs, other than that verse which opens Al-Fatiha, i.e. Surah 1, are merely surah divisions and not part of the revelation. And it is a fact that they are not numbered as verses. Accordingly, one can regard the Bismillah, which divides Al-Fatiha, Surah 1, and Al-Baqarah, Surah 2, as textual ornamentation. We will now consider the significance of the verses above, and for ease of reference, Al-Fatiha, i.e. the whole of Surah 1, is provided below. So, to proceed, in the name of God, the Almighty, the Merciful. Praise belongs to God, the Lord of all creation, the Almighty, the Merciful, Master of the Day of Judgment. Thee alone do we serve, and from Thee alone do we seek help. Guide Thou us on the straight path, the path of those whom Thou hast favoured, not of those who incur wrath, nor of those who go astray. And again, what immediately follows Al-Fatiha, i.e. instance 1 and its opening contexts, reads Alif Lam Mim. That, dhalika, is the writ about which there is no doubt. Dhalika al-kitabu la rayba fi in the Arabic. I'm not going to be giving you the Arabic as we go through because it's not really necessary. Thus, were a man to open a copy of the Qur'an and read from the very beginning at 1:1 through to the point we have indicated at 2:2 with a determination to understand every word, the only way what he reads can make logical and logistical sense is if the symbol Alif Lam Mim is both referred to by what immediately follows it, i.e. if the symbol Alif Lam Mim is indicated by the writ about which there is no doubt, while at the same time the symbol Alif Lam Mim itself possesses a value equal to Al-Fatiha, i.e. Surah 1. I'm going to say this again in a simpler way in a minute. There is simply no other way for either the symbol Alif Lam Mim or the phrase the writ about which there is no doubt to have meaning at this juncture, since the only writ extant at this point about which there is no doubt is Al-Fatiha itself. To put it another way, at this point, I'm going to just make an aside here. Now, the traditionalist has this whole narrative that the Qur'an was, revealed starting with this surah, and he said Iqra and blah, blah, blah. And you can prove Quranically that can't possibly be the case. But leaving all that to one side, also if you become sort of inducted in the traditionalists' cult, they won't have you read the Qur'an from the beginning through to the end. You'll start off with, some latter part of the Qur'an and blah, blah, blah. My own personal opinion, God gave us the Qur'an. He gave us this book in this order. I don't know about you, but I begin a book at the beginning. That's just how I begin a book. And so beginning at the beginning, Al-Fatiha, one of its meanings is opening or beginning. It seems rather obtuse to then jump to the end and jump around. No, I'm treating this as a book. So, beginning at the beginning, what I'm saying is if you're taking the text from Al-Fatiha, from the beginning, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, and reading that through to the end of Al-Fatiha, and then you read Alif Lam Mim, because we've agreed that all Bismillahs other than that which heads Al-Fatiha are textual adornment. Alif Lam Mim, that is the writ about which there is no doubt. Taking the text from the beginning to this point, I am now describing the only way that this can make logical sense. I'm not talking about some hadith-based, ephemeral invention. I'm talking about taking this text as a complete text, which is what it claims to be. Okay? So, to put it another way, at this point in the text, doubt can exist about the symbol Alif Lam Mim, but there can be none about Al-Fatiha, since it is both a complete thing in itself and in normal language. However, for the whole, i.e. from 1:1 through to the point at which our text stops within 2:2, to make sense, there must exist a correlation between Alif Lam Mim and what precedes it. I will describe what I mean by an analogy. Let us say that we have a cookery book, and the first page contains a recipe for cheesecake. Following the recipe for cheesecake is a pictorial representation of a cheesecake. Following the pictorial representation of a cheesecake, we encounter the following words: that is the recipe about which there is no doubt. Let us also assume that the rest of the book has been lost in a freak house fire. How would we understand the recipe for cheesecake, the pictorial representation of a cheesecake, and the single following phrase? We would know that the single thing about which we are absolutely certain, and this is an axiom, is the recipe for cheesecake. We would understand that the pictorial representation of the cheesecake represents the recipe for cheesecake, albeit by means of a different format. We would understand the phrase "that is the recipe about which there is no doubt" as indicating both entities preceding the phrase, the value of which we would understand to be equal. Okay, so if you had the recipe for cheesecake, then you have a picture of a cheesecake, and then you have "that is the recipe about which there is no doubt," we would understand that there is a correlation between this pictorial symbolic entity and what goes before it. We know that what goes before it, there is no doubt about that because we understand it. It's in normal language, but we would understand there's a correlation. These two things are in some way the same. At this point in the text, if you had nothing more, this is the only way you could understand it and for it to make sense. Okay? There is no other way of doing that. I'm sorry for belaboring the point, but I've spent months thinking about this, and you probably haven't. So I'm trying to kind of fill out the words on the page here. Alif Lam Mim is a symbol which represents the writ about which there is no doubt. And at this point, dhalika, pointing backwards, that is the writ about which there is no doubt. Now, if Alif Lam Mim were not there, were that symbol not there, we would understand this perfectly clearly, especially without this added, Bismillah. If it was just one text, you were applying your brain to the normative processes of understanding a text, there wouldn't be a problem. It's only because it's been overlaid with all of this, frankly, stuff coming in from the religion. But if you come to it as a text, that's dhalika, that is the writ. Kitab means something written down. Kataba means to write. I mean, the word kitab is translated in many ways, and those ways are acceptable and so on, valid. However, the root meaning of kitabun, is inherent in the root of the verb kataba. He wrote something down. It's something that it's a writ, something written, okay? Obviously, it's applied to scripture and etc., but this is its fundamental meaning. Now, in the context of a book, it can only mean that thing that's written before. And so that thing which is written before, there is no doubt about it. None, okay? Now we're, once we've started applying our minds to this in the way we would do in anything else that isn't connected with religion, we can start to understand it. The word writ in this instance of the writ set meets our standard for a statement being located in the clause immediately following the instance and is in the nominative case. Of the 5 statements of the writ set, this is the only one which is a definite noun, which reflects its role also as the sole precept about which there is no doubt, which we will call our axiom. So this is not a writ, it's the writ. Again, in the nominative, it's not kitabun, it's el-kitabu. And it's the only one, they're all 5 are in the nominative, but this is the only one which is definite. And as I say, this is the only axiom, the one thing that has to be true, the one thing which is given as a truism, which is what an axiom is. Okay, to continue. Having established the symbol Alif Lam Mim at instance 1 to have a value of al-Fatiha, we automatically know the value for instances 2, 15, 16, 17, and 18 because they all comprise the same value, the same symbol, Alif Lam Mim. Now let's just go see if we can get back to that. Is that one or that one? I think it's that one. Yes. So if you look at this, and again, if you're looking at this on some small telephone, you won't see it, but if you go to a computer and look at it, you will see it. Alif Lam Mim occurs at instance 1, 2, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Now, because the instance 1 is equal to al-Fatiha, it means that instance 2, instance 15, 16, 17, and 18 are all equal to al-Fatiha also. Why? Because we know these are symbols. We know that they have a value. We know what the symbol, we know what the value of instance 1 is, and because Alif Lam Mim is the same or in those places, it also has that same value. To continue. Note, we are not cherry picking or arbitrarily choosing our axiom from a broader data set. Neither the expression "that is the writ" nor the expression "that is the writ about which there is no doubt" occurs anywhere else in the Qur'an. The expression "the writ about which there is no doubt" occurs twice more in the Qur'an, and we address both later. We repeat that there is no need to review every instance of the writ set in detail, since not every instance is followed by an opening context which yields textual phenomena which meet the criteria of the terms we have listed above. And those which do not have have been elided from our analysis. However, it is precisely those instances which are followed by opening contexts which do meet these criteria, which together provide all parts of the knowledge required to understand the architecture of the mysterious letters. So what I'm saying is not all instances of the mysterious letters have the tools or provide these bits of these opening contexts which have the textual phenomenon that we've identified, but those which do provide enough for us to understand this entire thing. As mentioned above, the value of all instances in the writ set is static and independent of the order in which the instances of the set occur in the text. And since we are not bound to a linear discussion in this case, or in the case of the writ set, I present the instances below in an order which, it is hoped, eases comprehension of the mechanisms at work. So, not in all cases, I generally follow the order where I can as they come in the sequence, but in a couple of cases I do jump ahead and jump back because it just makes explanation of this intrinsically complex question a little easier. Moving to instance 3. So this is at Surah 7, Alif Lam Mim Sad, and we see that it has a statement. If you follow along the line, a writ sent down to thee. Again, writ being in the nominative singular. So let's get back to it. So here we are. This is instance 3 found in Surah 7, Alif Lam Mim Sad. So this is a different symbol, okay? A writ sent down to thee. So let there be no distress in thy heart therefrom, that thou warn thereby, and as a reminder to the believers. We note first that the symbol Alif Lam Mim Sad is unique to al-huruf al-muqatta'at. And what I'm saying is that the symbol occurs only once. We note first that the symbol, we've had that. There is no doubt as to the value of the symbol Alif Lam Mim Sad, since the opening text provides what we are calling a statement, i.e. kitab, kitabun, kitab in the nominative case. Okay. The function of a statement in the writ set is to signal that the symbol has a value equal to that of instance 1. All right, we had the axiom that ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ, that is the writ about which there is no doubt. And now we have 4 more which are also in the nominative indefinite, a writ. And we've established that this grammatical phenomenon indicates that this is a statement, and if it is a statement in the writ set, it means that that symbol to which it follows has a value equal to that of instance 1, and that of instance 1 is al-Fatiha. The function of a statement, to signal blah blah. Since the symbol alif lam mim sad occurs only once in the mysterious letters, this statement establishes the value of instance 3 as equal to that of al-Fatiha. So if we just go over again to here, if you look down, instance 1, instance 2, instance 3, alif lam mim sad is instance 3 is a writ, which is a statement, and therefore it is equal to instance 1, which itself is a statement stroke axiom, and that is the writ about which there is no doubt, and we know what that is. It's al-Fatiha. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward. All right, as a note, non-specialists or non-linguists may be assisted in understanding the significance of the word writ in the nominative case, kitabun, by mentally inserting is before a writ in English. Again, we are not cherry-picking our terms. This is the second of just 5 such places in the Qur'an which meet our criteria for a statement, all of them found within what I'm calling the writ set. We note the theme of warning associated with this instance, and while we do not belabor the point in this analysis, preferring to concentrate fully on the principal task at hand, the fact remains that the phenomenon of al-huruf al-muqatta'at is directly and repeatedly associated with themes of warning in the Qur'an. Finally, we note that the expression in which the statement occurs, a writ sent down to thee, occurs nowhere else in the Qur'an. Excuse me a second. It's bad writing style. My literature professors would chop my head off for that. Welcome to my world. This is what most of it looks like. It's very little to do with making YouTube videos and much more to do with this. So I hope you're following this, and I hope I'm doing a reasonable job of explaining it. I know it's complicated. I do know that. So moving on to instance 8. So just going to press that button. If you go down the left-hand side, these hash 1, hash 2, hash 3, hash 8. This is, now see, we've jumped forward a little bit, as I said we would do, because this helps us to, kind of, and it doesn't matter in the writ set anyway, because it's independent of the order of the writ set, because it has this static value. So instance 8, which is at Surah 14, Alif Lam Ra. And if we're looking over to the page 13, it is a statement, a writ we have sent down to thee. Okay? So now we're back by the magic of buttons. Instance 8. Now, something like instance 1, which, because once you've identified that symbol, means that you now know these other symbols. Once we've identified instance 8, we also know instance 4, instance 5, instance 6, and instance 9. Excuse me. The symbol Alif Lam Ra requires a few words by way of introduction. Firstly, the symbol Alif Lam Ra is the most frequent in the Alif Lam block, beyond that which serves also as the axiom. So what I'm saying is Alif Lam Mim serves as the axiom as well as a statement. So outside of that, this is the most common symbol in the Alif Lam block. And by Alif Lam block, I mean all those symbols which begin with Alif Lam. Alif Lam Mim, Alif Lam Ra, Alif Lam Mim Sad, Alif Lam Mim Ra. Those are all the symbols in the Alif Lam block. The other part of the writ set is the Hamim block. We'll get to that in due course. The remaining two symbols, which begin alif lam, outside of alif lam mim and alif lam ra, pertain to one instance only, so they're unique. Secondly, the symbol alif lam ra is unique within the mysterious letters in that it is attached to two statements. Now, I don't expect you to get wildly excited about this at the moment, but if you stick with this presentation to the end, you'll see why this is highly significant. As we progress, we will come to understand that alif lam ra is expressly attached to notions of the dual or of doubling, and will witness how this doubling feature reflects, defines, and guides the latter portion of this solution. Note, statements are attached to this symbol alif lam ra at both instance 8 and instance 5. We look at them in reverse order here at segment 8 and at segment 10, and interpose a review of instance 22 at segment 9. And this is done in order to prime the reader for certain key points in advance. So what I'm really doing here is expanding on my warning that this isn't going to be in the sequential order, and there are reasons for that. If we go back to my opening statements about the nature of al-huruf al-muqatta'at as something which is somewhat like a Chinese puzzle, or somewhat like a putting together a three-dimensional crossword puzzle, it does somewhat defy the opportunity of just putting it together in this step-by-step way. It requires a certain type of approach, and again, in my opening comments, I talk about my dream state. So if you are very, very left brain and autistic, and you want me to give you a step-by-step process, and first one, then two, a very sort of Germanic way of doing this, I'm a Celt. I can't do that. I come at this as I come to it. I can't, I apologize if it doesn't quite fit into this linear thing. But the Qur'an it accesses, in my opinion, both the analytical and the intuitive aspects of human nature. And to some extent, I think that once you understand what I'm presenting to you, you'll see that in some ways it symbolizes this fusion of the left and right hemispheres of the brain. Anyway, we'll just sort of plod on, and I hope that it will piece together as we go. Let's do that. So now we're looking at our first experience of alif lam ra at instance 8, which is surah 14. The opening context reads, alif lam ra, a writ we have sent down to thee. Now again, writ, kitabun, we know it's a statement. We know what a statement means in the writ set. Just to go back to, I'm sorry if I'm belaboring these points, but some people will require it. So if we look here at instance 8, a writ we have sent down to thee. So instance 8 has got writ. It is a statement, and anything with a statement is the same as instance 1, and instance 1 is al-Fatiha. You see, all of these all mean al-Fatiha because they have a statement. They have writ in the nominative. So the value of the symbol alif lam ra is plain, but since the opening text provides what we are calling a statement. The statement by itself means that all 5 instances in alif lam ra, namely instance 4, instance 5, instance 6, instance 8, and instance 9, let's make this a bit bigger, have the same value. The same value as of instance 1, i.e. al-Fatiha. So, we stated above that the symbol alif lam ra is uniquely attached to 2 statements, and we consider the second shortly. Note, the expression which opens the verse, a writ we have sent down to thee, occurs once more in the Qur'an. And here it is, a writ we have sent down to thee, one blessed that they might consider its proofs with care, and that those of insight might take heed. We note firstly that it is precisely careful consideration of the proofs pertaining to the writ, which is the engine driving the current analysis, and secondly that a single echo at 3829 of the opening context, which supplies the statement at 14.1, comports entirely with the doubling or dual aspect we have already observed to be attached to the symbol alif lam ra. So what I'm saying there is we've already observed that the symbol alif lam ra is the only one in the writ set which has two statements. That fact is significant, and this fact is also confirmed, or at least comports with, the fact that the opening statement to alif lam ra here has one single echo, i.e. this statement occurs twice in the Qur'an. That doubling is already being, you have the fact that alif lam ra is itself doubled, and now the opening context has an echo uniquely somewhere else in the Qur'an. So this theme of doubling, I'm just sort of signaling this, I'm sort of flagging this up, because this is going to be very important, especially as we get further into our analysis. Now we're going to move to instance 22. Now, if you drop down, looking down at this table, down to instance 22, we see instance 22 is in Hamim. It's at Surah 41, and that's what we're looking at now. Okay, so 22, and it opens with a writ, the proofs whereof are set out and detailed. All right, so that's where we are. Hamim. So this is instance 22, and therefore also instance 21, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, because it's the same symbol. Hamim occurs in no other configuration whatsoever. It's all Hamim, and we'll get into Hamim. And Hamim is incredibly interesting part of this, but we're just going to handle the first part of its application now. So we're talking about instance 22, which is Surah 41. So the opening context reads Ha-Mim, a revelation from the Almighty, the Merciful, a writ, the proofs whereof are set out and detailed. Now we begin by noting the following 2 points. We find here uniquely a clause inserted between the instance of the mysterious letters and the statement. We consider the significance of 41.2 below. So there's been this inserted thing, a revelation from the Almighty, the Merciful. And then we have a writ, the proofs whereof are set out in detail. 2. The opening context in which the statement is found comprises a formula also. Now it can be that a statement is also a formula, and where that occurs it says a writ, the proofs whereof, and then it continues. So this is both a statement and a formula. Okay, if you want clarification of this, it's worth going back to where I set out the tools and looking there. Regardless of the insertion of 41.2, the verse at 41.3 fully meets our definition of a statement, because writ is a nominative, Arabic kitabun, complement to the instance of the mysterious letters. Again, non-specialists may be assisted to understand what is meant here by mentally inserting is before a writ. Since the opening context contains a statement, we know the symbol here to have the same value as that of instance 1. Okay, again, writ in the nominative, i.e. al-Fatiha. Accordingly, all 7 instances of the symbol Hamim, namely 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, are members of the writ set with a value of al-Fatiha. We'll just look again at that. So, unfortunately, I can't show you with the cursor, but if you look down, you've got Hamim at 21, 22, 23, 25, 27, 28. There they are, and they all, therefore, have, since one of those symbols has this value, as indicated by the word writ in the nominative, we know that they all have it. All right. Now we're going to get, I think that's straightforward enough. Now we're going to get into some more complexity. Note, the expression a writ, the proofs whereof are set out and detailed, besides containing the statement, i.e. writ in the nominative, is a formula. Specifically, it is a significant variation of the formula at instance 5. And we consider this in full at segment 10. Now I'm just going to go back and show you. So let's look at instance 5. If we see, looking across there, across the line, it says at instance 5, a writ, the proofs whereof are fortified, then set out and detailed. And here we have at 22, a writ, the proofs whereof are set out and detailed. Now, we can see that these are similar but different. And what I realized was these are what I noticed, that there are what I would call significant variations, and that the differences themselves are significant. And by comparing these differences in the formulas, see the proofs, we achieve a logical leverage on the basis of which we can establish differences or certain principles or rules. Again, these things are not arbitrarily chosen. I'm sticking to very rigid criteria within a very rigid set of within a very rigid incidents within the Quranic text. You're treating the Quranic text as a closed, hermetically sealed environment. So I hope you're still with me. All right, so we know that Hamim, all of Hamims, going back to here, which are, what are they, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, they all have the same value of Al-Fatiha because it has a statement. We know it has a statement because it has kitabun, it has kitab in the nominative, in the opening context, following the instance of the mysterious letters. This is the constant. This is the phenomenon. I'm only choosing those places, and that incidence of those 5 places mean that we know that the ones that we've looked at, alif lam mim, alif lam ra, alif lam mim sad, and ha mim, all have a value of al-Fatiha. Okay, those symbols all do. We've also seen that alif lam ra has 2, which we'll get to in a minute. We've also, if we've been paying very close attention, noticed that there's one symbol that hasn't been identified yet. We'll get to that in a minute. But I just want us to kind of grasp these points first. We turn now to 41.2. I'll just move this over a bit. Now, we have established that 41.3 meets the criteria of a statement for the reasons that we've given. But this is inserted, as it were, in inverted commas, inserted statement, a revelation from the Almighty, the Merciful, signalled by 41.2. And that concerns the vital difference in how the value of Al-Fatiha is held internally by that symbol which comprises what we are calling here the Ha-Mim block, opposed to how the same symbol is held internally by those symbols beginning Alif Lam. What I'm saying here, what I'm signaling here is kind of jumping ahead a little bit, is if you think about the writ set, it comprises 2 types of symbol. You've got those that begin in Alif Lam, which, as I say, are Alif Lam Mim, Alif Lam Ra, Alif Lam Mim Ra, Alif Lam Mim Sad, and those which are in Ha Mim, which are all in Ha Mim. Now, as we progress, we will find that there's a difference in the way that these 2 basic types, the Alif Lam, as it were, lot, and the Ha Mim block, contain their value of Al-Fatiha in a different way, a way which is different between those 2 portions, those 2 halves of the writ set. So I'm just signaling that now, and if you've watched this before and have come back to watch it again, you will understand why that's going to be significant. However, we need a little more information before we will be ready to appreciate its import, and we'll return to this expression in segment 11 once we have garnered what we need. Now, the things that I've talked about here are a little bit complex. It's quite difficult to know in what order to present this. It may be that I haven't found the perfect way of presenting it in the correct order, but I've done the best that I can. Okay, just to sort of wrap that up, that part. We note that the expressions a revelation from the Almighty the Merciful and the truncated form from the Almighty the Merciful occur nowhere else in the Qur'an. Again, I make these points because my presentation is predicated upon incidents of textual phenomena, i.e. interesting stuff or stuff which happens, stuff with very particular textual phenomena which occurs a very limited amount of time. So I'm not just cherry picking, I'm saying this is what I'm choosing, these are my criteria, these occur only these amount of times. All right, let's carry on. So just to recap, and again, if you're really quick and you've already got this and I'm belaboring points that you've already understood, I do apologize, but I'm also very aware that some of this is complicated. Just to have a look back over, we now know the value of Alif Lam Mim at instance 2, 1, 2, 15, 16, 17 and 18. We know the value of Alif Lam Mim Sad at instance 3, which is unique. We know the value of all of the Alif Lam Ras at instance 4, 5, 6, 8 and 9, and we also know the value of all of the Hameems, which is 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28. And the reason why we know all of these is because they all have a statement with writ in the nominative, and that means they have the same value as instance 1, and we know the al-kitabu. We know ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ. We know that that is the writ about which there is no doubt. That is our axiom. We know it. We know it's true. It's absolutely correct. We know that. And that was the platform from which we embarked upon this journey. And that is the sole thing that we know. We know the Qur'an tells it. It tells it's true. It is true. If it cannot... I'm just kind of justifying that the Qur'an can only make sense at that point. On this basis. In fact, the Qur'an is almost bludgeons you into finding the answer to this thing. Have you not ever found when you read that is the book about which there is no doubt, thinking, and this misuse of dhalika, where they say, oh, it means what's coming up. No, it doesn't mean what's coming up. It means what's behind. That's how it's used. Let's take this book at its own measure of itself, and that's all I'm doing. Words have meaning. Anyway, enough of that. Let's proceed. So now we're going to look at, this is section 10, the formula at instance 5 and instance 22. Going back to our table, if we look here at 5, this is a formula, a writ, the proofs whereof are fortified, then set out and detailed, and the significant variation, which is at 22, a writ, the proofs whereof are set out and detailed. So this is the subject that we're going to look at now, and this will give us, this is our first experience up close and personal, as it were, of a formula. And we're going to see a formula, and this is not only a formula, this is a formula with a significant variation, and we'll see what this gives us, how we are able to leverage this to achieve objective data and, I hope, meaning. That's what I have been doing. So instance 5 at 11.1. While the value of the symbol Alif Lam Ra is established in segment 8 as Al-Fatiha and requires no further discussion as such, we list below the key points associated with this instance before looking at the significance of the formula it contains. So I'm just going to kind of, even though we already know Alif Lam Ra must have a value of al-Fatiha, because we've already seen that it has a statement in the opening context in another place. We also noted that Alif Lam Ra is uniquely possessed of two statements, and this is going to be very significant as we proceed. So we're looking at the second of these, Alif Lam Ra, a writ, the proofs whereof are fortified, then set out and detailed. And here I just reiterate what I've already said about, how to, that just mentally insert is into this to get it. And again, this is one of only 5 places in the Qur'an which meet our criteria for a statement. So I'm again just making the point, I'm not cherry picking here. You won't find any other places than those that I have established here, which are a writ in the nominative, in the opening context, following an instance of the muqatta'at. That's what we're doing here. Okay. The expression a writ, the proofs whereof are fortified, then set out and detailed, occurs nowhere else in the Qur'an. So I'm sure you're getting used to the way that I'm presenting this. As stated above, the symbol Alif Lam Ra, uniquely among the symbols which comprise the writ set, is attached to a statement twice, at instance 5 and at instance 8. This fact opens the way to us to understand the significant variation between the formula found at instance 5 and that at instance 22, to which subject we now turn. The formula above at instance 5 in Alif Lam Ra reads a writ, the proofs whereof are fortified, then set out and detailed. Meanwhile, in segment 9, we met a significant variation of the same formula in Hamim. This occurs at instance 22 and reads a writ, the proofs whereof are set out and detailed. Now, I've already shown you those in the table. Now, this significant variation between the formulas corresponds with differences in the characteristics between the two symbols. And now we shall see what those are. The symbol Alif Lam Ra and the symbol Hamim are both set out and detailed, this is one verb in the Arabic, by virtue of the fact that both occur multiple times within the writ set, and both are attached in a single instance to both a statement and a formula. All right, I'm just going to show you this again. So we're looking at instance 5, which is a statement and a formula. And we're looking at instance 22, which is a statement and a formula. A writ, the proofs whereof. A writ, the proofs whereof. Okay? These are the only hybrid, as it were, statement and formula expressions in the opening context. No other symbol in the mysterious letters is attached to both a statement and a formula in a single instance. So this is unique between Alif Lam Ra at instance 5 and Hamim at instance 22. They are attached to both a statement and a formula. But there's a difference between the statements and the formula. So in this way they are the same. In fact, they are uniquely the same. Point 2. While both Alif Lam Ra and Hamim have attachments to significant expressions, Alif Lam Ra is attached to at least one significant expression in every single instance. Okay, Alif Lam Ra, let's just go back to, when I say significant expression, I mean something important, something that we're using, one of the 30 tools that we're using to present our case. And let's just go back to here. So here we are, Alif Lam Ra. If you look down, Alif Lam Ra occurs at instance 4, instance 5, instance 6, instance 8, and instance 9. All of those have a significant expression attached to them. The same cannot be said of Hamim. Although Hamim has significant expressions at 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, Hamim at 23, Hamim at 23 does not. So there is a difference between them. Thus, Alif Lam Ra is fortified in a way which cannot be said of Hamim. Finally, we will see that the symbol Alif Lam Ra, uniquely fortified in dramatic fashion further into our analysis. See segment 41. As stated above, no other symbol in the mysterious letters is attached to both a statement and a formula in a single instance. And while Alif Lam Mim also occurs multiple times, 6, it is not attached to a significant expression in every instance. The unique symbol Alif Lam Mim Sad has only a statement, while the unique symbol Alif Lam Mim Ra has only a formula, for which we shall see below. So, in summary, there is a difference between Alif Lam Ra and Hamim. And whilst both occur multiple times and both have an instance which is both a statement and a formula, Alif Lam Ra is fortified in a way that cannot be said of Hamim. Firstly, because Alif Lam Ra has a significant expression. Because Alif Lam Ra has a significant expression in every single place which it occurs, which is not true of Hamim. Hamim at instance 23 does not have one. But also because Alif Lam Ra is fortified in the fact that it has two statements. It has uniquely two statements. And that is not true of Hamim, nor is it true of any other symbol in the writ set. So what we find is that the formula, in this case, as I say, formulas supply a logic or additional nuance. And what we're finding here is that this additional nuance confirms what we've found thus far. This is not arbitrary. This is not in some way simply subjective. This is based upon actual data that we can point to in the text, in these very specific opening contexts. It is true that Alif Lam Ra is set out and detailed. That's one phenomenon, and is fortified, and it is fortified in a way that is not true of Hamim. However, Hamim is set out and detailed in the fact that it has this unique to Alif Lam Ra and Hamim, this unique double quantity of being both a statement and a formula, but it is lacking in that it does not have two statements, and it's lacking in fortification in the sense that not every single symbol in Hamim has a significant expression attached to it, because one of them doesn't. So Alif Lam Ra has something over Hamim, and this is reflected in the formula itself, in this significant variation between the formulas, but it also confirms what we know about these particular symbols. I've done my best to explain this. As I say, I've spent an awful lot of time with this, so I hope that I'm doing what I set out to do. All right, we're now going to move. I'm looking at instance 7. I think I'm going to take a break before I get into this. Have a cup of tea. I've been talking now for an hour and a half, but we're going to get into instance 7 in a moment. And by the magic of YouTube, I should be back in the bat of an eyelid. Okay, then, by the magic of YouTube, I am now back, fed and watered, and we shall just proceed with this. And just remember my magic buttons. Yes, that one. Okay. So we're going to start with instance 7. Looking down here, if we go down the left-hand side, hash 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here we are, Alif Lam Mim Ra. That's right. And if we look horizontally across, we see that it has a formula. Those are the proofs of the writ. So that's what we're dealing with, and that's what we're going to be looking at. Again, this segment requires particular attention since it contains some unique features. And while these features require some extra effort on our part, they yield information which is central to understanding this solution. There is a certain amount of spade work that has to be followed here, and if you're this far into this presentation, you know, you're going to get it if you've stuck with it however long this has been going. But you're going to need, I would recommend, a pen and paper, and just, you know, stopping this presentation and going through some parts of it maybe a little bit more carefully to see what I'm saying. Don't just take my word for it. Actually go through it and prove it to yourself. There are 2 or maybe 3 parts in this entire presentation which will require something similar, but this is worth doing because, just as a bit of backstory, we've used up all of the statements in the writ set, all 5 of them. We've already seen them, and so we're now going to see why and how the formula here and what we already know is sufficient to understanding that in this case Alif Lam Mim Ra is also a member of the writ set. So whilst it might not seem wildly exciting to you, it is pretty exciting if you've spent a lot of time on this, so I'll do my best to explain it. So here we are, instance 7 in Alif Lam Mim Ra. The opening context reads, Alif Lam Mim Ra, those are the proofs of the writ. Remember, proofs of the writ. This indicates that this significant phrase is a formula. And what has been sent down to thee from thy Lord is the truth, but most men do not believe. 13:1. We note first that the symbol Alif Lam Mim Ra is unique to al-huruf al-muqatta'at. So this symbol occurs only once. There's no other instance in Alif Lam Mim Ra. It just doesn't exist. We observe that the opening context does not supply a statement, i.e. it is not followed by writ in the nominative, which is the means by which we establish the value is equal to that of instance 1, namely al-Fatiha. Rather, this unique symbol at this instance is followed by a formula, a significant variation of which occurs also at instance 9. I'm just going to cut over to that, instance 9. So we are at instance 7. Those are the proofs of the writ. And we have a formula which is a significant variation of the same formula at instance 9. Those are the proofs of the writ and of a clear recitation or a clear Qur'an. Oops, a daisy, wrong button. We consider the standard formula here in our process of identifying the value of the symbol Alif Lam Mim Ra, and this formula is discussed again in this section at segment 12. Okay, so we're just going to deal with what pertains to this particular instance, and then we'll look at this significant variation. So let's move this up. Okay, our standard sort of statements here. The expression, those are the proofs of the writ, is found nowhere as a complete clause outside of instance 7 and instance 9. So again, we are establishing the incidence of the textual phenomena which we are using as the mechanism both to prove and to demonstrate and to illustrate. I don't think you can use both with 3 things, but you know what I mean. Our case. So let's move that across here. Now, despite the absence of a statement at instance 7, we can prove that the symbol Alif Lam Mim Ra has the value held by all parts of the writ set on the basis of what we know. Before commencing, I'd like to reiterate here that it is best to think past the idea of individual letters in the writ set holding parts of al-Fatiha, since this will facilitate a better grasp of the nature of the set moving forward. Again, I refer you to the analogy with silent letters, which we covered in the introduction. So if you're still sort of not clear on that, perhaps it's worth going back and looking at that. So with that in mind, and what I mean is that we are firmly have firmly grasped the concept that it's the symbol that at least at this part in our presentation, it is the symbol itself in the writ set which is possessed of the value, rather than thinking in terms of alif, lam, mim, and so on. Again, this understanding will become more nuanced very shortly, but if we start with this, it will provide a better platform for properly understanding what it is I'm trying to explain. So we list below the points which have been established. Number 1, the symbol alif, lam, mim has a value of al-fatiha. We know this. 2, the symbol alif, lam, ra has a value of al-fatiha. We know this also. 3, the symbol alif, lam, mim, sad has a value of al-fatiha. And 4, the symbol ha, mim has a value of al-fatiha. One can also see by reviewing table 2 that, hold on, give me a second, I shall pull up table 2 if I can read this at the same time. Oops, a daisy, not that one. That the symbol alif, lam, ra is attached to a formula in those are the proofs of the wise writ. So if you look at instance 4 and follow it across, you'll see a formula. Those are the proofs of the wise writ. Okay, so this is important and will be as we proceed through this segment. 2, the symbol alif, lam, mim is attached also to a formula in those are the proofs of the wise writ. So if you look at instance 17, we see that it has exactly the same formula as we find at instance 4. Okay. 3, the symbol alif, lam, mim, ra is attached to a formula in those are the proofs of the writ, for which see instance 7, which is what we're currently looking at. And 4, the symbol alif, lam, ra is attached to a formula which opens those are the proofs of the writ at instance 9. Now, we've already acknowledged that there is a significant variation between instance 7 and instance 9, and we'll get to that. But right now we're dealing with these portions, okay? So, having acknowledged these things, we can draw some conclusions based on the same. It's true that we don't have a statement for alif, lam, mim, ra, but knowing what we've just summarized, we can draw the following conclusions. Using X to indicate al-fatiha, we can summarize our first point in the following manner. If alif, lam, mim equals X and alif, lam, ra equals X, then mim must equal ra. This is logically, inescapable. Okay. If you don't understand this, I'm afraid I'm not going to have time to explain it to you. But if you've done basic algebra, you'll see that this is the case. I don't know that I'm really able to make it any simpler than this. No, I'm not. I'm afraid it's beyond me. But if you sit down with a piece of paper and if the whole of alif, lam, mim is equal to one thing, and the whole of alif, lam, ra is equal to the same thing, then it must be that whatever we mean by any of what we've just talked about, that the mim bit and the ra bit must be worth the same thing. Okay? If you can't follow that, then perhaps you need to go and just have a look at some very basic algebra. But this is correct. All right. So let's break this down a bit. If alif, lam, mim and alif, lam, ra are equal to the same thing, and actually it makes no difference what that thing is, I mean, philosophically it doesn't, then we know that the values of mim and ra, whatever they may or may not be, again it makes no difference, must be equal. And we know this because there is simply no other way for alif lam mim and alif lam ra to be equal to the same thing, other than if mim and ra are themselves equal to the same thing. Okay? So, again, I've spent an awful long time with this. So if this seems a little bit difficult, just go through it with a piece of paper. If you've got background in maths, you're thinking, of course I get it, just move on. But a lot of people watching this won't have that. In fact, I don't have that. So I'm just sort of trying to make the point for people who are approaching this from different levels of education in different backgrounds. I'm a literature major. To be perfectly honest, I never really liked maths very much, and I'm not very good at it. So if you're not either, that makes two of us. Okay, to move on to the next one. If alif lam mim equals x and alif lam mim sod equal x, then sod must be null, must have a null value. It has no value. It's a nothing value. And what this means is, if alif lam mim and alif lam mim sod are equal to the same thing, again, it makes no difference what that thing is, then whatever the value of alif lam mim and alif lam mim sod may be, we know for certain that sod cannot have a value of any kind. For if it did, no matter what that value might be, it is simply impossible for alif lam mim and alif lam mim sod to be equal to the same thing. Now, I've spent a long time thinking about this, and again, if you don't have a maths background or a logic background or something like that, you might be kind of going, and I understand that, but please don't write to me and with that you're not getting this. Unless you have a maths degree. If you have a maths or a logic background and you find fault with this, please do let me know. Please explain it in very simple language, because as I say, I'm not a maths guy. But I've run this past math guys and it's logically sound within this context. So if you're not getting it because you don't have a maths background, again, that's fine. But please do your basic due diligence before writing to me for explanations, because I'll know if you've understood it or not. Okay, and I'm not here to, I don't care who understands this. What I'm interested in this presentation is the very few people who will do their due diligence, who can follow this right the way through to the end, and can identify any problems that there may be with it. I've done the very best that I can do. Or they can say this could be done simpler, and can explain how it could be done simpler. In fact, they can write it out for me how it might be done simpler. That's what I'm doing here. I'm really using the people who follow my YouTube stuff in a way that I would have used colleagues in the university setting to run this past closer people before releasing it to a broader audience. That's what I'm doing here. I'm not trying to persuade Kim Kardashian followers of the truth of this or anything like that. It's nothing to do with that. I'm really soft releasing this to a limited amount of people who will spend the however many hours it's going to take to go through all of this to follow what I'm talking about. I hope that makes sense. All right. If you've gone through that and understood it, we'll move to the next part of this, which are the formulas we listed above. The first one reads, let's see if we can make this a bit bigger. Okay. We turn now to the formulas we listed above. Those are the proofs of the wise writ, which we will label Y. And those are the proofs of the writ, which we will uniquely and amazingly label Z, or Z if you're in the States. Again, these formulas occur twice each across the text of the Qur'an. These are the only places they occur. Again, incidence is what I'm appealing to in presenting my case, which I believe stands beyond any reasonable doubt. These formulas occur twice each across the text of the Qur'an. Y at instance 4 in Alif Lam Ra, and instance 17 in Alif Lam Mim. So let's have a quick look at that. Instance 4 is in Alif Lam Ra, those are the proofs of the wise writ, and instance 17, which is in Alif Lam Mim, those are the proofs of the wise writ. Now, it's not just that these are the only places that suit me. These are the only places that these expressions occur in the entire Quran, okay? And Z, or Z, which occurs at instance 7, which is what we're talking about here. If we just go back to here, occurs at instance 7, which is in Alif, Lam, Mim, Ra, which is what we're primarily dealing with here, which has no statement and yet is a unique instance, a unique symbol of the mysterious letters. So it occurs there at instance 7, and it occurs at instance 9. So instance 7 has the formula, those are the proofs of the writ, and instance 9 has those are the proofs of the writ, and it goes on, it does continue in a significant variation, and we will come to that significant variation in due course, but the principal thing that we need to understand is that this formula, let's just go back to it, oops, daisy, wrong one, that one, excuse me, I'm having button madness here. This formula at instance 7, those are the proofs of the writ, and instance 9, those are the proofs of the writ, occur only in these two places. And what we're doing is we're leveraging these textual phenomena with very limited incidents within the text in order to derive information upon which we can build logical, and I use that word in the sense that I used it in the introduction, in the sense of inferring this inductive model to derive logical conclusions. So let's continue. On the basis of the above, we can conclude that if Alif, Lam, Mim equals Y, and Alif, Lam, Ra equals Y, and Alif, Lam, Ra equals Z, and Alif, Lam, Mim, Ra equals Z, then Mim and Ra must not only be equal, but Mim and Ra must also be null. Now again, this isn't something you can just listen to while you're doing the washing up and get. You need a pen and paper, and you need to go through this and just work it out logically. And unless you can demonstrate to me on the basis of some very clear logic that this is incorrect, I'm certain that it's correct. And if you go through it in a very methodical way, you'll see that it is. And if it is, then we can come to some useful conclusions. All right, let's use that one. Which one we want to do? That one. Okay. So what this means in sort of English is if Alif, Lam, Mim and Alif, Lam, Ra are equal to the same thing, again, it makes no difference what that thing is, and Alif, Lam, Ra and Alif, Lam, Mim, Ra are equal to another thing, again, it makes no difference what that thing is, then Alif, Lam, Ra is equal to both the things, no matter what they are. And the only way for that to be the case is if both those things have the same value, i.e. if the value of Y and the value of Z are equal. And if both those things have the same value, then all four symbols have to be equal to the same value also. And if all four symbols are equal to the same value, then Mim and Ra must not only be equal, but Mim and Ra must also be null. This is easily proven. Replace Mim and Ra with any value you like in the three symbols above and try to get the same result in all cases. It's not possible. Again, this will take some time to go through. You can take it from me. To understand this took considerably longer than it's taking to explain it. However, this isn't anybody with a basic maths and background, just sort of GCSEs in the UK, you can get this, right? This is easily proven. As I say, replace Mim and Ra with any value. Peanut butter sandwich, A, B, it doesn't matter what it is. in all three symbols above and try to get the same result in all cases, and it's not possible. The only way you can do it is if those three symbols, or those two symbols, mim and ra, are null, i.e. they have no value. In summary, what we have seen above proves that sad, mim and ra are null within the writ set. Okay? This means that the value of al-Fatiha is carried by the letters alif and lam only within the alif lam sector of the writ set, with the remaining letters in every symbol in this sector being as it were silent, i.e. null. It means also that instance 7, which is alif lam mim ra, has a value of al-Fatiha because the symbol alif lam mim ra begins with the letters alif lam, and we know that the remaining letters in this symbol are null. But these facts have a further impact. Given what we now know about mim in the writ set, it follows that the value, i.e. of al-Fatiha, in the ha mim block must be held by ha alone. Now I'm just going to make an aside here to say that you will have to go through this with a pen and paper, but when you've done it, you'll see that it's right. And secondly, that I would like to return to what I said about in the writ set about symbols containing the value. We have to stay away from my original mistake in my first attempt at this, which was not to understand that the symbols in the writ set are just that. They are symbols. They are not discrete letters. So whilst we have identified that the letters sad, mim and ra in the writ set are null, and the implication of that is, well, the unavoidable implication of that is that it's alif and lam that together convey, as it were, the sounded letters of the alif lam sector of the writ set, whilst it is those two letters which convey the value of al-Fatiha, and whilst it is ha alone within the ha mim block within the writ set which conveys the value of al-Fatiha, there is still no sense in which these letters are discrete. It just so happens that this value is within the alif lam sector is held within two letters in the symbol, and that it is held by one letter in ha mim. Just try to hold on to that distinction between this and what will follow quite shortly in the remembrance set, because it's a distinction that the offence at which I fell personally, and having got this distinction, you can actually put the rest of the solution to al-huruf al-muqatta'at together, so it's worth keeping it, so especially if you've stuck with this long. Okay, so on that note, we are equipped to pick up the point we left at segment 9, namely how the expression at 41.2 signifies the vital difference in how the value of al-Fatiha is held internally by the ha mim block, opposed to how the same value is held internally by the alif lam sector. And it may help to look at table 4 while following this point. I haven't got table 4 set up. We need first to consider that the expression at 41.2, a revelation from the Almighty the Merciful, begins with tanzil, the word which means something sent down, and which features in all 4 signposts. All right, so if we're dealing with signposts, I'll just quickly split to this. Okay, so here we are. If we look at instance 18, 21, 27 and 28, if you look on page 13, you'll see the revelation of the writ, the revelation of the writ, the revelation of the writ, the revelation of the writ. This is what I'm talking about as a signpost, talking about something sent down. Okay? The principal purpose of which, this signpost that I've just mentioned to you, and which we will come across again further into our presentation closer to the end, is to emphasize the value of al-Fatiha as something sent down through the writ set. This point will be vital to understanding the merging of the remembrance set with the writ set, which follows the Ha-Mim block, which is the crescendo of the drama of the mysterious letters. So with this bit of background covered, we may now progress to our key point on this subject. We will remember that a revelation from the Almighty the Merciful is a second nominative complement to the Ha-Mim symbol, uniquely in combination with the statement in the case of instance 22. This means that the symbol Ha-Mim is a clearly single entity, i.e. a single revelation or single thing sent down from another entity, from, i.e. the Almighty the Merciful, one which, while comprising two attributes, is intrinsically of a single nature. The two attributes of God here in no sense imply a duality of nature. Thus, the components of this uniquely inserted expression mirror precisely the distinction between the Ha-Mim symbol, in which the value of al-Fatiha is contained in a single letter, and what it has been sent down from, i.e. from those symbols beginning in Alif Lam, where that same single value of al-Fatiha is comprised by these two letters. Further into our analysis, we will come to see why the writ set has to utilize the letters Ha-Mim rather than simply repeating Alif Lam, for which see segment 33, and why the letters Sad and Mim and Ra are made null in the writ set, for which see segments 20 and 41. Now, if we look, what I'm trying to identify, and I wish I had a cursor, but I don't. If you look down the Alif Lam ones, okay, so we're starting Alif Lam at instance 1, 2, 3, 4, going all the way down up until 9. So that's one block of Alif Lam. And then we've got some of the remembrance set. And then we're starting again at instance 15. This is 15, 16, 17, 18. This is Alif Lam. So as it were, these are two things, i.e. it's two letters which hold the value of the writ. And then if we go down to instance 21, we've got Ha-Mim, and because we know that Sad, Mim and Ra are all null, it means that now in the Ha-Mim block, the value of al-Fatiha is comprised by Ha alone. This is the point that I'm struggling to make, and this is why it's important what we saw at 41.2, and it's uniquely, it is Tanzil, it is a revelation from the Almighty the Merciful, which we looked at before, which I said was the first point, which I said was a bit complicated to get. And here, this is signposting to us and comporting with what we have discovered, which is that the value of al-Fatiha is in fact is coming down. Tanzilun min ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So it's tanzil, one thing being sent down from two attributes, the Almighty, the Merciful, which mirrors exactly the fact that the value of al-Fatiha is comprised within the Alif Lam block within two things, and then is, I don't like to use the word compressed, but is then conveyed only by one thing in the Ha-Mim block. And we know this because we know that Mim, Ra and Sad are all null within the writ set. I hope that's clear. All right. The remaining significant variation in formula. Consideration of the principal instances of the writ set above has provided data sufficient to identify all symbols which participate in what we are calling the writ set, i.e. those symbols which convey a value of al-Fatiha, and we are approaching the end of that part of our analysis which focuses on the writ set. We saw at instance 7 at segment 11 the formula "those are the proofs of the writ," and are aware that there is a significant variation of the same formula at instance 9. Now I'm just going to switch over so we can see this. If we look at formula 7, hashtags #7, formula "those are the proofs of the writ," and then look beneath it at 9, there's a formula which is a significant variation of the same. "Those are the proofs of the writ and of a clear recitation." Okay, so what I'm saying is we haven't covered this distinction between these two significant variations. Ideally, and in the interests of good housekeeping, we would dispatch here what is the sole remaining formula found only in the writ set, i.e. at instance 9. However, to do so would deprive the reader of catching the full import of the comparison between the two variations of this formula. Either I have to state what that import is here and ask the reader to remember it until almost the end of the presentation, or I can refrain from including this part of the puzzle until that point where it makes most sense, and when I get there, remind the reader at this point as a piece of unfinished business. While neither course is ideal, I think the second one preferable to the alternative. Accordingly, I have placed this part of the analysis at the end of segment 43. So just to say what I'm saying here, or prove it, or demonstrate it rather, if you look at instance 7, those are the proofs of the writ, which we've also already covered, because that was part of our logical process by which we understood that alif lam mim ra has a value of al-Fatiha. So we included the beginning of we included the formula at 7, and we included the identical part of the same formula at 9 as part of that demonstration. But the latter part of the formula at 9, which comprises a significant variation from that which we find at 7, we're not going to cover here because it makes more sense to cover it later. So again, if you're a very left brain person and like things in order, I sympathize, but it just is what it is, and it's better for us to just leave it till the end of the presentation, because there are things we need to learn in the meantime in order to get it. And so when we get to that, I will signal that we're returning to this piece of unfinished business. So, summary of the writ set. The key points we've established in our analysis of the writ set are that the value of all instances in the writ set is al-Fatiha, that within the writ set it is the ha in the ha mim block and the alif lam in the alif lam sector which contain the value. The remaining 3 letters which feature in the writ set, typo, Sod, Mim and Ra are null where they occur within the writ set. And this point will be significant further into our analysis, particularly at segment 41. Our process has been neither arbitrary nor eclectic. It is founded upon a single unique axiom, itself a statement, along with the only remaining 4 cases in the Qur'an which meet our definition of a statement within the writ set, and logic based upon formulas and significant variations of the same, which are also almost universally unique, both in their locations, i.e. forming the opening context following an instance of the mysterious letters, as well as expressions across the Qur'an as a whole. Where a significant expression is found in any other context, that information has been supplied. And what I mean by this is I haven't been, I'll make the point again, I haven't been cherry picking my data here. I've been absolutely transparent in the amount of times anything occurs, and in fact almost bludgeoning the listener to death with the with my point about the incidence of each of these textual expressions and textual phenomena. And again, it's the incidence of these things, and to a lesser extent the locations of these things, which I am leveraging in order to make my case, a case which exists within the closed, sealed arena of the Quranic text. I hope this is clear. I'm really doing my best here to get this, to convey this. Thus, our process has been made fully transparent. Omitted from this part of our analysis is the formula at instance 6. Now, let me just show you where that is. Instance 6, if you look at instance 6, this is in Alif Lam Ra. If you follow that across, the formula is, those are the proofs of the clear writ. Since this formula is found both in the writ set and the remembrance set, and I'll just show you here, you won't see this here because this emphasizes the writ set, but if you look at 6, at instance 6, those are the proofs of the clear writ. And then we look, oh dear, here at instance 12 and 14, both of which are in the remembrance set, those are the proofs of the clear writ. So here we uniquely have the situation where you have the same formula participating in both sets, and this will be very significant as we continue. And it's for this reason that we're not going to look at the formula in instance 6 here, because it pertains also to the remembrance set, and in order to understand its purpose we would have to know about the remembrance set, and since we don't, it's unavoidable that we have to look at this in the correct place. Since this formula is found both in the writ set and the remembrance set, and since it has implications also for the Qur'an set, remember this is the last two instances, this is instance 29 and instance 30, the last two instances of the mysterious letters, discussion of its role is left to the following section. Discussion of the oaths found within the writ set, and I'll just show you where those are. If you look at the writ set, here we go down to the oaths, you'll find oaths at instance 25 and instance 26, both in Hamim, is left to a later point in the presentation. Actually, it's left to the place where we discuss oaths as a whole. Those are the proofs of the writ, has been explained in segment 12. We've reached the end of the writ set. I will just show you the writ set again. If you look through those with the parallel vertical lines, we've covered and we understand the value of each of these. As I said at the outset, the value of these is in no way dependent upon the order in which they come. I hope I found the optimum order in which to present them in order to present the other things that you have to learn about, specifically formulas and the variations, significant variations of formulas. But ultimately, it might have been possible to begin with, well, I think we had to begin with instance 1, but the order in which we approach these doesn't affect the outcome in the writ set. Now that's going to change as we move into the remembrance set. And so I'm going to take another break here, and I will again join you by the magic of buttons and YouTube in half an hour or so, and we'll get into the remembrance set, which is a whole new world. So I'll see you then. Okay, if you're still with me, what we're going to do is get into the remembrance set, and we've got a lot to get through, so let's just start. All right. Introduction to the remembrance set. We turn now to the remembrance set. The reader will benefit from referring to table 3, which presents a visual overview of what follows. All right, so what we have here is an overview of all of the instances of the mysterious letters, with an emphasis on the remembrance and Qur'an sets. And unfortunately, I don't have access to a cursor in this setup, but if you look, you'll see that we're starting at instance 10, which is Surah 19, and the remembrance set comprises 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 19, 20 and 24. And then as I signaled at the beginning of this, the writ set and the remembrance set merge into a single letter, qaf, at sort of 50, which is really the crescendo, or the sort of climax of this drama. And I regard it as a drama. It really is. Okay, so that gives you an overview, and we will refer to this as we to this table as we go through. Now, the constitution of the remembrance set is dynamically different to that of the writ set. Firstly, all letters in the remembrance set have a discrete value, i.e. one letter bears one value and another letter bears another value, and so on. Now, this is fundamentally different to what we saw in the writ set. Although we saw in the writ set that there is the alif lam sector of the writ set, and there's the hamim sector of the writ set, and we saw also that the value of al-Fatiha is contained within two letters, alif and lam, in the alif lam sector, and within one letter in the hamim sector. Nevertheless, the symbols, the components which make up the writ set, are precisely that. They are symbols, and there is no sense in which an individual letter in the writ set can be said to have a discrete value, to have any portion, even the whole portion of al-Fatiha. Clearly, ha does comprise that, but it is a different philosophical order to what we're going to see now in the remembrance set, in which, going back to my original comment about words in the English language, some words have silent letters. For example, the word though has silent letters. It is still the word though, which not all parts of the word though convey sound, but the whole of the word though sort of conveys the meaning of the word though. It's not some portion of the word though which sort of imparts some portion of the sense of though. Here, philosophically, the very fabric of the symbols or letters which make up the remembrance set are different, and that's what we're going to look at. So they each have a discrete value, i.e. one letter bears one value and another letter bears another value, and so on. There are 5 discrete values in total in the remembrance set, and each represents a separate portion of Surah 19, prefaced by instance 10 in the letters Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain and Sad. Thus, the 5 values we will meet in this set are both discrete and unique. And this is a fundamental sea change. And it's a fundamental sea change because what we saw in the writ set is there's one value and it applies to all symbols, whereas here we have 5 letters, Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain and Sad, and each of them, Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain and Sad, has a discrete value. And these 5 values, which are first found in Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain and Sad respectively, comprise all the values which we find in the remembrance set, but they are discrete, i.e. they are separate and self-contained. The statement, i.e. the mechanism by which value is defined in each case is, and remember thou in the writ. This expression occurs precisely 5 times in Surah 19, where in each case it introduces a discrete narrative associated with a particular prophet. The expression, and remember thou in the writ, occurs nowhere else in the Qur'an. And again, I keep bludgeoning home this point that the platform upon which I'm making my presentation is the incidents and to some extent the position of the phrases, of the significant expressions which I have identified. So it's not simply that I'm clutching these or grabbing them out of the ether. these expressions occur a very clear amount of times. And in this case, what I'm identifying as the statement, i.e. the thing which by which means we attribute values to these letters, this statement, and remember thou in the writ, occurs 5 times only, and 5 times only in this surah. And 5 times only in this surah, where it introduces a discrete segment of text treating of a particular prophet. Okay, this is the key thing to remember. The second key distinction between this and what we've seen up to hitherto is that the letters of the remembrance set pass their values downwards within the set along what I term the line of position. So here we are going to go back to this. So looking here, Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, Sad, and we're seeing that whatever they've got, we'll get into the details of that, is being passed downwards, down this line of position. Okay? Like the first Kaf is passing to Ta, Ta is passing to Ta, Ta is passing to Ta, downward to Ya, Sad, and Ain. This is the first sort of line of position. So this is a distinct difference from what we've seen before, i.e. that the first letter in an instance passes its value to the first letter in the instance of the remembrance set below. The second letter in an instance passes its value to the second letter in the instance of the remembrance set below, and so on. Thus, the letters in the remembrance set are variables, i.e. capable of containing more than one value. The letters which make up the remembrance set comprise 2 types of variable. The first type of variable comprises the letters found at instance 10, i.e. the letters Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, and Sad, and which receive a value there by means of the statement identified above. These letters retain that original value when they reappear below, even outside their original line of position, where they accept also whatever value or values are passed to them. This event occurs 3 times at instances 19, 20, and 24. And I call this type special values. Now I'm just going to show you. If you look here at 19, if you see where that's Yasin. So what's happening here is that one of the original letters from Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, and Sad is reappearing here outside the original line of position. Now, just preface this by saying if you look at instance 11, you see that Ha is passed down from Ha above in the second line of position, but it hasn't crossed the line of position. It hasn't got anything different above it. In the cases of 19, 20, and 24, instances 19, 20, and 24, we have one of the original letters of Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, and Sad, which I am calling special variables, are reappearing here, crossing this line of position, i.e. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, and brings with it its own pre-existing value, the value which it received at instance 10. And this happens at 19, at 20, and at 24, where we see at 19 that Ya has reappeared and it has crossed the line of position. It's come from the 3rd position at 10 down to the 1st position at 19. And at 20, Sad has come down from the 5th position at 10 down to the 1st position at 20. And finally at 24, we see Ain has reappeared, crossed the line of position. It's come down from the 4th position at 10 down to the 1st position at 24. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about special variables. It's worth getting this distinction because without it you're not going to get what's going to come. There are 2. There's a special variable, and these are the letters which comprise Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, and Sad. They have a value given to them at instance 10, which is Surah 19. They are special variables. They bring their value down with them. We see that Ha passes downwards along the same line of position and receives nothing down from it, anything different from above. So it just takes its own value with it. But the other three, Ya, Sad and Ain, reappear in instance 19, 20 and 24, crossing the line of position, and they bring their own value with them. This is what I mean when I'm talking about a special variable. Variables are things which can have more than one value, but these are special variables because they bring with them the value that they were originally given. Okay, this is a distinction worth getting. In fact, entirely worth getting. You have to have it. The second type of variable comprises those letters which participate in the remembrance set and are not found among the letters at instance 10. These letters are ta, sin, and mim. This second type of variable has no inherent value and simply accepts and passes whatever value is passed to it along the line of position. I call this type ordinary variables. So this is the distinction between an ordinary variable and a special variable. A special variable has, as it were, quote unquote, intrinsic value. It has the value that it is declared to have, given to it by a statement. And remember, thou in the writ, these 5 statements which occur in Surah 19 occur nowhere else. These are special variables. They have their variable, they have their value, and they bring that value with them, even when they cross the line of position. And they will, as variables, accept anything else passed down to it along the line of position. Then we have the remaining symbols or letters in the remembrance set, i.e. those which do not participate in Surah 19, which are not found at the 10th instance, which are, we listed them, which are ta, sin and mim. And ta, sin and mim, and these letters alone, are ordinary variables. And what that means is they have no intrinsic value. They don't start off with a value. They just appear here and they have a value passed down to them. So they accept that value. But they don't have an intrinsic value. I hope that that distinction is clear. The values passed along a line of position accumulate when different. E.g., if a value of A is passed downwards along the line of position to a letter with a value of B, then the result is A and B. Now, if you're a maths major, I don't mean it is A plus B. I mean it is with some sort of sum, some sort of result. It's A and B, A and the B together now. Okay, if you think of it as a basket, okay, you had a banana in your basket, you're passing the banana in the basket down the line of position, and you have an orange. The orange goes into the basket as well. So in the basket there is now a banana and an orange. Okay, it's the two things in the basket. If you already have an orange, there's already an orange in the basket, you don't throw a second orange in there. The basket has an orange, it has got the orange value. Let's say you have a banana, now it has orange and a banana. So there's an addition of the value where the value is different. We're not achieving a sum, like a mathematical sum. We're just saying of what total things are in the basket. Okay, this will make sense in a minute. Accumulation occurs only when the values are different. So if a value of A is passed downwards along the line of position to a letter which has a value of A, the result remains A. Okay, so if you're passing a banana down to a basket with a banana in it, the basket remains with a single banana in it. Okay, there's no duplication of bananas. The letter Qaf at instance 24 is a special case. I'll just punch that up so you can see. If you look down the bottom there, Qaf at instance 24, which is Surah 42, is a special case which we will get into, and actually isn't the exception that proves the rule, as we shall see. Is a special case, one which we will discuss in due course. What has been summarized above will become clear as we examine concrete examples. So please, if you've just listened to this introduction and it doesn't seem to make sense, that's fine, because it will do as we go forward. I just wanted to as you will have seen, that my policy now in trying to explain this is not so much to, sort of present pieces and let you follow them. It's more the military, what they do in the army. They tell you what they're going to tell you. They tell you, then they tell you that they told you. That's kind of what I'm doing here, because the subject matter is difficult enough as it is, right? So I'm not going to try to surprise anybody with, denouement. It's just, this is how it works. So, introduction to instance 10. Now, the first thing one observes here is the visually disruptive nature of the instance of the mysterious letters in Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, and Sad, both in the sequence to this point and overall, since its form diverges from all other instances in a way which is both graphic and obvious, signalling that it represents something qualitatively different to what precedes it, or in fact even follows it to some extent. So just have a quick look at this. Pulling this up, here we have, if you look down the column with the Arabic, you'll see that Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, and Sad is, it's distinctly different. It's distinctly different to anything else. It's saying, hey, look at me. Well, that's how I saw it when I was doing this work. It's shouting out, I'm a sore thumb, I'm different. And it is. So let's understand how and why. This instance comprises 5 letters, more than any other. Moreover, what I mean more than any other instance. Moreover, 4 of those letters are entirely new to us. The opening context reads Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, Sad, a remembrance of the mercy of thy Lord to his servant Zechariah. When he called to his Lord with a secret call, he said, My Lord, feeble are become the bones within me, and my head is aflame with white hair. Yet never have I been wretched in my call to thee, my Lord. But I fear my heirs after me, and my wife is barren. So give thou me from thyself an heir, to inherit from me, and to inherit from the house of Jacob, and make thou him, my Lord, pleasing. O Zechariah, we bring thee glad tidings of a lad whose name is John. We have not made a namesake for him before. He said, My Lord, how will I have a lad when my wife is barren, and I have reached extreme old age? Said he. Thus said thy Lord, It is easy for me, and I created thee before when thou wast not anything. He said, My Lord, make thou for me a proof. Said he, Thy proof is that thou shalt not speak to men 3 days, being sound. And he went out to his people from the chamber and instructed them, Give you glory morning and evening. O John, hold thou fast the writ. And we gave him judgment when a child, and tenderness from us, and purity, and he was in prudent fear, and dutiful to his parents, and he was not arrogant or defiant. And peace be upon him the day he was born, and the day he dies, and the day he is raised up alive. Now that's 19:1 through 15. The opening context informs us precisely of the nature of this instance, and by extension of the whole of the remembrance set. It is a remembrance of the mercy of thy Lord to his servant Zechariah, an expression which occurs nowhere else in the Qur'an. So again, we're coming to the text not as a sort of a clothes horse upon which to fling extraneous bits of literature written 200 years later. We're treating it as if it is what it claims to be, which is a complete revelation. So the narrative treating of Zechariah may be summarized as follows. 19:3. Zechariah called to his Lord with a secret call. That is, he draws close to God in sincerity. At 19:4, Zechariah says, My Lord, feeble are become the bones within me, and my head is aflame with white hair. Yet never have I been wretched in my call to thee, my Lord. That is, he expresses his dependency upon God in terms of faith and gratitude. 19:7. God responds, "O Zachariah." In Arabic, this entails the use of the vocative. In Arabic, ya. 19:7 through 12. God gives and keeps a promise to Zachariah, here regarding a son, John, or Yahya in the Arabic. And 19:12 through 15. John is told, "Hold thou fast the writ," i.e., he's instructed to observe the written revelation given by God, and given good qualities and peace. He is to be raised after his death. These points correspond exactly, thematically, with the lives of 5 prophets contained within 5 discrete stories in the same surah, each of which is introduced by the statement, "And remember thou in the writ." Now, these 5 stories treat of Mary and Jesus, actually Jesus, as we'll come to see. This is 19:16 through 40. Abraham, 19:41 through 50. Moses, 19:51 through 53. Ishmael, 19:54 through 55. And Idris, 19:56 through 57. We will consider our summary of the remembrance treating of Zechariah in terms of the discrete narratives which follow in order. So, what am I saying here? What I'm saying, just briefly, is that there is a correlation. It's told you what it is. It says, this is a remembrance of thy Lord to Zechariah. And so we read the remembrance of Zechariah, we break it down into its principal key points, and then we find that there is a direct correlation. In some ways, I suppose, having understood Alif Lam Mim as at the beginning of our original axiom there, there's some sort of correlation in what we're doing here. This is this. It tells you what it is. Let's accept that and then see if it fits. And actually it does. So what I'm saying is that there are 5 principal points in the remembrance of Zechariah, which then give us our platform whereby we can understand the statements which follow, which are signaled, the mechanics of which are signaled by this statement, by this set expression, and remember thou in the writ, whoever it is. So we're going to continue with this. So we start with the letter Qaf. So let's look first at Zechariah's narrative segment. Number 1, Zechariah called to his Lord with a secret call, that is, he draws close to God in sincerity. Then we have the discrete narrative 1, and remember thou in the writ Mary, excuse me, I need a drop of water, whose story is found at 19:16 through 40, the focus and object of which is Jesus. So what are these connections? The following points, over and above the fact that Zechariah was Mary's guardian, connect the 2 stories. Both Mary and Zechariah seek God in sincerity. Mary withdraws entirely from her people, seclusion being a reliable indicator of time dedicated to God alone and supplication to him at 19:16 through 17, and Zechariah petitions God at 19:3. Both receive answers. Mary at 19:17 and Zechariah at 19:7. Both are promised sons by God's command. Mary at 19:19 and Zechariah at 19:7. Both question that command. Mary at 19:20 and Zechariah at 19:8. Both are commanded not to speak to men for a term. Mary at 19:26 and Zechariah at 19:10. Both are given sons by miraculous means. Both sons are given the writ. For John, see 19:12, and for Jesus, see 19:30. Both sons are prophets. For John, see 3:29, and for Jesus, see 19:30. On the basis of the above, we can reliably identify the first letter in the instance, Qaf, with the first of the 5 discrete narratives. Observations. The story of Mary is directed towards Jesus, and we mark it as such in what follows. A standard epithet for Jesus in the Qur'an is God's word, in Arabic kalima, found at 3:39, 345, 4, 171. And this epithet begins with the letter Kaf. We move on to the next letter. Ha. Zechariah's narrative statement 2. Zechariah says, "Never have I been wretched in my call to thee, my Lord," at 19:4. Discrete narrative 2. And remember thou in the writ Abraham, whose story is found at 19:41 through 50. Connections. The following points connect the two stories. The word wretched, which in Arabic is shaqi. Zechariah says, "My Lord, feeble are become the bones within me, and my head is aflame with white hair, yet never have I been wretched in my call to thee, my Lord," at 19:4. And Abraham says, "It may be that I will not in my call to my Lord be wretched." Again, it's the same word, at 19:48. Both cease trusting in outside strength or support and call upon God alone. Zechariah at 19:3 through 5 and Abraham at 19:48. After withdrawing and calling upon God, both are blessed with progeny. Zechariah at 19:7 and Abraham at 19:49, and both receive progeny in old age. On this basis, we can reliably identify the second letter in the instance Ha, Ha, with the second of the 5 discrete narratives. Observations. The Arabic name Abraham, or Ibrahim, contains the letter Ha. Letter 3, Ya. So we start with Zechariah's narrative segment. Segment 3. God responds, "O Zechariah." Thus, God addresses Zechariah using the vocative, Arabic Ya, at 19:7. Discrete narrative 3. And remember thou in the writ Moses, whose story is found at 19:51 through 53. Connections. The following points connect the two stories. Both men are addressed individually by God. Zechariah in direct speech at 19:7 and Moses at 19:52 by means of narrative summary, which references the direct speech found elsewhere. This presupposes the use of the vocative, which in Arabic is Ya. The letter under discussion in this case, in fact, is the means by which the vocative is formed in Arabic. Moses is the individual addressed in the vocative by name in the Qur'an more frequently than any other and by a wide margin. Moses 24 times, Adam 5 times, Mary 5 times, Jesus 4 times, Abraham 4 times, Noah 4 times, Shu'aib 3 times, Salih twice, Lut twice, Hud once, Zechariah once, John once, Harun once, and David once. Note, one might admit the following individuals also if one regards the epithets as names rather than titles, and I sort of picked those up. Pharaoh twice, Dhul Qarnayn twice, Haman twice, Iblis twice, Samiri once, and Malik once. Those are, we've covered all the bases there. Let's move that over a little bit more. Both ask for and receive support to complete their missions. Zechariah in the form of a son at 19:5 through 6, and Moses in the form of his brother, found in summary at 19:53, which references the more detailed narratives elsewhere. On the basis of the above, we can reliably identify the third letter in the instance, Ya, with the third of the 5 discrete narratives. Observations. The Arabic name Moses, Musa, ends in Ya, which is visually identical in the unadorned text with Ya. Additionally, we see this value passed to the ordinary variable in Mim in segment 24, Mim being the letter with which the name Moses, in Arabic Musa, begins. This is something we will come to understand when we get to it. Okay, next one, letter 4 in Ain. Move that up there if we can. Okay, Zechariah's narrative segment 4. God gives and keeps a promise to Zechariah regarding a son, John, at 19:7 through 11. The discrete narrative is, and remember thou in the writ Ishmael, whose story is found at 1954 through 55. Connections. The segment treating of Ishmael is very short, comprising only 2 verses, but the following points connect the 2 stories. The verse at 1954 states, "He was true to the promise." Although generally read as describing Ishmael himself, it can be read also as an aside referencing God's promise to Abraham of a son. Whereas the Hebrew scriptures claim Isaac as the son of promise delivered to Abraham in his old age, both Ishmael and Isaac are presented in the Qur'an as sons of Abraham's old age and fruit of his supplication to God. See 1439. Both Zechariah and Ishmael enjoin things upon their people. Zechariah instructs his people, "Give you glory morning and evening." That's at 1911. And Ishmael enjoins the duty and the purity at 1955. Zechariah asks for a son who is pleasing at 1906. Ishmael is described as pleasing in the sight of his Lord at 1955. And on the basis of the above, we can reliably identify the 4th letter in the instance, Ain, with the 4th of the 5 discrete narratives. Observations. The Arabic name Ishmael or Ismail contains Ain at its center, as does the Arabic for promise, Wa'ad. Next, 20. Letter 5, Sod. Zechariah's narrative segment 5. John is told, "Hold thou fast the writ," and given good qualities and peace. He is to be raised after his death at 19:12 through 15. Discrete narrative 5. And remember thou in the writ Idris, whose story is found at 1956 through 57. Connections. The segment treating of Idris is also very short, again comprising only 2 verses, but the following connection between the 2 stories can be made. High levels of exaltation or praise. The story of Idris concludes at 1957 with the statement that God raised Idris to a high station, while the story of John concludes at 1915 with the words, "And peace be upon him the day he was born and the day he dies and the day he's raised up alive." The use of raised in the English in both cases is coincidental and expresses 2 different words in Arabic. The salient point here is that both achieved ultimate success in this life and in eternity. Given the paucity of textual material treating of Idris in this surah, we must look outside it. Idris is mentioned at only one other place in the Qur'an, and that is 2185, where he is counted among the patient. In the context of revelation, this can only mean persistence in adhering to the directives of that revelation. In other words, holding fast the writ, which John is directed to do at 1912. On the basis of the above, we can reliably identify the 5th letter, the instance Sod, with the 5th of the 5 discrete narratives. Observations. The verse at 1956, which treats of Idris, states he was a man of truth and a prophet. The term rendered here man of truth is siddiq, and in Arabic begins with Sod, which is the letter which we're talking about. The word patient in Arabic, see comments treating of 2185 above, begins also with Sod. Note, we will recall that the letter Sod is found also in the writ set, and that it is determined there to have a null value. This fact implies a confirmation of the null value we determined for this letter in the writ set, since without that clear null value there would exist an ambiguity between Sod in its role in the writ set and in its role in the remembrance set. However, given the clear null value it demonstrates in the writ set, no such ambiguity exists. We shall see in due course that all 3 letters with a null value in the writ set, Sod, Mim, and Ra, feature either in the remembrance set or in what follows it. No letter which participates participates in the writ set other than the 3 null valued letters mentioned above exists outside that set. You may be asking yourself about Ra. Hold that thought, we shall come to it. Summary of instance 10. We have seen how the opening narrative, which treats of Zechariah, connects thematically with each of the 5 letters of the instance which precedes that opening narrative and each of the discrete narratives which follow it. We noted how the expression "and remember thou" in the writ operates as the statement binding the discrete text, i.e. that portion of text which treats of one of these prophets, as a value to each letter in the instance Qaf Ha Ya Ayn Sad. Additionally, we noted that the expression "and remember thou" in the writ occurs nowhere else in the Qur'an except these 5 places. The values for this instance are listed below. These values are the only values which exist within the remembrance set. So here we've listed Qaf Ha Ya Ayn Sad with the relevant segments of discrete text, which are the values for each of these letters. Again, we will remember that this is a conceptually different terrain to what we saw with the writ set, where there is this, it's the value pertains to the symbol. Here there is a very clear discrete letter system where each letter has a very particular value. And we'll get into how these values work in this set as we progress. Now, just as a bit of an aside, this is not the place for a detailed examination of the question of the collective significance of the prophets, Jesus, Abraham, Moses, Ishmael and Idris, as compiled within the remembrance set. The principal purpose of this work is to establish the values and mechanisms of the mysterious letters. However, I will allow myself the following observations. Clearly, Abraham is the great patriarch, following whom Moses brought the Torah and Jesus the Injil, or Gospel. What is meant by this latter term is beyond the remit of this work. Ishmael was a son of Abraham, from whom Muhammad is said to have descended and who received the Qur'an. Parenthood, inheritance and offspring are noticeable themes within Surah 19, and the nature of the remembrance set, where values are passed downwards, seems a graphic confirmation of this. We note that the 2 final letters, Ayn and Sad, in instance 10, seem junior to the first 3, since their values are omitted from the process we shall see later at instances 11, 12, 13 and 14. And just quickly to sort of go ahead to hit there, if we've just looked at instance 10, which Qaf Ha Ya Ayn Sad, and if we look below at instance 11 and instance 12, instance 13 and instance 14, we see there's something going on there which we're going to be looking at in due course. And we note also that Ayn and Sad, these last 2 letters in instance 10, are not involved in any way in that. The identity of Idris is debated. Some assert him to be the prophet Enoch, the grandfather of Noah, not the son of Cain. Others assert him to be Hermes Trismegistus, a mythological or semi-mythological personality associated with Thoth or Thoth, the Egyptian god of wisdom. I know of no means of establishing the case one way or the other on the basis of the Qur'an, and this is not the place for such speculation. So that is the extent to which I'm going to discuss this subject of why these prophets, we just accept that this is what we're being given, and these are the values, and let's just move on that basis, because quite frankly, we've got enough to be dealing with. So, what I'm going to do now is to tell you, in military fashion, tell you what I'm going to tell you. We're going to now look at the mechanical process by which the values we established above are passed down through the remainder of the set, and how that process culminates in the merging of all parts of the remembrance set in the letter Qaf at instance 24. Right, before we get into that, so what I'm going to be showing you here, I'm just going to explain to you how it works, going through each one. Instance, we looked at instance 10, we're going to look at 11, 12, 13, 14, 19, 20, And then we're going to get to 24, which is where this rather special thing is going to happen. So that's what I'm going to do now. And then when that's done, we're going to prove that what I've said is happening. So following that, we will consider the formulas, signposts and oaths which support this process, by which point the reader will have sufficient data to judge whether what we assert now to be the mechanical process in operation is in fact correct. We include only the opening contexts for those instances which comprise or contain a signpost, formula or oath, i.e. significant expressions which impact the mysterious letters. This means that we have elided those opening contexts which pertain to instance 11 and instance 24. The process which follows is laid out visually in table 3. So this is table 3, we've seen it before, and we shall see it again. So on the left hand side of this, you've got all of the instances, and you can see what's being passed down to where, which we will explain shortly. And on the right hand side, we have the statement, which is seen. There are 5 of them in instance 10, and beneath this, or below this, we have the other significant expressions which impact this set primarily, and that's what we're going to be looking at. Instance 11, for context, this is what comes unsurprisingly after instance 10 and is in ta, ha. And as I said, the opening context has nothing which comports with our criteria for significant expressions, and therefore we're not going to, you're welcome to look it up yourself, but it has no place in this presentation. We're not arbitrarily choosing to ignore bits that don't fit with our presentation. It's just that we have very clearly defined definitions for what comprises a statement, a formula, an oath, or a signpost, and this opening context is none of those, so we're just ignoring it. The value of special variable kaf is passed from position 1 at instance 10 down the line of position to the ordinary variable ta at position 1 here. So we're not going to do this for every single one, but let's have a look. So here at instance 10, we have the kaf, as you can see there, and its value, which we have already identified, is being passed downwards to the letter ta at instance 11. Now ta is if we remember the distinction between special variables and ordinary variables, ta is an ordinary variable. It has no intrinsic value of its own. It just simply accepts what's being passed down to it, and what's being passed down to it is the value of the special variable kaf. So it's just receiving that value. Meanwhile, the special variable ha reappears here in the same line of position as above. Accordingly, there is no change in its value. So if we look back here, we see that ha at instance 10 is just moving downwards. It is a special variable, but it's just moving itself down. It's not crossing the line of position, therefore it's not impacting, it's not joining itself to another variable. It's just going down the line of position. So ha has moved from instance 10 in the second line of position to instance 11 at the second line of position. Accordingly, there is no change in its value. A little side note here. This is the only case in the remembrance set where a special variable, i.e. a letter which features in the original kaf ha ya ain sad at instance 10, reappears in the same line of position as it occurs at instance 10, and is the only case where a special variable has the same value outside instance 10 as within it. The values of this instance are as follows. So we know that kaf has a value of Jesus, this particular piece of discrete text, and that value is passing from the special value at kaf down to ta. The ha, which is the second letter in the kaf ha ya ain sad instance, is a special variable, and it is bringing its value down the same line of position to position 2 in instance 11, and as it has the same value above, it has the same value here, which is that of Abraham at 1941 through 50, that discrete text. So that bit is clear. We move on to the next instance. Now again, I'm just outlining the mechanics of this. We'll get into proving why these mechanics are correct later. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to put this in a way that I'm just telling you directly. Again, going back to my Cluedo analogy, it's like that, or simile. Rather than sort of presenting everything for you to follow, I'm just telling you, Professor Plum murdered the secretary with the candlestick in the library, and then I'm going to prove to you why, rather than having to piece the pieces together and expect the listener or the reader to follow me, because I just know that isn't going to happen. And why should it? People are busy, but this is worth following, and it's, for me anyway, even putting it together in this way, if you're interested in the result, I try to sort of contain my own personal enthusiasm for this and just stick to the facts, but it has been a fascinating process. Anyway, to continue. Instance 12. So what do we mean by instance 12? Instance 12 is, here it is, instance 12 is in Ba Sin Mim at Surah 26. Okay? And we see also, if we continue along the line horizontally, that this has a formula. These are the proofs of the clear writ. We've actually seen this formula at instance 6 in the writ set, but we won't get waylaid by that right now. So the opening context contains a formula. We will get waylaid by it right now. Okay, we consider the formula in two places. At segment 31, together with the sole incidents of this same formula in the remembrance set, and in segment 32, together with the sole incidence of the same formula in the writ set. So we're going to, the formula that is appended to or accompanies this instance of the mysterious letters, we're going to look at that in two separate places, and there's a reason why, which we'll get to. Now the opening context here reads Ba Sin Mim. Those are the proofs of the clear writ. The value of the ordinary, okay, here we're just sticking to the mechanics, of course, yeah. The value of the ordinary variable bar at position 1 at instance 11 passes down the line of position to the ordinary variable bar at position 1 here. Again, ordinary variables simply adopt the value passed to them and having no inherent value of their own. Accordingly, there is no change to the value. So, I expect you've got this, and I'm sorry for belaboring it, but some people will appreciate it. So where we are is at instance 12. So the ordinary variable at Taha, at instance 11, that bar is just has the value of Jesus. It's just passing that down to the next bar. So what's happening is that these are ordinary variables. They don't have any intrinsic variable. They're just passing down what they've had passed to them. So the tar above is being passed, the value which is being held by the variable tar above is being passed from that tar at instance 11 to this tar at instance 12. Accordingly, there is no change to the value. Meanwhile, the value of the special variable ha at position 2 in instance 11 passes down the line of position to the ordinary variable sin at position 2 here. Ordinary variables simply adopt the value passed to them, having no inherent value of their own. Accordingly, there is no change to the value. Just to show you this, because it kind of dull, I do understand that, but it's worth sticking with. If we're looking here at instance 12, what we see is we have seen in the second line of position, we had the special variable ha had passed from instance 10 to instance 11, and now it's just passing downwards its value, which is a single value, the value it had originally there, and it's just passing it to the ordinary variable sin, and there's no change to that value. And the reason is that no special value is passing the line of position, bringing with it its original value to create what we'll see happening in due course. Okay. Finally, the value of special variable ya passes down the line of position from position 3 at instance 10 to the ordinary variable meme at position 3 at instance 12. Ordinary variables, I got this valuable thing in my mind. Ordinary variables simply adopt the value passed to them, having no inherent value of their own. Okay, in my mind, I've just got this kind of hybrid word, value and variable. That's why I'm getting them confused. So here we are. We see that what's happening is that the ya at position 3 in instance 10 is passing from there to the ordinary variable of meme at instance 12. Okay, I think this should be. I can't make it any simpler than this, so I hope that you're getting this. Yep, done that. Note the original letters of the remembrance set, i.e. the special variables we encountered at instance 10, have now been entirely replaced. And we consider the requirement for this replacement at segment 30. Now, oops, wrong button. Let's go back to this one. This is quite important because when we get to later into our analysis, it's going to be significant. If you go back to instance 10, we had the special variables, kaf, ha, ya, ayn, and sad. Okay. Now, as we go down to instance 11, what's happened is that kaf has been replaced by ta and ha is remained. So here we have one ordinary variable, ta, and one special variable, ha. It's only at instance 12 that we have none of the original special variables. They've all been replaced. Ta, sin, and meme are all ordinary variables. And looking above, at kaf, ha, ya, ayn, sad, none of those are a feature there. But beneath this, we have ta and sin, both of which are ordinary variables. Beneath that, we have ta, sin, meme again, all of which are ordinary variables. And this segment, where the original values have all been replaced by ordinary values, is the only place in the remembrance set where that is the case. Because if you look further down, it goes to ya and sin. At this point, we have one of the original special variables has rejoined us. That's the ya, crossing the line of position, coming from position 3 at 10 down to position 1. Then we have sad. So here we have a sole instance where just the sad has rejoined. And we have ayn, sin, kaf at instance 24. So all that to say, I know this is kind of dull, it would seem, but it's worth knowing because this block, ta, sin, meme, ta, sin, meme, is a kind of a special zone. Okay, there's been this replacement process that is complete only in this segment. This is significant and will be significant as we go forward. So the value of ta, sin, meme is ta, which is an ordinary variable which has adopted or been given or had passed to it the value of kaf. Sin, which is an ordinary variable which has had adopted or had passed to it the variable of ha. And meme, an ordinary variable which has had passed to it the value of ya. All right. Moving onwards. Instance 13. Let's just have a quick look at what we're doing here. Instance 13. Okay, so instance 13 is at Surah 27. And it is in ta, sin. It has a formula. Those are the proofs of the Qur'an and of a clear writ. Okay, so this is the territory that we're going to be looking at now. The opening context contains a formula. We consider this formula at 31, at segment 31. Ta, sin, those are the proofs of the Qur'an and of a clear writ. As I say, we'll look at this formula elsewhere. What we're just doing here is establishing the mechanics. The value of the ordinary variable ta at position 1 in instance 12 passes down the line of position to the ordinary variable ta at position 1 here. Ordinary ordinary variables simply adopt the value passed to them, having no inherent value of their own. Accordingly, there is no change to the value. Meanwhile, the value of the ordinary variable sin at position 2 at instance 12 passes down the line of position to the ordinary variable sin at position 2 here. ordinary variables simply adopt the value passed to them, having no inherent value of their own. Accordingly, there is no change to the value. Note, this instance is what we might consider the filling of the 3-instance fully replaced sandwich comprising instances 12, 13 and 14. I'm going to go back to this because this bit is important. So what we've seen here at 13 is that the value of bar, which it's been passing at instance 12, is passing down to the position 1 instance 13, and sin is doing the same thing. Again, this segment, instance 12, 13 and 14 represents this zone, and bar sin here at instance 13 is, as it were, the filling of this fully replaced sandwich. I'm labouring this point. I'm labouring this point because it is important. Not now, but it will be important, and it's perhaps better to bore you a little bit with kind of going over this more than perhaps would be necessary normally, because of what follows. So I'm just really trying to punch this point home, that this segment, this section, this zone is this 3-instance zone where you've got these 2 identical instances sandwiched with this one kind of shorter, truncated version of the same thing, where they're all replaced, representing some sort of special or separate area. This is important. So we know what the values of these things are, and we can move on to the next instance. So instance 14 is in dar sin mim. The opening context contains a formula. We consider this formula in 2 places. At segment 31, together with the sole incidence of the same formula in the remembrance set, and at segment 32, together with the sole incidence of the same formula in the writ set. So basically what I'm saying is that we're going to, we'll get into the details of the formula later on. I'm just sticking to what this thing is and the mechanics of it, what's going on, because this is so different from what happened in the writ set, and it just makes more sense to set out to tell you what I've told you and then tell you that I've told you, rather than trying to do this any other way, because I've tried other ways, it just doesn't work. Okay. So the opening context reads dar sin mim. Those are the proofs of the clear writ. Okay, so getting into the mechanics of it, I'm trying to sort of pick myself up off the floor because I've been reading for hours, and even though it is interesting to me, you can't see what I can see, but I'm actually having to read quite small text, and for long periods of time it's just tiring. The value of the ordinary variable bar at position 1 at instance 13 passes down the line of position to the ordinary variable bar at position 1 here. Accordingly, there is no change to the value. Meanwhile, the value of the ordinary variable sin at position 2 at instance 13 passes down the line of position to the ordinary variable sin at position 2 here. Accordingly, there is no change to the variable, and you know what I mean. And finally, the value of ordinary variable mim passes down the line of position from position 3 at instance 12. Excuse me, there's a slight typo here. From instance 12 to the ordinary variable mim at position 3 here. So instance 14, what you can see it laid out visually here. Dar is moving down, sin is moving down, mim is moving down from instance 12. It has a formula. Those are the proofs of the clear writ. We're not getting into that now. We just remember that it's interesting that instance 12 and instance 14 have the same formula. Those are the proofs of the clear writ. And at instance 6 in the writ set, we have the same formula. That's going to be significant as we move forward. And also this represents the close, as it were, of this fully replaced, supplanted segment where the original special variables are fully replaced by these ordinary variables. That's going to change. This is the only place. The instance 11 doesn't have it because it has dar ha. Ha is a special variable. And what follows doesn't have it because special variables come in. It's just these 3 instances, 12, 13 and 14, 2 identical ones in dar sin mim with dar sin in the middle, forming this, as it were, sandwich. I've really bludgeoned these points home. If you've stuck with this long, I hope you will credit me with good intentions of doing this, because I'm not just saying this because I think people are not able to understand what I'm saying, but because I know how important this is going to be to understanding the next parts, and because you've put in this amount of time to understand what I'm talking about. I owe you the duty of signposting properly what's coming up. So so here I've summarized the values of ta, sin, mim, which we already know. And we're going to look at instance 19. Okay, so instance 19, if we just quickly go into here, instance 19 we see at Surah 36 is Ya Sin. Now if we go back here, Ya Sin, Surah 36, the opening context comprises an oath. We consider oaths in the remembrance set at segment 35. The opening context reads Ya Sin, by the wise Qur'an. Now the special variable Ya from instance 10 reappears here. We recall that special variables can traverse lines of position and that they bring their original value with them. Since special variable Ya enters the line of position at position 1, it accumulates also the value passed down to it from the ordinary variable Ta in position 1 at instance 14. This results in 2 accumulated values. I'm just going to switch over to here. Now, I wish that I had a cursor to point, but unfortunately the program I'm using doesn't allow that in this particular setup. But if you look at instance 10, the third letter, if we go Kaf Ha Ya, this is a special variable. It brings its value, which is the story of Musa, with it. It's crossing the line of position and entering line 1, bringing with it its original value. And because it's a variable, it's just a different type of variable, it receives also the value passed down to it from instance 14 from Ta. And we know the value of that is Jesus and that piece of text, and so that's what's happening here. Meanwhile, the value of the ordinary variable Sin at position 2 at instance 14 passes down the line of position to the ordinary variable Sin at position 2 here. Accordingly, there is no change to that value. So I think that's clear. We've discussed Ta being passed down to Ya, and we've understood that Ya is a special variable. It's bringing its value with it from Ya at position 3 to Ya at position 1 in 19. And Sin, we already know that this is an ordinary value. It's taking this ordinary value is passing down from like to like, from Sin to Sin. So accordingly, there is no change in that value. Okay, so we know what the value of Ya Sin is, and it is Ya has the value of Jesus and Moses, and Sin has the value of Abraham, which is what it's had from the inception, where it was first declared in the second line of position at Ha in Kaf Ha Ya Ain Sad. Okay, so we'll move on to the next one, which is Sad at Surah 38. So let's just pull that up. So instance 20 at 38. The opening context comprises an oath. We consider oaths in the remembrance set at segment 35. So the opening context reads, by the Qur'an full of remembrance. The special variable Sad from instance 10 reappears here. So just, here it is. It was at position 5. It's reappeared here. Again, I just emphasize the point that the Ta, Sin, Mim, Ta, Sin, Mim is the only place where we have solely ordinary variables. Outside of that, that's not the case. They're either special variables, or in the case of Taha, a combination of one special variable and one ordinary variable. here at Sad, we have Sad reappearing, bringing with it its own original value. Its own original value will be Idris. Because it's a special, because it's a variable, it's going to accept what's passed down to it. So let's look and see what's happening. So the special variable Sad appears from instance 10. We recall that special variables can traverse lines of position and that they bring their original value with them. Since special variable Sad enters the line of position at position 1, it accumulates also the 2 values passed down to it from special variable Ya at position 1 at instance 19, resulting in 3 accumulated variables. So we'll just go back and look at that when we saw at instance 19 that Ya is a special variable. It brought with it from 10, it brought with it its own value of Musa, and it had passed down to it from the ordinary variable of Ta, the value of Jesus, so it has 2 values there. Those values also pass down to Sad, which is re-entering here. It's crossing the line of position. It's bringing with it its original value. So its original value is the value of Idris. So it holds Idris as it's bringing that with it, and it also accepts the 2 values passed down to it by the letter, the special variable, which is above it. So now this letter, this single letter, Sad, comprises 3, Jesus, Moses, and Idris. Next, it's 29. So we're moving on to 29, which is instance 24. Instance 24, Ain, Sin, Qaf. So, instance 24 at 42.2. We have noted above that instance 24 in Ain, Sin, Qaf is a special case, and there are a number of reasons. There is a number of reasons for this, and we will begin to understand what they are in this segment and build upon that understanding in the segments which follow. We note that instance 24, uniquely within the mysterious letters, occurs as the second instance within a single surah. Instance 24 is found at 42.2 and directly follows instance 23 in Hamim at 42.1. We will consider this phenomenon in more detail in due course. I'm just going to stop and make this point. If you read Arabic at all, or even if you don't need to, of course, because the translations will point it out. Go to Surah, is it 42? Is that what we're talking about? Hold on, give me a second. Yeah. Go to Surah 42 and look. This is the only surah in the Qur'an in which there are 2 instances of the mysterious letters in the same surah. Probably when you've come across the instances of the mysterious letters, you've not really paid them a lot of attention, understandably, given that they haven't really meant anything. But it is significant that there are 2 in this, only here. I'm just drawing your attention to it. I have to, it's quite hard for me to, if you spent so long with something that you really understand it inside out, and I struggle to explain it. So if I'm over-explaining certain parts of it, please forgive me, because I've had quite a difficult time explaining this to intelligent people whose intellects I respect, and I've had to spend an inordinate amount of time learning not only what it all means myself, but learning to explain it. So if I'm over-explaining, then this is the reason why. But I just want to make the point, if you haven't noticed it before, it hasn't been a significant thing in your life, as it has been in mine, that these 2 symbols, 2 instances of the mysterious letters occur only once in the Qur'an, twice in one surah. Okay? That's an important point. The opening context of Surah 42 neither comprises nor contains a signpost, a formula, or an oath, and so is elided from our analysis. It is the only opening context in the Hamim block which does not feature a significant expression, and we did notice this before when we were comparing instance 5 in Alif Lam Ra and instance 22 in ha mim, where we realized, or we noted, that alif lam ra is fortified in a way that ha mim is not, because alif lam ra in all cases has a significant statement, whereas ha mim does not, and that this was one of the reasons why this significant variation in the formula confirmed what we'd already understood to be happening. And so we've come across this before. We turn now to the mechanical process in operation at instance 24. I mean, I'm just going to show you this visually first, but if you've understood what I've been talking about in this section, we understand that things are being passed downwards, okay? And so one would expect that the value of which is held by meme at 14 would pass down to this qaf thing, okay? So that's what one would expect, and I'm going to explain to you now why that's not happening. Well, I'm not going to explain to you now why it's not happening, but we're going to see that it isn't happening, and then as by virtue of explaining why that's not happening, we will be able to prove that what is happening is happening. All right. Here at 24, firstly, the special variable ayn from instance 10 reappears here. Okay, let's have a look at that. So looking here, we've got ayn, sin, qaf. So what's happening first of all is that the ayn from position 4 at instance 10 is reappearing. Now remember, this is a special variable, so it's bringing its value with it. Sin is there at position 2. It's kind of predictable and consistent. And then we've got this qaf thing, which we shall look at in due course. So we recall that special variables can both traverse lines of position and that they bring their original value with them. And since ayn enters position 1 in the line of position, it accumulates also the 3 values passed down to it from the special variable sod in position 1 at instance 20, resulting in 4 accumulated values. Meanwhile, the value of the ordinary variable seen at position 2 at instance 19 passes down the line of position to the ordinary variable seen at position 2 here. Accordingly, there is no change to that value. We will leave the question of the value of qaf for the moment and list the values we can identify at this juncture in our analysis of the remembrance set. These are the values here. We have ayn has a value of Jesus, Moses, Idris, and Ishmael. Sin has a value of Abraham. So we observe, and for the moment we're going to just leave qaf, which is a new phenomenon to us, and we're going to just leave it for a while and just look at what we know. We observe that the full complement of prophets identified at instance 10 has been reconstituted directly prior to the appearance of the previously unseen letter qaf. We noted above that ayn, sin, qaf at instance 24 has the unique distinction of being the second instance of the mysterious letters within a single surah, and that the surah in which it occurs, alone among the surahs which begin with the 7 contiguous instances which make up the ha-mim block, does not feature a significant expression, and we have anticipated that these features augur something different for instance 24, an exception of some kind. I've just got a couple of minor typos. I just want to flag those up for expunging at some point. If the mechanical process we assert to be in operation across the remembrance set is correct, no matter what the nature or origins of qaf might be, we would expect the value of meme at position 3 at instance 14 to pass down the line of position to qaf in position 3 at instance 24. So that's what I was talking about a minute ago. Given everything else that we've seen to this point, one would expect that the value in the ordinary variable meme at instance 14 would pass down to whatever this qaf thing is at instance 24. That would be a reasonable expectation. But, and this is important, that operation would result in a duplicate of the value of Moses at this instance. Why? It's a bit difficult for me to move all this around, but just moving this up and down, because we can see that here we've got Ain has a value of Jesus, Moses, Idris and Ishmael, and Sin has the value of Abraham. So if meme were to pass down from position 3 at instance 14 to position 3 here, it would result in a duplicate of Moses, which would throw the whole thing out. Okay. However, the value of meme at position 3 at instance 14 does not pass down the line of position to qaf in position 3 at instance 24. Rather, something entirely different happens in this single case. And what I'm going to do is just tell you what's happening, and then, if patience allows, I'm going to demonstrate why it's happening. So again, we're going to the military sort of presentation style of telling you what we're going to tell you, then telling you that we've told you. And it's only because this is a complicated subject, but it is worth understanding. So this is why I'm doing it this way, rather than in other ways that I've attempted and haven't ended very well. So at instance 24, the letter qaf in position 3 is a new special variable with no initial value. I'll say that again. That the qaf in position 3 is a new special variable. Now we know what a special variable is. Okay, it's something that can take its value across the line of position, bringing its value with it, with no initial value, unlike Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain and Sad, all of which had an initial value. Okay, the values held by the letter Ain in position 1 and the value held by the letter Sin in position 2 here pass horizontally to the new letter Qaf in position 3, which, as a new special variable with no initial value, now comprises all 5 values of the remembrance set as a result. In short, instance 24 provides for the creation of a new special variable in Qaf in position 3 by means of an operation which provides the sum of the letter Ain in position 1 and Sin in position 2. Just found another typo. I'm just going to show you the table again. I'm sure most people have already got this, but this is what I'm saying, is that at instance 24, we have these accumulated values in Ain, and we have the single value in Sin. And what is happening is that these values are being passed horizontally to the new special variable in Qaf, which has no initial value. That's what's happening. So to show you in conclusion to this bit, we have Ain, Sin and Qaf. The value of Ain is Jesus, Moses, Idris and Ishmael. The value of Sin is Abraham. And Qaf is the sum of these, i.e. Jesus, Moses, Idris, Ishmael and Abraham. This begins to explain why instance 24 is uniquely tucked away, almost parenthetically, after instance 23, because instance 24 provides a calculation required by the broader sequence and is not itself fully a part of that sequence. However, we shall learn more about the special features of instance 24 and its consequences for the rest of the sequence in due course. So, while what has been covered at segments 22 through 29 fits together in terms of summary, it requires substantial supporting evidence. We shall establish in what follows both why a duplicate of the value Moses against all expectation does not result in the letter Qaf at position 3 at instance 24, and why the calculation of instance 24 is both a vital prerequisite for the rest of the sequence and heavily implied by the broader context in which it occurs. And what I mean by that, in the context of the Ha-Mim block. And we're going to be getting into that in due course. In consequence of that process, we shall confirm both the mechanism we describe in segments 22 through 29 and the calculation we describe above to be in effect and correct. And we shall see our assessment of instance 24 in Ain, Sin, Qaf as something parenthetical confirmed also. So, all that to say, you've borne with me while I've laid out before you the mechanics of what's happening in the remembrance set up until the point of Qaf in instance 24, which is the end of the remembrance set. And I've explained what's going on in terms of, this is passing, the knee bone is connected to the thigh bone is connected to all of that. And I've also explained or given some sort of outline to what's going on with this segment in Tha-Sin Mim, Tha-Sin, Tha-Sin Mim, where it's all of the original special variables have been replaced by ordinary variables, and that this represents some sort of special zone somehow, the beginning and end of which has identical formulas, a formula which also, if you remember, occurs at instance 6 in the Ritz set. So I've kind of laid out the table, as it were, and now what's going to happen is we're going to go through the formulas and these special expressions which we will leverage in order to understand what's happening, and not only will that prove that what I'm claiming to be happening is happening, it will also allow for this exception of Mim not passing down to Qaf. And in some ways, by demonstrating this exception, we shall prove the rule. A part of what follows is a little complex, but I think if you stuck with it this far, how many hours have been going? I lost count. You're probably in for the long haul. So just, go and get yourself a cup of tea, take a rest in between this. It's a lot to go through. I do understand that. But the rest of it does make sense as well. If you stick with it, you'll get it. So let's just sort of soldier on. Replacement of Kaf, Ha, Ya by Tha, Sin and Mim. And just so we can see what I mean by that, I'm just going back to this same point. If you look at instance 10, we had the original special variables which have been replaced entirely by instance 12, and instance 13 and instance 14 is this fully replaced segment by ordinary variables. This is what I'm talking about, okay? So we need first to consider the phenomenon by which the original letters at instance 10 are fully replaced in a 3-instance block. By referring to table 3, the reader will see that following instance 10 at instance 11, the special variable Kaf is replaced by the ordinary variable Tha, and that at instance 12, the next two special variables Ha, Ya have been replaced also by means of the ordinary variables Sin and Mim. All right, I think we get that. Thus, at instance 12, no letter remains from those of the original statement of the remembrance set at instance 10, while the values of the occupied positions remain unchanged. Okay, so the original, there's no change because nothing has passed the line of, there's no special variable has crossed over the line of position. So all that's happened is the values have passed down, click, 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 but the letters themselves have been fully replaced. It may not strike you as stunningly amazing in the greater scheme of things, but it actually is important. So let's bear with it. Instance 14 marks the terminus of this 3-instance fully replaced zone. Thereafter, each remaining instance of the remembrance set reintroduces a special variable, i.e. one of the original letters at instance 10. I'm sorry if you've got this first time, but some people will like this, explain to them again and again. So what I'm saying here is, after instance, you've got instance 12, instance 13, and instance 14. In there, you've got all of the the ordinary variables, but thereafter, at instance 19, instance 20, and at 24, there's some measure of the original components of instance 10, i.e. Qaf, Ha, Ya, Ayn, Sad, being reintroduced, crossing the line of position. You've got Ya coming in at 19, Sad coming in at 20, and Ayn coming in at 24. So these three instances are unique and, as it were, discrete within the context of the remembrance set. And trust me when I tell you, you'll be glad that you noticed this as we go forward. Thus, considered together, instances 12, 13, and 14 comprise a single instance in Ta, Sin, sandwiched between two identical instances in Ta, Sin, Mim, all the component letters of which have been replaced from those of the original special variables Qaf, Ha, Ya. Okay. Importantly, this single fully replaced zone, in which instances 12 and 14 comprise identical instances in Ta, Sin, Mim, enclosing a single instance with only a single letter difference, i.e. Ta, Sin, provides a discrete fulcrum upon which we can leverage a process of logic. In basic English, more accessible English, what I'm saying here is, because these things are the same either side, and there's only this one aspect in which they are different, and because we've already identified the fact that this segment together is separate, somehow discrete from the rest of what's going on in the remembrance set. Why? Because it's the only place where where all the original letters have been replaced by other letters. That these facts taken together allow us to operate some kind of reasoned or logical inference upon this in a way which can result in data we can use. Again, I'm not cherry picking here. I'm establishing objective criteria and operating within the constructs that these criteria allow. So let's just push on with it. That process is the focus of the following segment. So that's what we're going to be doing now. We're considering Ta, Sin, Mim, Ta, Sin, Mim, that's instances 12, 13, and 14, as a discrete zone. Okay. All right, so let's get into it. Formula at instance 13. As indicated above, instance 13 comprises the filling sandwiched between two identical instances, instances 12 and 14, both of which are in Ta, Sin, Mim, and together these three instances comprise the sole zone in the remembrance set occupied only by ordinary variables. I've said this same thing a number of times now, and I'm assuming that you've got it, and I do apologize if you got it first time. Additionally, the identical instances in Ta, Sin, Mim open with the same formula. Those are the proofs of the clear writ. Let's just quickly go into here. So here we are. If we look at 12 and 14 instances thereof, they both open with exactly the same formula. Those are the proofs of the clear writ. Note, the same formula uniquely occurs in the writ set also at instance 6. And we review that connection later in our analysis, and also we flagged that up at the end of the writ set and said that we would be dealing with this separately. We are interested here in the filling in this fully replaced zone sandwich, i.e. the single instance in Ta, Sin and its formula, and in contrasting this filling with the two identical symbols above and below, and from which Ta, Sin is visually distinct only by the absence of a meme or letter meme. So instance 13 has the following opening context. Ta, Sin. Those are the proofs of the Qur'an and of a clear writ. Now, those are the proofs. This is indicates, excuse me. This indicates that it is a formula. So it's a unique formula. But we're going to look at it. So let's get into the sort of housekeeping on this one. This expression has no corresponding echo in any part of the Qur'an, since neither the expression the proofs of the Qur'an nor the expression and of a clear writ occurs outside this context. Now I have some additional comments here on this. The expression and a clear writ occurs at 5:15. However, the case as expressed by the ending is nominative. I think we'll just skip that. You're welcome just to stop and read it. The only place at which the genitive construction of a clear writ occurs is at instance 13. So the only place in the Arabic where this construction, this particular formula, for want of a better word, occurs is here. We must emphasize before proceeding that a clear writ contains no definite article, and despite its lexical similarity is not to be confused with the clear writ. Now this is important. So it's talking about a clear writ, but it's not to be confused with the clear writ. This latter expression is found in the only formula to feature in both sets, and is the only oath to feature twice in the mysterious letters. Perhaps unsurprisingly, we will come to understand later in our analysis that the expression the clear writ is firmly connected with a notion of two distinct things. So I've made that point because these, a clear writ, the clear writ, is quite easy to think, well, are these the same thing? No, they're not. Functionally, they're not. In the context of the analysis which we are conducting, they're different things. They operate differently. So I hope I've driven that point home. Meanwhile, the expression a clear writ is equally emphatically connected with a notion of one single thing only. Okay, this is an aside, and we'll get to understand what this means, but I thought I would flag this up before entering this territory. What is clear from the formula at instance 13 is that the instance in Ta, Sin represents two things. So let's just have a look at it again here. So Ta, Sin at instance 13, those are the proofs of the Qur'an and of a clear writ. Okay? So it's talking here about two things. Ta, Sin represents two things: proofs of the Qur'an and proofs of a clear writ. We know, given what we know about the nature of the remembrance set as a whole, that each of the three letters which comprise this limited block has a single discrete value. That the value pertains to that letter alone, and that value is not null. Now, why am I saying this? I'm saying this because what we're going to look at, I've written it myself. These facts exclude either ambiguity or fuzziness when we compare the letters which make up this block. Now, again, if you don't have like a maths background, which I don't have, but I've learned enough to understand this. And so the fact that we know these three things about these letters means that we can derive conclusions which are clear. We know that they are is a single discrete value. We know that Ta, Sin and Mim, they have a value. They're not null. We know that each of these has a value. We know that each one of these has a single value. We know that the value is different for each of these letters, and we know it's not null. We know those things going in because of what we've already done. All right. The twin instances in Ta, Sin open with the same formula. Those are the proofs of the clear writ. This formula has no place in this part of our analysis for the reason that it occurs uniquely also in the writ set at instance 6. Formulas provide logical conclusions or additional nuance on the basis of comparisons. And the instances which comprise the writ set and the remembrance set are known to be of entirely different types. So their components do not bear direct comparison. Think of comparing apples with excitement, for example. The only comparison to be drawn from a formula found identically in both the writ set and the remembrance set is on the basis of the differences of type between the two sets, and we provide that analysis at segment 32. Additionally, we should note that this is the sole formula in the mysterious letters without either a corresponding identical formula or a significant variation. I'm talking about the formula at instance 13 here. This fact indicates that whatever its two components impact must occur in a single case only each. Since this formula is in the remembrance set, the two objects of it which it impacts must also be in the remembrance set. So what I'm saying here is, if we go back to instance 13, those are the proofs of the Qur'an and a clear set. Now, this is the only instance, this is the only formula in the mysterious letters which does not either have a mirror or a significant or a kind of significant variation anywhere else. So this particular formula exists uniquely in a single case. It is a formula because it talks about proofs, and this is how we, proofs of the writ. So this is why we know that it is a formula, but it occurs only once. It's got no echo, it's got no significant variation. It just exists on its own, but has two portions to it. On that basis, we know that whatever it impacts must have two, like a double-pronged fork. It must kind of spear two targets, and because it occurs in the remembrance set alone, and we do have an example of something which occurs in both sets, because it occurs in the remembrance set alone and occurs only in this one case, but references two objects, whatever it references must exist in two places, and both of those places must be in the remembrance set. And this is important because this is, as it were, the double pin which locks what we're going to look at into place. All of the mechanism that I described that's happening, starting with Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, Sad, and going right the way down to what we discovered isn't happening at Kaf, is held in place by this single double pin. Okay, so these aren't just difficult sounding words. A bit like in chess, where a single piece can pin two other pieces and lock them in place. That is what this formula is doing in its sole occurrence in the remembrance set as a double-pronged formula. It is doing this. And I hope that in what follows I'll be able to explain that in a way which makes sense. Additionally, we should note that this is the sole formula in the remembrance set and in the mysterious letters without either a corresponding identical formula or significant variation. So this is what I've just been saying. We will remind ourselves also of the geography which comprises our sandwich before we consider the filling of Tasin within the context of the two identical instances in Tasin Mim. So this is a point which I don't make as heavily in the written version, but I have drummed into the, banged on my drum all the way through of this particular segment here. So we have 12 in Tasin Mim, 13 in Tasin, and 14 in Tasin Mim. So in order to make our point, we will represent proofs of the Qur'an by the letter A and proofs of a clear writ by the letter B. Okay, I'm just going to go back to this and just make this point again, looking at 13 formula. Those are the proofs of the Qur'an and of a clear writ. So this sole formula, this unique formula with no echo or correspondence or significant variation, occurs just once, but and it references two things. So we're looking for two things, both of which must be in the remembrance set, because this occurs only in the remembrance set. So with all that said, and again, apologies to those people who got a lot of what I'm saying first time. I just know from experience that I do kind of have to make these points several times because it's complicated, and I've just spent so long with this. Anyway, moving on. If on the basis of the above, we can conclude that if ta equals A and sin equals B, or ta equals B and sin equals A, then meme does not equal A or B. Now, if you've got a maths background, you've got this, right? Especially if you've understood what's preceded it, and the things that I sort of made sure that I emphasized. But for the rest of us who don't have a background in maths, myself included, I'm going to try and unpack this in English. So the backdrop of known facts is that each of the three letters which comprise this limited block has a single discrete value, and that value is unique to itself, and that value is not null. We know those things. This formula occurs only once and is at the center of a limited block where each of the three letters which comprise the limited block has a single discrete value, and that value is unique to itself, and that value is not null. We know that the proofs of the Qur'an on the one hand and the proofs of a clear writ on the other are equal to ta and sin. We have no way of knowing which is equal to which, and it doesn't matter. We only know that a match occurs on both sides. No matter which of the possible options is the case, we can logically conclude that it is impossible for meme to equal either A, proofs of the Qur'an, or B, proofs of a clear writ. And the reason we know this is because the only way for meme to equal either A, proofs of the Qur'an, or B, proofs of a clear writ, is if the letters ta, sin, meme either did not have a single discrete value, or if that value was not unique to itself, or if that value was null. And we know that none of these scenarios is the case because of what we know about the nature of the remembrance set. Now, what I've just said to you will require some thought. You may be utterly certain that it required an awful lot of time and thought to understand it myself, but when you go through what I've just laid out here, you will see that this is logically the case. Given the postulates, it is impossible for meme. This is the only logical conclusion from this segment, is that meme does not equal either of these things. It doesn't matter whether it's ta equals A or sin equals A or B. It doesn't matter. We have no way of knowing that. But what we do know, given that ta sin meme is a discrete block where every single value in this is a replaced value with a single value. It's a replaced variable. Within this block, the only conclusion that you can come to within this segment is that meme is neither of these two things. Please think about it before writing to me. But it is the case. It's the only conclusion you can come to. If you're going to assume that this formula, which meets our criteria for a formula, is in fact a formula, and we treat it on that basis. Okay? So why are these conclusions important? They are important, firstly, if qaf is shown. Remember qaf, going back here. We go back to qaf at instance 24. If qaf is shown to be equal to the Qur'an, then this formula, excluding meme, from among the proofs of the Qur'an means that meme is expressly disallowed from following the course we would have expected, i.e. passing down from position 3 at instance 14 to qaf at position 3 at instance 24, and thereby creating a duplicate value for the Prophet Moses. It follows that if qaf is shown to be the Qur'an, this would strongly imply both that a mechanism to preclude a duplicate of the value of meme at instance 24 exists, and that the mechanism we assert to be in operation across the remembrance set in general is correct. That is, we have not only been supplied with a single explicit exception to the rules we have inferred, the mechanism of that exception itself proves those rules. But there is more. The formula at instance 13 states also that ta, sin are proofs of a clear writ. We saw above this component of the formula. As we saw above, this component of the formula has no functional connection with the clear writ. Moreover, the unique incidence of the formula within the remembrance set means that whatever this part of it confirms must exist in a single case only and exist within the remembrance set. Additionally, given the distinctions between instances 12 and 14 on the one hand and instance 13 on the other, whatever instance 13 confirms must be proofs of a clear writ in a way which cannot be said of instances 12 and 14. I hope that's clear, because the only logical conclusion we can come to is that meme is not these things. Meme is not. Meme is excluded. So meme is not, if we can prove that qaf below is the Qur'an, then meme is excluded from that. But also meme is excluded from whatever is ta and sin. If ta and sin are together a clear writ, then logically whatever that clear writ must exclude meme. The correlation is with ta ha at instance 11, and it is so for the following reasons. Instance 13 in ta sin comprises values which are equal to the values of an instance in the mysterious letters at ta ha at instance 11 only, for which see segment 23. The total of the values of these two instances is Jesus and Abraham. They occur together alone in no other instance. It is the absence or removal, as it were, of meme at ta sin relative to ta sin meme which facilitates the equivalence between ta sin and ta ha. Okay, so if ta sin, it's because meme is not there. Remember, this was the logical conclusion, the only logical conclusion that you can derive from these three instances taken together, where the only difference in them, given this in the context of this formula which forms the filling of this sandwich, is that meme is not either of the two things that this formula states. It's the exclusion of meme from ta sin meme, giving us ta sin, which facilitates firstly the value of qaf as being if it is the Qur'an, it is excluding meme from it, from this qaf, and at the same time, the exclusion of meme from this is is what allows ta sin to be equal to, in one place only, ta ha above. Different visually, but of the same values. 3. Ta ha at instance 11 has the distinction of being the only instance in which a special variable travels down the line of position, and thus has nothing passed to it, and so is compounded with no other value. This is uniquely a clear writ compared with all other cases where special variables travel outside instance 10. We note that while both ta ha at instance 11 and ta sin at instance 13 comprise two letters, So does ya seen at instance 19, which fact provides initial confirmation for our distinction between special variables and ordinary variables. For without this distinction between types of variable within the remembrance set, an exclusive correlation between ta ha at instance 11 and ta seen at instance 13 would be impossible. So what I'm saying here is that if it weren't for this distinction of the two types of variable, the fact is that we would have instance 11 in ta ha, let's just punch that up, instance 11 in ta ha and instance 19 in ya seen, if they were just passing everything down, they would have the same value. But it's only because we have this distinction between special variables with their characteristics and ordinary variables with their characteristics, which facilitates this unique correspondence between ta ha at 11 and ta seen at 13. Now, if that seems like something you'd like to go through again to get your head around it, I completely understand. But I think you'll find that it does fit and that it's consistent with the data as I've presented it. Of course, if you can find that I've in any way cherry-picked or been dishonest with my presentation of these textual phenomena, that's a completely different matter. But within the context of the textual phenomena as I have presented them, if they be what I have presented them to be, then those facts require some sort of, some kind of response. Additionally, were it not for both the distinction in operation between the two types of variable within the remembrance set, and for the full replacement of the special variables kaf, ha, ya by means of the ordinary variables ta, seen, meme respectively by instance 12, the reintroduction of the values of the special variables ya and sad, and the construction of the mechanism which provides the operation between ain, seen and kaf at instance 24 would also be possible. So what I'm saying there is it's this distinction between these two types of variable and the way they work which allows for this mechanism to operate. And it's once you've uncovered this system, this one single formula at instance 13 really operates as a double pin, locking these two things. It's so elegant, locking these two things into place. Anyway, we'll carry on. In summary, given that Qaf can be shown to be equal to the Qur'an, the formula we have considered in this segment comprises a double linchpin which serves to lock the mechanism we have inferred in place. The project to demonstrate Qaf to be equal to the Qur'an will form part of the coming segment. So let's assume that we've established the correlation between ta seen and ta ha on the basis of the formula that we've presented. The rest of our construction works and is valid if Qaf can be shown, the letter Qaf can be shown to have a value of the Qur'an. If that's the case, then we can be very certain that this particular formula at instance 13 is doing what we're saying it's doing, which is excluding meme from being among the proofs of the Qur'an. It is specifically excluding it from joining Qaf if Qaf has a value of the Qur'an, which is what we're saying it has. Okay, and the project to prove that Qaf is equivalent to the Qur'an is going to be ongoing. I think we can park the first part of it, the taha, the tasin bit, and I will ask for the reader or watcher's indulgence, at least to allow me to present the rest of why, as we progress through this presentation, Qaf does have a value of the Qur'an. And I think that, if you've been impressed and understood what you've seen so far, I can assure you that we will prove this point beyond a reasonable doubt. So that takes us up to this point, and I think I'm going to take a break, and I'll be back by the magic of YouTube very shortly. So that's going to stop there. Right, I'm back, fed and watered, and we're just going to press on with the rest of this as far as we can get today. The formula at instances 6, 12 and 14. Now, so we saw at 12 we've got the formula, those are the proofs of the clear writ. At 14 we've got the formula, those are the proofs of the clear writ. And we have at 6, which is in the writ set, this is unique, that a formula straddles, as it were, the two sets. Those are the proofs of the clear writ. We saw also that there is no connection within the terms of our analysis between the clear writ and a clear writ. We looked at if we just quickly go back here to our formula at instance 13, which we looked at. Those are the proofs of the Qur'an and of a clear writ. There's no logical correlation or connection between these two textual phenomena in the context of our analysis, even though they seem and sound similar. They have the same sort of etymological components within the remit of our analysis, performing separate functions. So we're just going to get on with this and see how we do. Formula at instances 6, 12 and 14. We will now consider the formula we remarked upon briefly in the previous segment. Those are the proofs of the clear writ. We met this expression first at the close of segment 13, where we signaled the requirement to postpone its analysis. I like this sort of slightly off one ear so I can hear myself also. We signaled the requirement to postpone its analysis until the present section, since this formula is uniquely found in both the writ set and the remembrance set. In the writ set, this formula is attached to instance 6 in alif, lam, ra, and in the remembrance set is attached to both instances in ta, sin, mim, i.e. instance 12 and instance 14. The expression, those are the proofs of the clear writ, occurs nowhere in the Qur'an outside these three contexts. The following point bears repeating before we proceed. Formulas provide logical conclusions or additional nuance on the basis of comparison. The instances which comprise the writ set and the remembrance set are of entirely different types, and so their components do not bear comparison in the usual sense. Think of comparing apples with excitement, for example. The only comparison to be drawn from an identical formula found in both the writ set and the remembrance set is on the basis of the differences of type between those two sets. If we think of the writ set as being, as it were, made up of apples, and we think of the remembrance set as being comprising excitement, joy, hope, whatever, abstract nouns, then because of the differences in the types between the two things, any comparison which enforces some sort of connection with both sets can only be made on the basis of the differences in type between those sets, i.e. one comprises apples and the other comprises abstract nouns. That's the only logical conclusion you can come to because of what they are. To this point, we can add the fact that the formulas we considered in the writ set provided logic on the basis either of differences between instances, for example, between instance 4 and instance 17. Instance 4 is in alif, lam, ra, while instance 17 is in alif, lam, mim, or on the basis of significant variations of formulas. The instances we are considering in the remembrance set here are attached to a formula with no significant variation, and the instances themselves are identical, both in ta, sin, mim. Comparing x with x is meaningless. In summary, these three identical formulas can provide meaningful comparison only on the basis of that which sets them apart, and that is type of set. And the only logically unassailable conclusion one can assert in a comparison between the writ set and the remembrance set is that the two types are distinct from each other. While this may seem a banal conclusion, we shall see that precisely this distinction, i.e. that the clear writ, is Quranic parlance for the remembrance set and the writ set as distinct, separate entities, and that this distinction is both required and confirmed later in this analysis. So, just to kind of go over that again, the fact that this formula is identical in all three cases where it occurs, and that where it occurs twice in the remembrance set, it is attached to identical instances in ta, sin, mim. This fact excludes any comparison within the remembrance set itself, because comparing x with x is meaningless. There exists no significant variation of this formula. It's set, it's fixed in all places where it occurs. And the fact that it occurs both in the remembrance set and the writ set means that the only conclusion you can come to, knowing that formulas imply and require some sort of logical conclusion or additional nuance, is that the writ set and the remembrance set are different. That's the only logically consistent conclusion that you can come to on the basis of the data as presented with the as the textual phenomena which they bear within these contexts. We also find that the motif of doubling, which we saw in the symbol alif lam ra, finds an echo here, as summarized in the following points. Instance 6 at alif lam ra, the symbol alif lam ra is unique within the writ set for possessing two statements. See segments 8 and 10, and we've already seen that, so I'm not going to rehash that. Instances 12 and 14, I'll just pull those up. Instances 12 and 14 are both in ta, sin, mim. The symbol ta, sin, mim alone within the remembrance set occurs twice. The formula which follows each instance in ta, sin, mim is identical and is the only case of a doubled formula in the remembrance set. The theme of doubling and the dual will become more regular as we progress through the remainder of the solution. We next briefly consider the ha-mim block and jump ahead to summarize the operation at qaf at instance 29, in which the Qur'an set is created. This will provide a framework in which better to understand what follows. So, the ha-mim block and instances 24 and 29. The context in which instance 24 in Ain Sin Qaf is embedded is important for our analysis, both in terms of confirming that this crucial instance is, as we have asserted, parenthetical to the main sequence, but also for understanding what happens beyond the ha-mim block. In segment 11, we established that it is first the letters alif lam and then the letter ha in the writ set which carry the value of al-Fatiha. All other letters in the writ set are silent or null. That the first letter in the ha-mim block carries the same value as alif lam combined, absent specific justification seems a needless complexity, since there is no difference in the value itself. One can't help wondering if it would not have been simpler had all instances in ha-mim been in alif lam instead. We shall now see what the reason for this feature is. The value of al-Fatiha has to be firmly established within the first line of position prior to instance 29, because at instance 29 the newly created special variable in qaf re-enters the sequence, crossing the line of position, bringing with it its compounded value of the full remembrance set, and there receives the value also of al-Fatiha, which the ha in the first position at instance 28 passes down to it. I'm going to just show you. So if you look at all of the instances of the writ set in alif lam, we know that the value of the writ of al-Fatiha is held by both of these two positions. However, in the ha-mim block, it's all, demonstrably almost shouting to you, look, here it is in the first line of position. And were that not the case, as it passes down, if it were not the case that the entire value of al-Fatiha is contained in the ha only, what's happening at qaf at instance 29 could not happen, because qaf at instance 29 is a single, qaf at instance 29 is a single letter. It occupies by definition the first line of position, and so it is highly significant that the entire value of al-Fatiha is contained by the ha in the first line of position above it, because it passes this down, so that the entire value of al-Fatiha and the 5 values of the remembrance set can be combined, can merge, can fuse together in one place in qaf. Thus qaf at instance 29 has a value of the remembrance set and the writ set combined. And this marks the beginning of what I call the Qur'an set, which is qaf with a value of Jesus, Moses, Idris, Ishmael, Abraham, and al-Fatiha. Excuse me. Were the value of al-Fatiha not held in position 1 only in the instance of the writ set above instance 29, this process could not occur, since qaf at instance 29 is a single letter and can occupy position 1 only. This is the short version, and we will review in what follows the facts which confirm it at more leisure, but that analysis will make easier reading or easier listening if the end is known before we begin. Again, I go back to my good friend the army. Not that I've ever been in the army, but I've read a lot, and so I know how they present ideas. They tell you what they're going to tell you, they tell you, then they tell you they've told you, and there's quite a lot of sense in that. So let us consider the local geography in which instance 24 in Ain Sin Qaf is embedded. We see that ha-mim not only conveys the fact of a value compounded into a single letter, it does so graphically for all instances in ha-mim form a uniform and contiguous block, instance 24 notwithstanding, and comprises the largest number of identical instances in the mysterious letters. The fact that the ha-mim block has compressed, as it were, within it a value into a single letter means also that the context it provides is itself a form of secondary confirmation for what we assert to be happening at the embedded instance of the remembrance set, where 2 values, Ain and Sin, are also compounded into 1. So if you cast your mind back to what we said was happening in Ain Sin, where those values are passing horizontally along and compounding together within the new as unforced, hitherto unseen symbol of Qaf. The very block, the context in which this is happening bears this out and actually confirms it, because we've seen the value of al-Fatiha, which was previously contained in Alif and Lam, quote unquote, compounded into a single letter, that of Ha. So the crucible in which the Ain Sin Qaf calculation is occurring itself confirms thematically what we have deduced to be happening. It's not our only proof, but it certainly supports what we're saying is happening. Of course, this does not address the fact that to this point we have understood the writ set and the remembrance set as entirely separate entities operating under different mechanical rules. We know that the remembrance set passes values downwards, but beyond the compression, as it were, of the writ set value into one letter in the Ha-Mim block, we can point to nothing within the writ set to this point akin to the passing down of values which characterizes the remembrance set. I think what I'm saying is that I'm not blind to the fact that up until this point we have characterized the remembrance set and the writ set as operating under entirely different physical laws, as it were, that the remembrance set passes things down and the writ set is kind of static. So I'm not trying to sort of slide this under the radar. I'm perfectly aware that up until this point we have been operating under the understanding that the writ set does not pass things down in inverted commas. However, what I'm trying to do is to draw your attention to the milieu of the Ha-Mim block and its impact upon this, and also to other aspects. Predominantly we'll get to things like signposts, which imply that this is what is in fact happening. To continue, however, several features operate together to fuse the two sets into one at instance 29. I'm just going to switch to this. So if you look at instance 29, and we see that the Qaf there is from instance 24 is crossing over the line of position and moving down as the newly created special variable at being moved from 3rd position down to 1st position at 50. And then we're seeing that the value of Ha at instance 28 is passing down to Qaf also, and that at Qaf at 50, this is where the full, as it were, fusion happens. And so what I'm saying here is that I understand completely, perhaps more than I wish I did, that the nature of the writ set is not one which we have hitherto identified as something which passes things down. We understood that about the remembrance set, but we're on a learning curve, and by this point we should be able to understand this thing. And what I'm saying is that the Ha-Mim block and other things too point to this thing happening, and that's what we're going to get into now. This thing that we didn't know about before, but in fact we didn't need to know about before, but at Ha-Mim, at this demonstrably uniform, I use the word crucible, illustrating or in some ways signposting what else is happening. So we're going to get into some of that, strength allowing. And so two of these we have already reviewed. One, that the embedding of the remembrance set instance 24 in Ain Sin Qaf is a uniquely parenthetical operation within the starkly writ set territory, both indicates a connection between the two sets generally and a specific connection on the basis of the obvious contraction of the writ set value from positions 1 and 2 in the Alif Lam sector to position 1 only in the Ha-Mim block, which itself corresponds with the contraction of values held by the two letters into one letter that we see in the embedded instance 24 in Ain Sin Qaf. Now, I've kind of been through this before, so I'm going to assume that you've got this. But there are three additional features which both herald the nature of this final fusion at instance 29 and finally enforce it. So this, what I'm saying here is, this is the reasoning for why we can understand that the writ set, the ha at instance 28, is passing down its value, its value of al-Fatiha to qaf at instance 29 at surah 50 at this final place, because of these extra things which are happening to show that it's happening, not just the general context which I've illustrated, but the further things we're going to see now. 1. This process is repeatedly heralded by 4 signposts. Each is in the writ set and all open with the revelation of the writ. The first occurs at the last instance of the writ set. I should just say again, I have said it before in the presentation, but the revelation of the writ is tanzil. Tanzil, it means something being passed downwards. It is the word in Arabic for revelation, but etymologically its plain meaning is something being sent down. The revelation of the writ. The first occurs at the last instance of the writ set in the Alif Lam sector, and the last occurs at the last instance of the writ set in the Ha Mim block. Excuse me, I've got somebody shouting outside. It sounds very much like my daughter, so part of my brain is kind of going over there. There's a typo there, or just missed a word. So just let's look at the table. So here we are, signposts. So here's the first one at instance 18. And if you look at instance 18, it's Surah 32, Alif Lam Mim. If you go across the revelation of the writ, the sending down of the writ, this is the first of these signposts. These signposts occur at 18, 21, 27 and 28. So we see that the first signpost occurs at the last instance of the Alif Lam sector, and then the last of them occurs at the last instance of the Ha Mim sector. Okay, so this is the point that I'm really making. So the first occurs at the last instance of the writ set in the Alif Lam sector, and the last occurs at the last instance of the writ set in the Ha Mim block, i.e. prior to the point at which both sets merge into qaf at instance 29. The convention of oaths by the Qur'an itself. So this is another of these factors which shape what's happening. There is a total of 3 such oaths in the Qur'an. The 2 oaths in the remembrance set have this characteristic, and the opening context at instance 29 provides the final such oath. And yeah, we'll be looking at these oaths a little bit in a while. Lastly, the double oath by the clear writ in the writ set after instance 24 in Ain Sin Qaf both confirms our understanding of the writ set and the remembrance set at that point as separate entities, and supports our understanding of instance 24 in Ain Sin Qaf as parenthetical to the main sequence and lacking a final event, something missing from it. So just to turn back to this, we saw when we looked at the formula at 12 and 14 and at 6 that the only thing that we can logically conclude is that the clear writ, this formula establishes these 2 sets as separate. Okay, and now if you look at the oaths at 25 and 26, which is subsequent to the Ain Sin Qaf at 24, we have 2 oaths by the clear writ, and we've already understood that the clear writ is Quranic parlance for the remembrance set and the writ set as separate things. Why is that significant? It's significant because it means that what's happening at 24 Ain Sin Qaf is not complete. All we've seen at Ain Sin Qaf at 24 is the remembrance set injected into a single letter, into a single new special variable which has appeared, which has no value, no pre-existing value. It is declared there with that value, but we know that at this point, subsequent to instance 24, that the remembrance set and the writ set are separate, and this double oath proves that. Now we're going to go through this. We shall see that together these features both set the scene for the merging of the values of the remembrance set with those of the writ set into Qaf at instance 29, and provide the mechanism by which that process is defined and enforced. At the risk of boring you with over-explaining, I have erred on the other side of this and with messy consequences. So I'm trying to, even though if I over-explain it, trying to at least get one version of this out while I've still got the health to do it, so that as large a number of people as possible can follow it. The 4 signposts. As mentioned, there are 4 expressions that we are calling signposts in our analysis. These are all in the writ set, all open with the same format. The revelation of the writ, and comprise instances 18, 21, 27 and 28, and I showed you those, so I think we'll be right for that. The expression, the revelation of the writ, occurs in the Qur'an once also outside the opening contexts of the mysterious letters, the significance of which we will consider shortly. The word translated here, revelation, Arabic tanzil, means more literally the sending down of something. Thus the emphasis is repeatedly and insistently upon something pertaining to the writ set being sent down. See, the reason why we got into this was because we understand that the writ set does not, at least to this point, has not been characterized by any sort of sending down or passing down in the way that we've seen in the remembrance set, that the values for it were established in a more static way. However, in this block, in this segment, as the sequence of the mysterious letters progresses, the text itself is telling us this. These signposts are only in the writ set, and they tell us 4 times that it's being sent down. And as I say, this expression, this expression occurs only once outside of these 4 places, and that place itself will be highly significant, as we shall see. The opening context of each instance is given below. Instance 18, Alif Lam Mim, the revelation of the writ, about which there is no doubt from the Lord of all creation. We will recall that the symbol Alif Lam Mim is the symbol at instance 1 upon which basis our journey proceeded. While we know the value of Al-Fatiha across the writ set to be independent of the textual flow, we recognize that instance 18 is the final symbol in the Alif Lam Mim sector within the order of the Quranic text, a fact which is more compelling when we consider the opening context of instance 18. Clearly, the writ about which there is no doubt comprises the majority of our axiom, thus supporting the value we ascribed to the Alif Lam Mim at instance 1, see segment 6. That this opening context uniquely echoes this foundational phrase within an instance of the mysterious letters provides another measure of doubling or dual, which is something we're going to see more of, believe me, as we continue. In addition, it is clear that from the Lord of all creation also references part of Al-Fatiha, which is the value of the writ set, namely verse 1-2. The expression, the revelation of the writ about which there is no doubt, occurs nowhere else in the text beyond this context at instance 18. The motif of the writ about which there is no doubt is found at one other place in the Qur'an. However, we cover that later in our analysis. Excuse me. Moving on, instance 21. So, Ha-Mim, the revelation of the writ is from God, the exalted in might, the knowing. The expression, the revelation of the writ is from God, the exalted in might, the knowing, occurs nowhere else in the Qur'an. Instance 27 and 28 are identical, giving another example of the frequently occurring theme of dual and doubling, which we have repeatedly noted. Ha-Mim, the revelation of the writ is from God, the exalted in might, the wise. That's 45, 1 through 2. Ha-Mim, the revelation of the writ is from God, the exalted in might, the wise. 46, 1, 2. These two signposts, just let me show you where they are again. This is instance 27 and 28. These two signposts provide the final two bookends which close the writ set block in Ha-Mim and provide a double statement of what we are expected to understand is in effect the sending down of the writ immediately prior to the merging of both sets into Qaf at instance 29. As mentioned above, the expression the revelation of the writ occurs also at one other place in the Qur'an. The revelation of the writ is from God, the exalted in might, the wise. While this expression has no preceding instance of the mysterious letters, its location speaks volumes. 39.1. Firstly, it provides an additional bookend in the same expression as the signpost in the opening context of the surah immediately prior to and contiguous with the first surah of the Ha-Mim block, further binding the crucial instance 24 into a field dominated by tanzil, or sending down. Secondly, it occurs precisely at the intersection between instance 20 and instance 21. So I'm just going to pull that up again. So if we look here, if you look at instance 20, that's Surah 38, and instance 21, that is Surah 40, where this sole extracurricular instance of this particular expression is found is at the opening of Surah 39. So this is important because so located it effectively connects the first instance of the remembrance set in which values are contained within a single letter, Sod, with the first instance in the writ set in which the same is also the case. So going back to there, if we see Sod is a single letter, it's the first time that the values have been contained within the remembrance set in a single letter, and that's at 38. And then Ha-Mim at 40 is the first time that the values of the writ set have been contained within a single letter, and this extra tanzil is right between the two of them. Lastly, by supplying an additional bookend where it does, this expression introduces us to the notion of identifying key nodes in the text which pertain to the mysterious letters, but which are not marked by symbols, a concept which we will be familiar with by the end of our analysis. So this is an important part, an important point. This extra tanzil, this sole tanzil, again, I'm not cherry picking my data here. I've been totally transparent in the amount of times these things occur. This quote-unquote extra tanzil, in a way, it's introducing us also to the concept of a marker, an additional marker pertaining to the mysterious letters, which does not actually itself have an instance. And I am aware of this sequence as something which is teaching us. It's not just about sort of cracking this one thing, and things just are very linear. It teaches us as we go, and this is something that we're supposed to learn. And having learnt it, we can see where it applies later on in the presentation. In summary, there is a clear emphasis both prior to and within the Ha-Mim writ set block upon Tanzil, the concept of sending down or downwards, and this despite the fact that we are accustomed to think of values passing downwards within the remembrance set, not the writ set. This is crucial. 2. We have seen further emphasis on the concept of doubling. And 3. We have become acquainted with a notion which will play an important role toward the end of this analysis of identifying key nodes in the text which pertain to the mysterious letters, but which are not marked by symbols. Okay, I hope that's clear, and we'll move on to the next bit, which is the 2 oaths in the remembrance set. Just checking the time because I know how long I'm going to be free till my daughter's due to come back. So the 2 oaths in the remembrance set. Let's just have a quick look. Here's the remembrance set, and we see that there is an oath at instance 19 and an oath at instance 20. There is a total of 6 oaths in the mysterious letters, 2 in the remembrance set, 2 in the writ set, and 1 more in each of the 2 instances in the Qur'an set. 3 of the 6 oaths in the mysterious letters are oaths by the Qur'an itself, and they are the only ones in the Qur'an to have this feature. Such oaths, and here I mean oaths by the Qur'an itself, such oaths indicate 2 things: that a special variable has rejoined the sequence by crossing the line of position and brought its original value with it. 2. That the same special variable has received values passed down to it along the line of position from above and merged those values with the values it brought with it. The 2 oaths in the remembrance set are of this kind, which fact is yet another case of the dual or doubling, and we will look at them in order. Now, it's worth retaining this feature of oaths by the Qur'an in mind, because this will be, as I'm sure if you followed to this point you already guessed, highly significant when we reach Qaf at instance 29 at Surah 50. The opening context at instance 19 at Surah 36 reads, Yasin, by the wise Qur'an. Meanwhile, the opening context at instance 20 reads, Sad, by the Qur'an full of remembrance. We covered what is here mechanically in segments 27 and 28. In the case of instance 19, the special variable Ya from instance 10 has reappeared here. We recall that special variables can traverse lines of position and that they bring their original value with them. Since special variable Ya enters the line of position at position 1, it accumulates also the value passed down to it from the ordinary variable Ta at position 1 in instance 14. This results in 2 accumulated values. Seeing we've also covered, I think we've done this to death. And in the case of instance 20, the special variable Sad from instance 10 has reappeared. And again, I repeat my point about the characteristics of these things, of these special variables, and what the result is. So we've just established that the nature of oaths by the Qur'an is that it accompanies a value, a special variable crossing the line of position with its existing value and receiving a value from above and merging with it. And we've seen that this happens only twice in the remembrance set, with Ya and Sad, or Yasin and Sad, that there are 3 oaths in the Qur'an by the Qur'an itself. That's it. And the third and final one of these is found at the Qaf. And what I'm saying is that this characteristic of a special variable coming down, bringing its value with it, crossing the line of position, receiving the value from above, at that place, qaf, this is what's happening at instance 29 in Surah 50. So this is why I'm kind of banging on this point so much. Moving on, why instance 24 has no oath by the Qur'an. It is true that instance 24, let's just remind ourselves, because I know this so well, it's really easy for me to forget that other people don't know what I mean by instance 24. Instance 24 is here, Ain, Sin, Qaf. Okay, now why am I talking about this? I'm talking about this because here we've got Ain, which is crossing the line of transmission, is crossing the line of position. Here it is, it's bringing its own value with it. It's receiving something from above, from Sod. So why does it not have an oath? That's an absolutely valid and correct question to ask. It is true that instance 24 in Ain, Sin, Qaf, here that the letter Ain crosses the line of position and that it receives a value passed down to it. However, this instance is different from instance 19 and instance 20 in important ways. We already know that instance 24 in Ain, Sin, Qaf is a parenthetical operation in a graphically landlocked position in uniformly writ set territory. And the unique case of a second of two instances in a single surah, it follows a writ set instance in Hamim. But additionally, given a value for Qaf of the Qur'an, the project to prove which point is still in process, instance 24 in Ain, Sin, Qaf is creating a value in Qaf horizontally and not vertically, a phenomenon seen nowhere else. And given what we know about oaths by the Qur'an itself and the fact that instance 24 in Ain, Sin, Qaf is not attended by such an oath, we can conclude that the process whereby multiple values become composite in Qaf at instance 24 is not there complete, a point which we shall see confirmed. Again, given a value for Qaf as the Qur'an, when the remainder of the value of Qaf joins it at instance 29. Now what I'm trying to say there is that the two instances, Ya, Sin and Sad, where Ya and Sad cross the line of position and receive a value down from above, they there at those places become finished. They are finished things. As instances, they are what they are. They are complete, for want of a better word, computations. Whereas at Ain, Sin, Qaf, the fact of it not being complete is indicated by a number of factors. One is its uniquely embedded nature as the second of two instances in a single surah. The fact that it's landlocked in this demonstrably writ set sea of Hamim. And also this is confirmed when we see Qaf fully becoming what it actually is. Below at instance 29, we will see that at Ain, Sin, Qaf, this is only one part of its becoming, as it were, into its fullest expression, its full expression of the composite, the fusion, the merging of both the remembrance set, which has already happened at instance 24 in Ain, Sin, Qaf, with that of the writ set being sent down, being emphatically sent down, tanzil, 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 and also be confirmed by the only double oath in the Qur'an, the only oath to appear twice verbatim in the Qur'an, by the clear writ, which comes next underneath Ain, Sin, Qaf. And we know that the clear writ is Quranic parlance for the writ set and the remembrance set together as discrete, separate entities. But it's only after that Qaf comes from third position in instance 24 with bringing the whole of the value of the remembrance set with it, and then crosses the line of position, enters the first position at instance 29, receives down from it this tanzil from position 1, instance 28, from Hamim, and thereby becomes fully Qaf, the Qur'an, combining within it the whole of Al-Fatiha and the the totality of the 5 discrete values of the remembrance set. That it is here that this final conclusion, this final merging where Qaf becomes itself, is complete. And this is fundamentally different to what's happening at Yasin and at Sad. That the Ain Sin Qaf at instance 24 is a parenthetical, incomplete process. So, and given what we know about oaths by the Qur'an itself, and the fact that instance 24 in Ain Sin Qaf is not attended by such an oath, we can conclude that the process whereby multiple values become composite in Qaf at instance 24 is not there complete, a point we shall see confirmed, again, given a value of Qaf of the Qur'an. Remember, it's what we said. If you think back when we were looking at the Ta Sin Mim, Ta Sin Mim sandwich, and the fact that Mim is excluded from becoming is not of the proofs of the Qur'an, we have said that, given that we're still got this ongoing process of proving that Qaf is the Qur'an, because if Qaf is the Qur'an, Mim is excluded from the Qur'an there, and that's the double linchpin that hooks this whole thing together. Okay, so I'm totally accept that I'm still in the process of proving that Qaf is the Qur'an. But given that it is the Qur'an, what this analysis means by the Qur'an, given that value, then the rest of what I'm saying is correct. So I'm in the process of just proving this as an ongoing project, so bear with it. Thus, the value of Qaf at instance 24 is only partially complete, as we shall see. Moreover, not only is instance 24 not attended by such an oath, the opening contains, as we have said before, no signpost or significant expression of any kind. This is the only place within the entire Hamim block with this distinction, a fact which also implies that something is missing. The values which instance 19 and instance 20 have, assigned to them, on the other hand, and here I'm talking about Yasin and Sad, are both complete within their contexts. Neither the letter Sad nor the letter Ya requires or receives a further process of any kind, and both are operating in the normal vertical world of the remembrance set. They also have none of the other specific features which pertain to instance 24. So if you just got a bit lost in all of this, what I'm doing is explaining why instance 24 does not have an oath, even though Ain crosses the line of position, bringing its own value with it, and receives something from above. There are mitigating factors in the case of Ain Sin Qaf, which we've just covered. We consider the second step in which Qaf acquires its full value at instance 29 in segment 38. But to acquaint ourselves with the final proof of why we are right in declaring the value of Qaf at instance 24 incomplete, we need first to consider the two identical oaths in the writ set which follow instance 24. Together they confirm that the creation of Qaf with a complete value can only be a two-step process. The expression "the clear writ" is found a total of 5 times within the Qur'an. In all cases within the opening context immediately following instances of the mysterious letters. It comprises part of the formula we looked at in segments 31 and 32. Those are the proofs of the clear writ, found at instances 6, 12 and 14. We established that the expression "those are the proofs of the clear writ" is capable logically of proving one thing only: the distinction between the writ set and the remembrance set as entities belonging to different types, or as different types. However, the clear writ is found also at instances 25 and 26, which are both in the writ set, in the oath by the clear writ. Now let's just have a look at that. If you look down here, instance 25 and instance 26 both have the oath by the clear writ. And if I could just ask you to note that this is subsequent to, in fact, immediately subsequent to instance 24 in Ain, Sin, Qaf. The oaths themselves can refer only, given the incidence of this expression in the Qur'an, to those other places where the same expression is found, i.e. to that formula which itself uniquely occurs both in the remembrance set and in the writ set. So the opening context of both oaths reads, Ha Mim, by the clear writ. That's at 41, 1 through 2, and 44, 1 through 2. We note the following. Both oaths occur in the writ set. They are the only oaths in the writ set. This is a doubled oath, that is, the same oath repeats verbatim in two places. This is the only case of a doubled oath in the entire Qur'an. Unique doubling is a feature we have seen before in our analysis. In the case of Alif Lam Ra, see segments 8 and 10, where that single symbol uniquely receives two statements, and is a feature we are rapidly gaining more exposure to. We saw in segment 32 that the clear writ is Quranic parlance for the remembrance set and the writ set taken together as a pair of discrete entities. So the remembrance set and the writ set, like regarding them together but as separate things. We will encounter the motif of doubling or dual values, which we first saw at Alif Lam Ra, impact our analysis even more further into our presentation. The crucial takeaway at this point is the fact that these oaths occur immediately subsequent to the process at instance 24. In Ain, Sin, Qaf. This means that, locked into the writ set homogeneous block directly following that point at which instance 24 in Ain, Sin, Qaf is embedded, we meet the sole case of a doubled oath in the entire Qur'an. An oath, the sole component of which directly references a formula, the only logical inference from which is that the writ set and the remembrance set are different things. So, while we know that, given a value for Qaf of the Qur'an, the Qaf at instance 24 in Ain, Sin, Qaf comprises the full value of the remembrance set. At this point in the sequence, at the point of this uniquely doubled oath, the writ set and the remembrance set are emphatically separate things. I think I might slightly rewrite that. The point I'm trying to make here is that immediately subsequent to the Ain, Sin, Qaf parenthetical computation, we have following this doubled, uniquely doubled oath, the only possible, which references the formula, the only possible conclusion from which is that the writ set and the remembrance set are different things. Which means that at this point in our even though this Ain, Sin, Qaf initial computation has taken place, at this point in the sequence, the remembrance set and the writ set are separate entities, i.e. the final fusion, which happens at Qaf, at instance 29, Surah 50, has not happened yet. It means that the tanzil, the passing down that we've seen emphatically imposed upon this segment of the mysterious letters is in force and is being driven down, and that this final sending down from the first, from ha, the first letter, the letter in first position of the writ set, is something which happens subsequent to instance 24. That's the point that I'm trying to make, and I hope that I have made it. And if we can show that the writ set and the remembrance set merge into the qaf at instance 29, the value of the qaf at instance 24 is not there complete. It is lacking the second component, and thus could not be accompanied by an oath by the Qur'an itself. So we're really just hammering on the point that what's going on at Ain Sin Qaf is not there complete. What is complete, where it does complete, is at Qaf at Surah 50 in instance 29. Alright, so we've got to this point. Now we're going to approach the Qur'an set itself. And I'm going to take a quick break. Alright, so we're back and we're going to continue with the Qur'an set. Qaf at instance 29. Just check we're recording. Yeah, we are. Okay, following the Hamim block, in position 1 at Surah 50 comes instance 29 of the mysterious letters in the solitary letter Qaf. Just quickly punch that up so you can see here at instance 29 we have Qaf, followed by instance 30. Predictably, in Noon, these two letters together form what I am calling the Qur'an set. Now, there's a lot more to the Qur'an set than this, as we shall see. We can now state why what we asserted above to be happening at Qaf at instance 29 must be the case. The new special variable Qaf, which we saw at the parenthetical operation at instance 24 in Ain Sin Qaf, in which were combined the values of the remembrance set, has reappeared alone at instance 29. We will recall that special variables can traverse lines of position and that they bring their original value with them, and that when they do, they merge with a value sent down to them from above, resulting in a value, and are accompanied by an oath by the Qur'an itself. There are 3 oaths in the entire Qur'an by the Qur'an itself. The first 2 accompany Ya at instance 19 and Sad at instance 20. The final oath in the Qur'an by itself is here at instance 29, and the opening context reads Qaf by the glorious Qur'an. Thus, the new special variable, which contains all the values of the remembrance set, i.e. Qaf at instance 24, has passed downwards from position 3 at instance 24, crossing the line of position to position 1 at instance 29, bringing that composite value it contains with it. I'll just pump that up again. So here we are at instance 24, Qaf, which has been created horizontally by the computation, as it were, of Ain and Sin, is now this newly created special variable, and now crossing the line of position, bringing with it its own value, i.e. the composite of the entire remembrance set, to Qaf here. At position 1, at instance 29, this special variable then receives the value passed down to it along the line of position, i.e. from Ha above, resulting in a complete or final value. In this case, the value being passed down is Al-Fatiha, which, constant across the writ set, has been funneled into a single pipeline, as it were, within the Ha-Mim block. The result is the fusing together of the full remembrance set with the single value found across all parts of the writ set within a single letter, Qaf, at instance 29. This comports with 1. Our analysis of the process at instance 24 in Ain Sin Qaf as something both parenthetical and incomplete. 2. Our analysis of the preceding emphasis on tanzil, or sending down, operating uniquely upon the value of al-Fatiha, held exclusively at position 1 in the line of position within the ha-mim block. And 3. Our analysis of the unique oaths following instance 24 in Ain Sin Qaf as confirming that the writ set and the remembrance set remain, at that point, separate entities. And more generally, this operation confirms our assertion of Qaf as the Qur'an in segment 31, and thereby supports our assertion that Mim at instance 14 does not pass down the line of position to become part of the letter Qaf at instance 24. However, a further confirmation of this point is given at segment 41. And again, we see confirmed our understanding that the replacement of the Alif Lam sector by the Ha-Mim block, in which the value held across the writ set is contained within the Ha, occupying the first line of position only, is not only not an unnecessary complication, it is a logistical requirement. Were this principle not both established and clear, there would be no means in place for the value of al-Fatiha to pass downwards from the writ set to Qaf in the first line of position. I'm not going to go over that again, because I think if you stuck with this far, you've understood that. And so this second part of that two-step process by which the letter Qaf receives its full value occurs at the high point in the drama of the story of the mysterious letters, at the merging into one of the writ set and the remembrance set. So here we have it. This is Qaf with its full value. And clearly, this two-step process itself provides yet another example of the oft-repeating dual or doubling motif. Qaf and Noon. Since we know Qaf at Surah 50 to be a special variable and that all variables pass their values down along the line of position, we know that value to be adopted by Noon also. The opening context then of instance 30 reads, Noon, by the pen, and what they inscribe. We note both that the opening context comprises an oath and that it is not an oath by the Qur'an itself. This latter point does not surprise us, since there is no crossing of the lines of position in this case. The value of the special variable at position 1 at instance 29 simply passes down the line of position to position 1 at instance 30. So there's no crossing of the line of position. The letter Noon must be an ordinary variable. An ordinary variable simply receives the value passed to it and in the normal course of events passes the same downwards along the line of position. We see here further iterations of the motif of doubling. 1. The letter Noon is a second iteration of the combined values of the two sets, which resulted at Qaf at instance 29. The wording of the oath itself is of a doubled or dual nature, referencing firstly the pen and secondly what they inscribe. No other oath which features in the mysterious letters has two components. We note that neither the oath at 68.1 nor either of its two components, by the pen or what they inscribe, occurs anywhere else in the Qur'an. Since there is nothing beyond this instance of the mysterious letters, given what we know of all variables and no clear sign to the contrary, we assume the value held by Noon to be implied to the end of the text. If this assessment is correct, we will see it confirmed in what follows. Support for our analysis of Qaf and Noon. We will recall that the discussion of signposts at segment 34 identified a key node in the text which, while pertaining to the mysterious letters, is not itself marked by a symbol. This prepared us for an important shift in our understanding of the mysterious letters. The point I wish to make at this juncture is best introduced visually. The diagram above gives a fair, proportional visual overview of the 86 pages in most 15 lines per page Arabic Qur'ans from Surah 50, Qaf, through Surah 68, Noon, to the end of the text. The asterisk indicates Surah 55, while the hash indicates Surah 73. Before considering what these segments connote, the reason for the introduction of 55 into the analysis when it is not so marked will now be addressed, following which we will explain the inclusion of Surah 73. So what we're going to do is look at Surah 55, why I've included this in the analysis. And, just to sort of reiterate, we saw previously the inclusion of a particular significant expression which occurred just once outside of the instances of the mysterious letters, and it actually fell at the joint between the last between Sad, which is at Surah 38, and Hamim, which is at Surah 40. It fell at the intersect between that at 39, which is the join between the two places where values of the remembrance set are held by one single letter, and the value of Al-Fatiha at Ha Mim is held in one single letter. That intersect itself was significant. So whilst Surah 39 does not feature overtly in al-huruf al-muqatta'at, it is an implied marker, an implied participant in this. And this feature, this characteristic of implied markers and features, is something we've been prepared for. We understand that the sequence of the mysterious letters actually teaches us something. So having understood this principle, I've applied it further, and we will see as we proceed why this locks into the broader construction. Okay, now we're approaching the final part of this presentation. As you can probably see, I've had a bit of a costume change, and probably the lighting is a little bit different, the camera's slightly different, etc. But I think we can just bear with these production subtleties and just jump straight back into it. So we're looking at Surah 55. To understand the role of Surah 55 in the mysterious letters requires that we first summarize a number of strands we have covered in our analysis above. 1. Analysis of the symbol of Alif Lam Ra revealed multiple associations with the notion of doubling, or of the dual, which is also summarized below. 2. The Qur'an set is itself clearly connected with the notion of doubling, or the dual. And just as a sort of aside on that, we saw this clearly demonstrated, since both the writ set and the remembrance set together go into Qaf at Surah 50, and then that itself is, those two, as it were, things together are then passed down to Noon. At Noon, it's the only other explicit instance in the Qur'an set. So the Qur'an set is itself firmly entrenched in notions of doubling and of the dual, and so on. 3 letters were identified as null in the writ set: Sad, Mim, and Ra. We have seen 2 of these letters reappear outside the writ set: Sad and Mim. Sad, if we remember, Sad was the 5th letter in the instance 10 at Surah 19 in Kaf Ha Ya Ain Sad, and is therefore a special variable. And Mim was the reappeared as the ordinary variable in instances 12 and 14. The fact of their null value in the writ set meant there could be no possibility of ambiguity where they appeared outside the writ set. 4. We have seen the institution of the implied marker, the sole recurrence of the Tanzil expression at 39.1 as an additional signpost, quote-unquote, bookend, which we observed at segment 34. That is, of a marker in the mysterious letters, which itself does not have a symbol. Having reviewed the general points which pertain to this part of our analysis, we expand now upon those points which pertain to Alif Lam Ra. It is the symbol Alif Lam Ra within the writ set which is uniquely associated with notions of doubling and the dual. The same can be said of no other symbol in the same set. 2. The symbol Alif Lam Ra uniquely within the mysterious letters is attached to two statements at instance 5 and instance 8. The symbol Alif Lam Ra uniquely among the symbols of the writ set is attached to a formula which occurs in both sets, see segment 32, which feature associates it further with doubling since that formula uniquely occurs twice in the remembrance set. Meanwhile, the key component of this formula, which uniquely occurs in both the writ set and the remembrance set, focuses on the words the clear writ. Those words are also the key component in the uniquely doubled oath at instances 27 and 28. We will now consider the letter Ra. The letter Ra is the only null letter from the writ set not to have reappeared to this point. The recurrence of the letter Ra also outside the writ set would imply further confirmation of the processes by which Sad, Mim and Ra are shown to be null in the writ set, since the fact of a null value within the writ set excludes any possibility of ambiguity where those same letters occur outside it. The symbol Alif Lam Ra is the sole symbol in which the letter Ra is the only null letter. On the basis of the above, if one were to look for a, quote, lost Ra also outside the writ set, one would be interested in the following factors. 1. Unique and demonstrable correlation with the symbol Alif Lam Ra outside those surahs which feature an instance of the mysterious letters, i.e. in Alif Lam Ra. 2. Unique and demonstrable emphasis on the letter Ra within the context of that unique and demonstrable correlation with the symbol Alif Lam Ra outside those surahs which feature an instance of the mysterious letters. 3. Unique and demonstrable correlation between the context in which the letter Ra with the characteristics listed above is found and the features of doubling or the dual which characterize both the symbol Alif Lam Ra and the Qur'an set. We find that all these points are met in Surah 55 and for the following reasons. 1. Surah 55 opens uniquely with the words the Almighty, in Arabic Ar-Rahman. In transliterated English, this is Al-Rahman or Ar-Rahman, depending on which transliteration system one uses. But what is clear in Arabic is that this surah itself begins with the three letters which comprise the symbol which dominates our discussion above, Alif Lam Ra. This is true of no other surah which does not itself open with Alif Lam Ra as an instance of the mysterious letters. 2. The word the Almighty, Arabic Ar-Rahman, which opens Surah 55, occurs in that surah only once. 3. The word translated here, the Almighty, Arabic Ar-Rahman, features a doubled Ra, indicated by the shadda or small marking, something like a W. This doubling echoes the uniquely doubled nature of Alif Lam Ra we observed above and which permeates the Qur'an set as a whole. 4. While the word translated here, the Almighty, Ar-Rahman, occurs nowhere else in Surah 55, Alif Lam Ra with a doubled Ra occurs once more in the Surah at 55:12, thus echoing the notion of doubling without diluting the unique nature of Ar-Rahman in the Surah. There is no other doubled Ra in Surah 55. While these points in and of themselves provide substantial support for our claim that Surah 55 represents the lost letter Ra, we are yet to consider the characteristics of the surah itself. And in order to appreciate those, we will turn our thoughts to the question of the dual. We do not use the dual in English much beyond the word pair to describe something which necessarily comes in twos, e.g. a pair of scissors, or both. Arabic, on the other hand, routinely employs the dual as a common feature of its grammar. As we have stated, both the symbol Alif Lam Ra and the Qur'an set itself are repeatedly and emphatically associated with notions of doubling or the dual. With these points in mind, we will now list the salient features of Surah 55. 1. While the dual is found across the whole of the Qur'an, it is found in no surah as demonstrably, emphatically and intensively as in Surah 55, a surah which features the dual with almost rhythmic regularity throughout. This point may escape those without access to the Arabic, but may be verified by asking any reader of Arabic who knows the Qur'an well, which surah most frequently employs the dual. 2. While the Almighty, Arabic Ar-Rahman, is not itself in the dual, the ending of the word is a typical sound for the dual, the an in Ar-Rahman. This tone chimes throughout the surah like the tolling of a bell, a fact which one can easily verify by listening to the surah in Arabic. I counted over 60 such beats in this surah of just 78 verses. No other portion of the Qur'an has such a dense preponderance of this feature. 3. Lastly, the chorus which repeats throughout the surah is, "Then which of the blessings of your Lord will you deny?" In this refrain, both your Lord and you too are in the dual, i.e. your Lord, the Lord of you too, and you too deny. Thus, this heavily repeated dual phrase itself contains precisely two dual components. This phrase repeats within this surah more than any chorus within any single surah of the Qur'an, a total of 31 times within the surah and nowhere outside it. In summary, Surah 55 copiously features unique and demonstrable characteristics which connect it both with the symbol Alif Lam Ra and with the notion of the dual or doubling. Given the connection between that symbol and the characteristic of doubling which pertains to it, we can then point to particular emphasis upon the letter Ra as something which here is itself doubled. Additionally, the fact that both cases of Alif Lam Ra in Surah 55 feature a doubled Ra not only comports with the broader features of doubling we identify for the symbol Alif Lam Ra, but identifies the letter Ra itself as of particular significance. And on this basis, we identify Surah 55 as supplying the lost letter Ra. Interestingly, there is a total of 30 instances of the mysterious letters. If we admit both the implied instance at Surah 55 and that of the implied signpost in Tanzil at Surah 39 to that number, while removing the parenthetical instance 24, we have a total of 31. That number exactly coincides with the incidence of repetitions of the chorus at Surah 55 in "Then which of the blessings of your Lord will you deny?" Finally, if we take the Qaf of Surah 50, the Ra of Surah 55, and the Noon of Surah 68, we have Qaf, Ra, Noon, the three root letters which comprise the word Qur'an in correct textual order. This furnishes the closing proof in our ongoing project to demonstrate that Mim is excluded from passing down to Qaf along the line of position to instance 24. The Qaf of Surah 50, the Ra of Surah 55, and the Noon of Surah 68 together comprise the Qur'an. Since Mim is specifically excluded from the proofs of the Qur'an, it must be excluded from joining Qaf at instance 24. We turn now to the reason for the inclusion of Surah 73, both in our analysis and as a marker within the Qur'an set. It is my opinion that the Prophet recited portions of the Qur'an both to warn unbelievers and to fortify himself and other believers, and that this practice is referred to in the Qur'an itself by the term as-sujud. It is not necessary for the reader to accept this understanding at this point, nor do I ask him to. I mention it by way of introduction to considering the purpose of Surah 73. Below is our visual representation of the proportions of physical textual content between instance 29 at Surah 50, Qaf, the implied Ra at Surah 55, Ra, instance 30 at Surah 68, Noon, Surah 73, which is a hash sign, and the end of the Quranic text. So this is just to sort of punch this up again, what I've put up here is a fair, I know because I measured it very carefully, and correct proportional representation of this text from Qaf at Surah 50, through Ra at Surah 55, through Noon at Surah 68, through this point which we're now going to look at 73 to the end of the text. So, we're talking about Surah 73. Let us consider the opening and closing segments of Surah 73. So, it opens, 1. O thou one enwrapped, arise thou the night, save a little, a half thereof, or take thou a little therefrom, or add thou thereto, and recite thou the Qur'an distinctly. So that's the opening of 73, and now we're going to go to the final verse of Surah 73, which is verse 20. Thy Lord knows that thou standest nearly 2/3 of the night, or a half of it, or a third of it, as does a number of those with thee. And God determines the night and the day. He knew that you will not calculate it, and has turned towards you. So recite what is made easy of the Qur'an. He knows that there will be some sick among you, and others travelling in the earth in search of the bounty of God, and others fighting in the cause of God. So recite what is made easy thereof, and uphold the duty, and render purity, and lend to God a godly loan. And what good you send ahead for your souls, you will find it with God, better and greater in reward. And ask forgiveness of God. God is forgiving and merciful. That's 73:20. We assume the reader will consider for himself the significance of the imperative to recite the Qur'an distinctly within the context of our analysis, given what we have learnt about the Qur'an within it, and move on to the terms of measurement. Taking all the measurements listed in the beginning and end of Surah 73, we find exact correspondences with the segments created by our analysis. 1. The night thereof. And recite thou the Qur'an distinctly. So, from Qaf to the end of the Qur'an represents the entire Qur'an. 2. the night thereof save a little. From Ra through to the end of the Qur'an is a little less than the entire Qur'an. A half thereof. So Ra to 73 is about half of the entire Qur'an. 4. Or take thou a little therefrom. From Nun to the end of the Qur'an is a little less than the half from Ra to 73. 5. Or add thou thereto. From Qaf to Nun is a little more than the half from Ra to 73. 6. Thou standest nearly 2/3 of the night. From Qaf to 73 is about 2/3 of the Qur'an. Or a half of it, okay, i.e. portions 3, 4, 5, which we've already covered. Or a third of it. From 73 to the end of the Qur'an is about a third of the Qur'an. Or a third of it. From Ra to Nun is also about a third of the Qur'an. The word rendered made easy, at 73:20, is in the Arabic the verb tayassara. This form 5 verb has the primary connotation of to be or to be made easy, but also has the sense of to be prepared, i.e. by another for ease of use. This form 5 verb occurs only twice in the Qur'an, both times in this verse, which fact serves further to confirm our understanding of the Qur'an set as something deeply rooted in the notion, of the dual. This double statement makes provision for times when it is simply not possible to read the longer portions of the night vigil identified in the Qur'an. Rather, we are to read what is made easy, i.e. prepared, made ready for us. Looking at our diagram, what is made easy refers surely to two further segments between Qaf and Ra on the one hand, and between Nun and the hash sign, i.e. Surah 73 on the other, both of which segments exist as a result of the inclusion of the two implied entities. The implied Ra at Surah 55 and Surah 73 itself, the salient parts of which Surah themselves fall into two clear divisions, i.e. the beginning and the end of Surah 73. For all the reasons listed above, these two segments are both prepared but are also made easy in the sense that they are shorter. So 9, recite thou what is made easy of the Qur'an, and 10, recite what is made easy of the Qur'an. The 10 segments listed above represent every possible variation of a single unbroken segment from that section of the Qur'an which begins with the first page of Surah 50 through to the end of the text, divided at the points we have identified in our analysis. While the word surah has come to mean a chapter of the Qur'an by dint of usage, its meaning is broader than that, as any good dictionary will confirm, and indicates interlocking segments or layers such as go to make up a single standing structure such as a wall. And with that thought in mind, I invite the reader to consider the following verse. If they say he has invented it, then say thou, then bring 10 surahs, the like thereof, invented, and call to whom you can besides God, if you be truthful. That's 11:13. All right, formula at instance 7 and instance 9 revisited. Now, it's a long way to cast your mind back after all of this. I'm just going to quickly throw this back up on here. Hold on, here we are. At 7 and 9. Okay, this is back in the writ set, and it's those are the proofs of the writ. And at 9, those are the proofs of the writ and of a clear recitation. So what we're going to be looking at is these two formulas. We're going to be looking at these two formulas, particularly with a view to the significant variation between them. See if we can just finish this. We will now change tack somewhat rudely and impose upon the reader to cast his mind back to almost the very end of the section of our analysis which treats of the writ set, to that point where we were obliged to leave unfinished our analysis of the formula, those are the proofs of the writ and its significant variation. Those are the proofs of the writ and of a clear recitation. We understood at segment 11 that both alif lam mim ra and alif lam ra were proofs of the writ. This fact helped us to prove that the value of alif lam ra is that of all instances of the writ set. However, we were left hanging there regarding how alif lam ra were proofs of a clear recitation in a way which could not be said of instance 7 in alif lam mim ra. What we have covered in the interim will have furnished the reader with what is needed to grasp what follows now fully, whereas the same analysis, where it included where the subject is first mentioned, would not have done in the same service. We return then, admittedly abruptly, to consider instance 9 in alif lam ra at 15:1. The opening context there reads alif lam ra. Those are the proofs of the writ and of a clear recitation. Perchance those who ignore warning will wish they were submitting. Leave thou them to eat and enjoy themselves while hope diverts them, and they will come to know. And we destroyed no city save it had a known writ. No community outstrips its term, nor will they defer. Note, the expression, those are the proofs of the writ and of a clear recitation, occurs nowhere else in the Qur'an. Throughout, the phenomenon of the mysterious letters is associated with that of warning, although this is not a feature we emphasize in this analysis other than in passing. In summary, the symbol alif lam mim ra at instance 7 is attached to the formula, those are the proofs of the writ. The symbol alif lam ra at instance 9 is attached to the formula, those are the proofs of the writ and of a clear recitation. Thus, the symbol alif lam ra must be proofs of something in addition to that of symbol alif lam mim ra at instance 7, as evinced by the expression and of a clear recitation, which accompanies the former. Having observed that of a clear recitation occurs nowhere else in the Qur'an, we note also 1. The symbol at instance 9, alif lam ra, occurs multiple times, whereas the symbol alif lam mim ra at instance 7 is unique. And the symbol at instance 9, alif lam ra, uniquely within the writ set, possesses 2 statements, whereas the symbol alif lam mim ra at instance 7, again uniquely to the writ set, possesses no statement. So in both of these senses, one could say that alif lam ra is of a clear recitation in ways which the same cannot be said of alif lam mim ra. However, there is a third, more significant sense in which the letters in the symbol at instance 9, alif lam ra, are uniquely proofs of a clear recitation, one which is evident once we consider that the word translated here, recitation, is in Arabic, Qur'an. Indeed, we have seen above, alif lam ra uniquely form part of a clear Qur'an, both graphically and with pivotal significance. Nothing remotely comparable can be said of the symbol alif lam mim ra. Thus, this significant variation in the formula not only confirms our general thesis, but, as we are at this point in a position able to appreciate, it also adds verifiable detail to our understanding of that thesis. The nature of the Qur'an set in summary. It is clear that while merging and duality, or doubling, are characteristics which feature in the mysterious letters overall, they are intrinsic to and define the Qur'an set. In addition to the dual, doubled characteristics we have observed in connection with Surah 55, see segment 41, and those associated with alif lam ra, itself closely associated with both the dual and with Surah 55, we note the following features of the Qur'an set. 1. The letter Qaf itself comprises processes of both merging and of doubling. All the values of the remembrance set converge within it at instance 24, while the value of the writ set is passed down and absorbed within Qaf at instance 29. i.e., so two things happening there. 2. The Qur'an set contains two explicit instances, Qaf and Nun, both of which pass down the same doubled or combined value. 3. Both explicit instances, Qaf and Nun, within the Qur'an set open with oaths. 4. The oath at Nun is the only oath with two components in the mysterious letters. 5. The two explicit instances divide the Qur'an set range into two. The addition of the two implicit entities divide it into four, i.e. into twice times 2. 6. It is the inclusion of two occasions of a verb form used nowhere else in the Qur'an which provides the details of the last two segments. And 7. We note also that it is precisely two portions of Surah 73, the beginning and the end of that surah, which describe the mechanism we have summarized above. This concludes the principal analysis of the mysterious letters. There follows a summary, some final findings of note, and concluding comments. Summary, new vistas and conclusion. We have understood the nature of the statement at instance 1. We followed the two strands of the values which comprise the initial architecture of the mysterious letters separately, and saw how they present two systems which are eventually reduced down to a single letter, Qaf, at instance 29, in a fusion of both the writ set and the remembrance set. We then saw how the composite value of this letter marks the advent of the Qur'an set, the value of which is repeated by the explicit marker in the sole instance in Nun and supported by the implied marker of Ra. We saw how this creates the word Qur'an and observed how this single composite value, in combination with Surah 73, serves to divide Surahs 50 through 114 into 4 blocks, which exactly express the proportions outlined at Surah 73. I do not intend here to speculate widely on the import of the values that this solution has uncovered. What is clear, however, is that all values of the remembrance set pertain to lives lived by men of renown who place the service of God at the forefront of their lives. We can add the supposition that to some large extent the remembrance set signifies the living application of revelation, whereas the writ set signifies the written revelation itself. It must be significant that the values of the remembrance set then converge with each other and then with that of the writ set to form the Qur'an set. It is the synthesis of these two streams which, in my view, is the point and lesson of the mysterious letters, the total phenomenon of which exists not simply as a proof of the divine origin of the Qur'an, nor in order that believers should hold prophets in higher esteem than is already the case, but rather to illustrate how the prophets achieved their greatness so that individual men might follow their example by absorbing the words of God and applying them in life. I repeat my view that the 4 sections mentioned above and articulated in Surah 73 are set readings for vigils, collectively referred to in the Qur'an by the term as-sujud, and that they constitute ready-made blocks for preaching and warning. I also think that the Muslim practice of reciting short surahs from the latter portions of the Qur'an as part of the ritual prayer process as found today is an unwitting reenactment of this original function in vestigial form. And while the Qur'an liberally features messages of warning, and while messages of warning occur also beyond those surahs which are preceded by instances of the mysterious letters, the following 2 points hold true. 1. Those surahs which are preceded by instances of the mysterious letters all contain a substantial element of warning. And 2. In a number of cases, the instance itself is followed by some direct imperative treating of warning. It was felt best not to include data related to warning in this analysis beyond those cases which naturally occur in the course of describing the workings of the mysterious letters. The reader is invited to corroborate the points above for himself. Additionally, I explore this subject fully in my book, The God Protocol, which will, God willing, be released as of today. This is the end of December. I'm planning for this to be out in the next couple of months, God willing. While I am fully satisfied in my own mind on the basis of what precedes this point, that this solution is both substantially correct and is proven here to be so, I am pleased to be able to provide a further item of evidence, one which both neatly brings our analysis full circle and forms its endpoint. New vistas. We will recall that at the outset we considered that the letters which comprise the mysterious letters are symbols, and saw that they form a distinct subset of the Arabic alphabet, and on what basis they do so. Again, the full Arabic alphabet arranged by the criteria we considered at the beginning of our analysis is as follows. And again, the subset which participates in the mysterious letters is as follows. We first met the expression, the writ about which there is no doubt, at the point at which our journey began. There it forms part of the axiom found 2.2, the unique expression, that is the writ about which there is no doubt, upon which basis our understanding of the writ set developed. We met the expression, the writ about which there is no doubt, a second time at segment 34, as part of the unique expression found at instance 18, itself the final symbol in the Alif Lam Mim sector, the revelation of the writ about which there is no doubt. However, the expression, the writ about which there is no doubt, occurs once more in the Qur'an. And this Qur'an is not such as could be invented by other than God, but it is a confirmation of what is before it, and an exposition of the writ about which there is no doubt, from the Lord of all creation. That's at 1037. Let us consider this verse in the light of our broader analysis. Strictly within those terms, then, 1. This Qur'an signifies that part of the text between Surah 50 and 114, i.e. the end of the Qur'an. This Qur'an confirms what is before it. What is before it, in terms of a linear reading of the text, is Surahs 2 through the end of 49. The reason for our exclusion of Surah 1 is found below. 3. This Qur'an is a, quote, an exposition of the writ about which there is no doubt, end quote. We know the value of the writ about which there is no doubt to be Al-Fatiha, i.e. Surah 1, which surah contains the expression, the Lord of all creation, at 1.2. We will recall that all the values found across all the letters which comprise the mysterious letters are compounded first within Qaf and then passed to Nun, which together make up the two explicit symbols of the Qur'an set. Thus, this Qur'an comprises all the letters which feature in the mysterious letters, for the reason that Qaf and then Nun contain within themselves all the values attached to the remaining letters. With this in view, let us consider the following points from the verse above. 1. This Qur'an is not such as could be invented by other than God. And 2. This Qur'an is an exposition of the writ about which there is no doubt. Is it true then that this Qur'an is not such as could be invented by other than God? I would expect that anyone who has read this solution to this point and understands what he has read already has the answer to this question. Certainly it is true that Surahs 50 through 114 expand upon the core doctrine and import of the writ about which there is no doubt, which we know to be Al-Fatiha, i.e. Surah 1. But what about in the sense we are considering this Qur'an above as an entity which comprises within it all the letters which feature in the mysterious letters? In that sense, is this Qur'an an exposition of Al-Fatiha? Is there a sense in which the letters which feature in the mysterious letters and which are then conveyed by this Qur'an form an exposition of, i.e. a widening and expansion upon, the contents of Al-Fatiha itself? We find most emphatically that there is, and in order to see why, we need to look at Al-Fatiha and consider it from the point of view of the components which comprise the mysterious letters. I have used an unadorned script to facilitate my point. Only those letters which do not feature in al-huruf al-muqatta'at are underlined. Simply put, the letters which participate in the mysterious letters feature in Al-Fatiha and do so copiously, and no letter which participates in the mysterious letters does not occur in Al-Fatiha. Thus, in a visibly demonstrable sense, we can assert that the following is true. 1. This Qur'an is not such as could be invented by other than God. And 2. This Qur'an is an exposition of the writ about which there is no doubt. The details of the incidents of the letters which participate in al-huruf al-muqatta'at in al-Fatiha in an unadorned script follow. Alif 19, Nun 11, Ha 5, Ha 5, Ra 8, Ta 2, Qaf 1, Kaf 3, Lam 22, Mim 15, Sin 3, Sad 2, Ain 6, and Ya 14. Total 116. By way of contrast, the letters in Al-Fatiha which do not participate in al-huruf al-muqatta'at are listed below along with their incidents. Ba 4, Dal 4, Waw 4, Ghain 2, Dad 2, Dal 1, Ta 3, Tha none, Kha none, Jim none, Zay none, Dha none, Fa none, Hamza 3. Total 23. The reader will have to decide for himself if the two senses in which we have used the word Qur'an above are valid. What is beyond question is the extent of the incidence of the letters of al-huruf al-muqatta'at in al-Fatiha and how that fits with the broader analysis here. Certainly, most of the letters which participate in al-huruf al-muqatta'at are among those which occur most frequently in the Quranic text as a whole. Nevertheless, there is more than a 5-to-1 ratio between the letters which comprise al-huruf al-muqatta'at in al-Fatiha and those which do not. Conclusion. I am not one of those who regard complex correspondences between numerical aspects of the Quranic text as principal proofs, and to do so on the basis of the incidence of numbers of letters and verses is intrinsically problematic, the arbitrary nature of verse divisions and variations among scripting methods being principal reasons for that. However, it would be interesting to know if there exists any similarly sized portion of the Qur'an in which all members of al-huruf al-muqatta'at feature so densely, and to what extent the proportion of the letters in al-huruf al-muqatta'at which comprise al-Fatiha deviates from what one might expect given the letter's incidence across the broader text. However, even without that data, it is clear that an entirely new hermeneutic is in the offering, one in which words and or phrases can be assessed on the basis of their values apropos the mysterious letters, one which may provide the type of derivative data as might be supplied by methods of gematria. Properly established and applied, this field of study may open up vistas and access to the Quranic text, the significance of which no one, myself included, can conceive of today. But clearly that is a subject for another place and time. With that, I am able now to draw together a summary of some of the things which this solution taken as correct implies. 1. While I personally have no interest in the literature called the Hadith, the traditionalist Muslim approaches his religion via it. According to him, it represents the corpus of teaching originating with Muhammad, and according to that corpus, Muhammad did not know the meaning of al-huruf al-muqatta'at. That being the case, for any traditionalist Muslim to acknowledge the correctness of this solution requires him also to acknowledge that he now knows something which, according to him, Muhammad himself did not know. This fact has myriad implications for the traditionalist Muslim worldview, and I leave people who labour within that worldview to work out what those implications are. 2. The traditionalist Muslim himself claims that the means by which the Qur'an can be understood is the literature called the Hadith. However, his insistence upon this premise has not yielded him any notable progress on the subject of al-huruf al-muqatta'at. See reference section for a summary of his attempts, whereas it is now solved by someone who rejects his entire hermeneutic process as spacious. This ought, if he is sincere, to engender some measure of reflection on his part as to the value of his insistence upon the Hadith literature as requisite to understanding the Qur'an. 3. Since the principal thing the traditionalist Muslim promotes is a religion he calls Islam, the question arises, how can it be that the men who are the arbiters of what Islam is said to mean, and whom the laity keeps fed and watered, have failed for 1400 years to produce an intelligent solution to the mysterious letters? 4. A stock put down on the part of the traditionalist Muslim to those who challenge his assumptions and assertions is that one cannot understand the Qur'an unless he is a native speaker of Arabic. Naturally, no one today is a native speaker of the Arabic of the Qur'an. Arabic speakers natively speak dialects which bear varying degrees of resemblance to classical Arabic, and then learn standard or classical Arabic to some degree, the result of which then operates as a lingua franca between educated Arabs, something akin to how Latin operated in the Christian world. However, the point is vociferously advanced and has generally been accepted that unless one is a, quote, native Arabic speaker, one is simply unqualified to have an opinion on the Qur'an. The question now arises, why is it that those who claim to be native speakers of Arabic were unable to solve the problem of al-huruf al-muqatta'at? This question is particularly pertinent when one considers that the Qur'an itself mentions Arabic in the following places. Alif, Lam, Ra. Those are the proofs of the clear writ. We have sent it down as an Arabic recitation that you might use reason. That's 12:1-2. Ha-Mim, a revelation from the Almighty, the Merciful, a writ, the proofs whereof are set out and detailed, an Arabic recitation for people who know, as a bearer of glad tidings and a warner, but most of them turn away, so they hear not. That's 41:1-4. Ha-Mim, by the clear writ, we have made it an Arabic recitation that you might use reason. And it is in the foundation of the writ with us, exalted and wise. 43:1-4. A further question then arises. If those who claim monopoly rights over the Qur'an are exclusively equipped with the Arabic required to understand the Qur'an, why is it that they were incapable of doing what a native speaker of English has done? Either their command of the Arabic recitation is deficient, or they are not, quote, people who know, or they are unable to, quote, use reason, or some combination of all three. Whatever the precise case, such men are precluded from claiming mastery of their subject, and certainly from doing so on a basis which presupposes that others are excluded from attempting to engage with the subject without their oversight. Given the situation as it now stands, it would be more appropriate for them to modify their claims, at least until they can present a solution to al-huruf al-muqatta'at superior to this one. 5. The hermeneutic process and habits of mind which gave rise to this solution were developed in the crucible of an analysis and translation of the Qur'an which, while confirming the Qur'an as complete and from God, dismisses on the basis of the same analysis the religion which claims monopoly rights over the Qur'an. That work is the Qur'an, a complete revelation. I suggest that it might be more reasonable, in the light of the analysis here, for the cultural Muslim to consider the points found within that work before dismissing them without consideration, because the author is not, quote, a native speaker of Arabic. 6. As mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, the unifying focus of my mission is outlined in my work, The God Protocol, due to be released soon, God willing. That book explains why and how the purpose of the Qur'an is to execute a simple protocol, which is the example of all the messengers of warning and the tradition which Muhammad himself was following, after which the punishments of God become binding upon any community whose ruling elite rejects that message. If the reader is convinced that I have correctly solved the age-old enigma of al-huruf al-muqatta'at, which the scholars could not do, might I not be correct also in my analysis in the God Protocol, despite the fact that the scholars have missed the points found within it? I am naturally aware that the points above will have little impact upon most who are emotionally invested in a religion they call Islam, and in any case that demographic is not my principal interest. Nevertheless, such people cannot deny what the appearance of a cogent solution to the mysterious letters implies. For how could God have given men a revelation which warns copiously of the last day and then allowed the hour to strike while they remained ignorant of such a conspicuous part of that revelation? A cogent solution to this age-old enigma suggests the removal of the impediment to the hour which the lack of a solution implied. In conclusion, I am sure that this solution is materially correct, however imperfect my attempt to describe it may be. That certainty does not originate in an inflated sense of myself, although I am quietly pleased that I stuck with this problem to the point where I reached the solution presented here. But I had no alternative. The work of which this solution is but one feature is not a hobby, but the expression of a purpose intrinsic to my nature. A dog must bark and chase cats. A bird must build nests and sing. I must have the truth. I am as surprised as anyone at the result, and my abiding sense is one of gratitude and awe. Again, my principal interest is not now and never has been to convince the generality of cultural Muslims of anything, or to attempt to inveigle them into applying reason and intellect to the revelation they claim monopoly rights over. There is a reason they were not able to advance a serious solution to the mysterious letters before now, and nothing I can say or do will impact those habits of mind, ingrained over centuries, which have led them to their obvious and long-standing impasse. My sole focus and principal interest is today what it has always been, to provide proof to the ruling elite of this time in order to execute the God Protocol against them, after which point the judgments of God may become binding. Given that this solution to the mysterious letters, preserved in the scripture God imparted to the Prophet Muhammad and intended as a warning to all mankind, is materially correct, the analysis these pages contain is witness to and an authentication of that protocol, which I invoke against the ruling elite of today, in their capacity as the spiritual and political heirs of Pharaoh and his ilk. And that concludes my presentation of the solution to the mysterious letters. If you've persisted with this presentation to this point, congratulations. If you wish to send me some feedback at this point over the next 2 months before I publish, if you think that I've got something wrong or could explain something simpler, I am all ears, with certain caveats. The first is that if you're going to present something to me, I will listen to it. I will certainly skim read it, but it has to be clear, it has to be succinct, and it has to be an improvement on some portion. I would like to ask you to signal which part you're referring to by segment. I will put in the drop down below all of the time codes to these segments, but you have to understand that I have a very high workload, and I'm really looking for things which can help rather than hinder. So if it's just general thoughts and feelings in a very broad and nebulous kind of way, that's no help to me. It has to be very specific, and it has to be, present a solution very quickly. Segment 34, you say it like this, I would say it like this gets your point across quicker, something like that, or something better, or whatever feedback you've got, but something which is constructive that I can use, that I am open to and going to listen to for the next couple of months. I may also put a link down below to just the if you can hear my daughter talking in the background, it means it's time to go, to the tables which I use in a PDF form, so that you can download those and print them off. That's all for now.